My name is Tyler Fornes, and I am one of the co-hosts of the Good, the Bad, and the Hungy AEW podcast here on the Voice of Wrestling Podcasting Network. We take a broad scope approach to the world of All Elite Wrestling and the entire universe of Tony Khan. We talk about the big matches, the big stars, the promos, the storylines, and we also look at it from a big picture perspective. How are things going to change over the course of the next 10 years with AEW still in the picture? How are companies like WWE going to adapt and adjust to AEW? Are they going to be a similar way like they did with WCW in the late 1990s? Will there be a counterpunch? We talk about all of that and more on The Good, the Bad, and the Hungy every week on the Voices of Wrestling Network.
This podcast is a member of the Voices of Wrestling Podcasting Network. Visit voicesofwrestling.com to hear the rest of our great podcasts, as well as show reviews, columns, opinions, and updates across the world of wrestling.
Welcome back, everyone, to Wrestling Omakase. It is episode number 290. And this week, we're doing a little bit different. We're doing a split episode. So I have two different guests. You'll hear from Arametha a little bit later. I'm actually recording the two parts in the same order you're going to hear them, which is cool. Because obviously when I do it the other way, it ends up being very weird for me and the listener, I think. But the only exception is I might record a little solo audio too on some stuff Arametha didn't get to, but I may or may not do that. Just kind of see how I feel tomorrow. But first of all, we have a brand new guest. So coming to you from England, I think. I'm sorry if I got that wrong. I should have asked that before we got on the air. But also from the Super JCast Discord is where I know him from. It's Hal making his Omakase debut. How are you doing, Hal?
I'm good. Had a bit of a busy day, but doing fine. You did get right on England. That is the accent. So yeah.
Well, Americans are stupid. So like when I hear this accent, I assume it could be English, it could be Irish, it could be Scottish. Like I can't really tell the difference because again, idiot. So
that's fair. To be fair, I have a relatively neutral accent, I think, as well. I'm from. Those of you that are from the UK, I'm from the northeast of England, so I've been into the Newcastle area for a while, so there's a lot of people with a very strong, very specific accent, which might be hard for people from abroad to understand. So not too bad on that.
Yeah, I can definitely understand you. There's definitely some English accents or just, I guess, British Isles accents where I'm like, can someone turn on subtitles or something? Like, I don't know what this person is saying, but
yeah,
I mean, our accents just sound dumb, I think, so it's fine. So I mean, I can't really understand what Southern Americans are saying a lot of the time either, to be honest. Like, especially like deep South, not like because there's levels to this. Because obviously, regular Omakase guest John Bibbins is from the South, but he sounds perfectly understandable to me. But like if deep South, sometimes I'm just like, I don't know what this person's saying. So
yeah,
America's a land of quite a few accents too. So Hal is going to join me here to talk about New Japan Pro Wrestling. So we're going to talk about the Sakura Genesis show. I guess, Hal, since you're a new guest, we always like to start out with like your background as a fan, when you got into this stuff, how you got into this stuff. So give the listeners a little bit of background.
Well, I think like everyone in the West. You start off with WWE when you're younger. I was of the generation where I was a big Cena fan growing up, and then that immediately turned into when I was like 12 or 13 into being like a Cena sucks guy,
Yeah,
which
yeah.
I think for my age range and people growing up on Cena is quite typical. And then I said once I got to about 11 or 12, I stopped watching for a couple of years, got back in with Lucha Underground, and then the classic Black and Gold NXT. So I watched from, I remember Sami Zayn winning, and then Kevin Owens, into Shinsuke, into eventually Bobby Roode. And that's when I dipped out of Black and Gold NXT.
Guessing that's when a lot of people probably dipped out of Black and Gold NXT.
Yeah, I remember.
I was never a big NXT viewer. Honestly, that's like a little.
That's
that was already
fair.
like well into my Japanese wrestling fandom by that point.
That's fair. I feel like when all you've seen is WWE, going from that to what is essentially just guys who maybe like 7 or 8 years previous were on the indies, so like Samoa Joe and Sami Zayn and guys like that, and then just getting to see them is quite like a shock, for lack of a better term, especially in that kind of environment. But yeah, I went from NXT and then I dipped my toe into New Japan. So I remember watching, I think I watched the G1 final in 2016. So I think that was Kenny and Goto, if I'm remembering right.
Yep, 2016's Kenny Goto.
Yeah. Then I got probably started with the G1 in 2017 and have been watching since. So
that was G1 2017, which I was famously at. Never get tired of mentioning that.
Yeah, that was the summer after I just finished secondary school. So that's, for people in England, you'll understand that. I was about 16 then. So I remember I'd sneak off and grab the laptop in the mornings and just spend my mornings from like 10 till about 1 just watching G1 shows. And then from there, I've just been watching since.
Yeah, did you have any dip out period during the doldrums of the pandemic like a lot of people?
I did. I stopped watching from about, I think it was G130 to about G130. G130 to like before G132 is when I came back. But that basically coincided with me starting university and stuff like that. So I think that was part of the thing. So I had my attention elsewhere, so to speak.
So yeah, it's cool. I mean, I feel like a very typical. There's a lot of like inflection points, right, where a lot of foreigners came in. I think that's, that 2016, 2017 period's a big one for a lot of people. It's fun being like someone obviously who's kind of an old head. I've been watching this Japanese wrestling stuff off and on for way too fucking like 24 fucking years now. Jesus. What did I do with my life? But it's funny watching during the New Japan peak when people popped in. Like a lot of people popped in right in 2012 when the Okada push started coming, and then a lot of people popped in 2014, which would have been, I think, the Jeff Jarrett pay-per-view Wrestle Kingdom. Unless I'm getting the year wrong, maybe it's 2013. It's one of those. So whichever one had Nakamura and Ibushi, which I think was 2014, but I could be getting that wrong off the top of my head. But yeah, a lot of people came in around there. And then the Okada Omega stuff in 2016 and 2017, there's another big inflection point. And those are kind of like the big ones. And then you have like oddballs like, Arametha, who's coming on later, I think started watching in like 2019 or 2020, which is more of a unusual period to jump in. But so that, it's cool. And we're going to talk, it's always cool to get new perspectives on stuff. And, I haven't talked to you at all about what your opinions are on this stuff. So it'll be interesting to hear if you what you thought of these shows.
Yeah, it's just wanted to say it is with me as well. I kind of grew up with New Japan. Like I started watching as a teen, so I think that is kind of a thing because I feel like a lot of people you get on here are a bit older or yeah.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of people are on my age, like in the like the mid to late 30s type. But I think we have some younger ones too, though, among the regulars. Have you gotten to Japan yet? I guess that's always a question I have too.
No,
Mm.
I've had not had the opportunity yet. Hopefully one day, but I remember you were at one point you were saying, "Oh yeah, I'm sure people are annoyed at me complaining about my tickets. I haven't been to Japan." I'm like, that's me.
Well, it must be. I'm sure it's obnoxious, but like, I have to live my truth. I can only live. The only perspective I can bring is the
Is
perspective of someone who's been to this country like 6 times and saw Naito win the title and saw Naito win the G1, and I mean, it's just I'm very very lucky. I just saw Tanahashi retire. I mean,
yeah,
and it's very. I'll be back there in like just over 2 months now because it'll be 9 weeks from this Wednesday when I leave for Dominion. Although I got a big blow today, I found out Will Ospreay's not working Dominion, so yeah,
yeah.
the fates have conspired against me again.
I'm not sure you'd want to see Osprey necessarily working Dominion, but we'll get into that.
Okay, but yeah, the shows we're going to talk about here are New Japan Sakura Genesis and a little bit from the Road 2 show, since once again they split up the junior title matches from the Sakura Genesis. I mean, my takes are going to be very positive. I thought this was a great show for New Japan, I guess, on the macro level. Most of the complaints I've seen either I don't really like calling people bad faith. I'm sure most people just like who there's a lot of people I'm sure who watched it and just didn't like it, which is fine. But like obviously you can always tell when New Japan did something big or did something that was getting positive buzz because there's a certain sect of people who like poke their heads up to be like New Japan bad, but their like takes either sound like they never watched it and maybe watched this one match that was getting buzz and then had a bunch of weird slightly incoherent takes, or even better, they don't watch it at all. The last time they watched New Japan was like 10 years ago, and they just had to have some fucking take anyway for some reason, which I've never really understood why New Japan in particular seems to get this level of like people who don't watch it feeling like they need to have takes. Like it seems like they get that more than almost any promotion besides maybe WWE.
I think it's a thing where New Japan is popular enough and there's enough discourse online to where people who don't watch it feel like they do need to have a take to feel like to show that, oh yeah, I know what's going on. I'm informed. I don't watch just the American companies. I think that's
probably a big part of it. Yeah, and there's also like the people who are like the quote unquote deep hero people who have always kind of hated it, but I don't know. A lot of those people don't really give that many New Japan takes, so it's really more. There's like a whole group of AEW fans now who always feel the need to have New Japan takes despite not watching it. Used to get WWE fans who did that in the 2010s, but now they'd more do that towards AEW. But it's always interesting. New Japan discourse always very interesting. I feel like Stardom's starting to get a little bit of that too now, where like there's a whole Stardom hater contingent who like often feels like they don't even watch it, or at best they watch it like a hyped match here or there, and then like give sometimes very bizarre takes. And there's some people who just watch it and don't like it, and especially I feel like people who were more into it pre-Teru Okada. But yeah, there's a lot of takes flying around as always.
Of course.
The first stuff we'll talk about was from the Korakuen Hall show, the Road to Sakura Genesis 2026 from Korakuen Hall on Thursday, April 2nd. This show did an attendance of 1,476, so basically a sellout. especially since New Japan never opens the second balcony for reasons I've never understood or ever heard explained. The only match I watched besides the two junior, I think I watched the 6-man with Suji and Callum too, but I didn't even take any notes on it. It was very quick. It was like 5 minutes and 20 seconds anyway. But the only other one I watched was Takeshida's Young Lion match against Tatsuya Matsumoto, which he won in 6:35 with the Blue Thunder. Don't have a ton of takes on it, really. It was a pretty fun little, underdog young lion match with, I thought Tatsuya showed some nice young boy fire, and thought he looked good here. So I went like 3 1/4. Thought it was pretty good. There's a lot of Takeshita takes flying around, which I want to talk about more when we get to his match on Sakura Genesis, because there's a lot. I have some things to say about that.
I quite enjoyed this. It was pretty standard. Young lion versus veteran. I do want to note that Takeshita took Tatsuya to the outside and hit him with, I think it was a suplex or something, and I was like, kind of surprised by that, but I guess it does make sense in that match with Shota ringside. But
yeah,
I think
makes sense.
I think that's one of the first times I've seen a veteran take a young boy to the outside like that, unless I'm remembering wrong.
One thing I forgot to mention before we got into the New Japan stuff that I wanted to remember to plug, for people listening who are interested in the Mania weekend, like Japanese wrestling stuff, which we're not really covering on this show. I don't have any plans to do a show. Even I'm going to Vegas next week for Mania weekend, but I don't really have any plans to do audio on it. There's so many Japanese shows that those 2 weeks that I need to cover that, like, I don't really have time to do audio, like a preview or reviews or anything. So I doubt we're going to cover any of that. I don't even know when I'm going to watch the Japanese shows while I'm in Vegas. It's going to be quite the challenge, but we'll figure it out. But I did do audio with Rich Craich with the Flagship, which they put up on their Patreon. So we did like basically every Japanese wrestling show, like a preview of the Dragon Gate show, the Tokyo Joshi show, the Death Vegas Invitational, which only has like 2 matches announced still as I record this now, but we did a little preview on that. The Stardom, the Marvelous, and a little on Spark Joshi, but again, they don't even have a card announced. They just have the talent list. And then we also did like a fun little overview of like all the other bookings that Japanese wrestlers have taken throughout Mania weekend, which there's some really fucking random ones. Like Minoru Suzuki is apparently flying all the way to Japan, all the way to the US, to appear at like a WrestleMania watch party over the course of 2 days. And it's like a weird WrestleMania watch party where they're going to have their own matches, which like it starts at 2:00, which is the same time as WrestleMania. So I don't know, or I think it is anyway, 2 Pacific. So I don't know if they're doing matches during like the commercial breaks in WrestleMania, which are very long.
Yeah.
Or
some of the promo packages are so long in those.
They're like 40 minutes or some shit, right? Sometimes we do promos and commercials. But so that wouldn't be a bad idea. Or if they're just going to have a little show after the Mania or whatever, I'm not really sure. But either way, he's apparently going to be there. This is only bookings for the entire weekend. And Kenta is appearing on the Juggalo show. And like, again, that's his only booking. So he's flying all the way here just to do the Juggalo show, which is very random. I don't know if he's going to fight Vince Russo or what, but it's very, very random. So yeah, we went over all those other random appearances, which was cool. We did like over 2.5 hours. So it was definitely like a thorough look on all the Japanese wrestling stuff over Mania weekend. And the cool thing is it's technically on the Patreon, but it's on their free tier. So you don't actually have to subscribe or pay money in order to listen to it. You just have to sign up for a free account, basically. So I'll put a link in the show notes. Again, it's on the Flagship Patreon. If you want to hear me and Rich go through all the WrestleMania weekend stuff, it was fun audio. One of those can usually tell when you're doing fun or not fun audio. And it was definitely fun to record at least. So, okay, back to this. The IWGP Junior Tag Team titles. Taiji Ishimori and Robbie X defeated Francisco Akira and Jacob Austin Young. It was Robbie pinning JAY in 1811 with the X Express. The results surprised me a little bit, I guess, before I get into anything. I kind of thought, it was only their first defense. So, it's not a huge shock that they retained. but I kind of thought they would want to put both heat on the United Empire and also like do something for JAY to not go into Best in Super Junior as like a total jobber. But I guess they don't really care, you know. I mean, he's probably going to not have a great record anyway. But you know, I thought more for Akira, who they've been making look like a threat since the heel turn. But yeah, they did have Robbie and Taiji retain here instead. So were you surprised by that result too at all? Or did you just think they were going to retain?
I was relatively surprised. I wasn't. I'm not going to say I was shocked, but I did think Akira and Austin were going to win that.
Yeah.
Just because, again, it felt like United, as we're going to continue on, United Empire as a faction seemed to be having a lot of momentum. So it just felt like that would be the thing to do, especially with Akira, who's been doing a lot of great work for a long time now, especially with the heel turn and everything, just to give him something. Because we got Best of Super Juniors coming up, and I don't think they're going to give him that. So it's like, what are we doing with these guys, to be honest?
Yeah, because obviously it's a heel as junior champion, and when we talk about who the next challenger is going to be, he's almost certainly going to be the champion still coming out of Best of Super Junior. So they're not going to do heel versus heel, you would think. So yeah, he's not winning that. Continues to be really funny to me that they do this separate entrance theme for a the separate entrance gimmick that they like LIJ style for the unit called United Empire, and JAY especially has like possibly the most generic theme song in wrestling history. Yeah. And it really stands out in New Japan, especially where like so many of the theme songs are really, really great. And he's just like, he has like the most generic, like butt rock song of all time.
Yeah. Everything about Jay is kind of generic, which I don't want to be too harsh on him because this was a pretty great match and he did quite well in it, but he is quite generic. But yeah, this was a pretty good match. I feel like Robbie X has done really well recently. When he came in, I did think he was a bit too flippy, and it was a very like, I don't know how to explain it other than very American wrestling filled with the amount of like superfluous flips he would do. But I feel like he's toned it down a little bit, especially with Taiji, and they've got a great tag going, to be quite honest.
Robbie, the other theme song side, we had Robbie's like evil teapot intro going right to Ishimori's theme. I love that. That was really funny. I enjoyed it. I think that might have been the first time they debuted that, unless I just didn't notice before this mashup of their themes, but it was like evil teapot into the Ishimori theme. It was very funny.
Yeah, that was great.
Taiji's tights still have the War Dogs logo somehow. It's like, buddy, it's fucking April. It's time to let this go. The unit broke up 3 months ago. You got to get some new tights, buddy. It's kind of funny.
I didn't realize he still had those. I remember that he still had them like a month after War Dogs broke up. I didn't realize he had them on now still. It is kind of shocking, to be honest.
Yeah, like, come on, like, get your gear person on the phone, dude. Like, let's get some new gear. This match, I thought it was really great too. I'd say like the first 10 minutes didn't have a ton of blowaway stuff, but it was pretty good action. It was just, the kind of match where it wasn't boring, but it wasn't like blowing me away. But the stretch run, the pretty much the entire last 8 minutes, Korakuen was going crazy, which always helps. And when Korakuen's going this crazy for these junior title matches, I can see the argument for putting them on Korakuen. Obviously, it sold out the building. So, which is not, like, it's harder for New Japan to sell out Korakuen for non-special shows than people probably think. I mean, this would be, if you don't count Fantastica Mania, because, Fantastica Mania obviously is a very special thing, but more CMLL than New Japan. This would easily be New Japan's biggest number in Korakuen so far this year. I mean, before this show, leading up to, before the show, again, kicking out Fantastica Mania, their best number was 1231, and they were averaging only 1127, which, they're like, I think 4th or 5th place when I keep track of the Korakuen attendances. Korakuen average attendance so far, they're behind like Tokyo Joshi and All Japan and allegedly Dragon Gate. Obviously Stardom and Noah. but like they do run it more often than all those promotions except Stardom. But they run much smaller cards in this building than most of these promotions, again, except with the exception of Stardom a little bit. But so it's harder for them to sell it out than people probably think. And the fact that putting these junior title matches here does sell it out, I'm sure that's nice. I'm sure they that's part of why they do it, not just for the aesthetic reasons, but like it does. I'm sure these matches probably were a little better than they would have been on the undercard of Ryogoku. Not that Ryogoku wouldn't have been hot for them necessarily, but they were probably hotter here than they would have been.
Yeah, it's also a thing where I don't hate the idea of putting some title matches on Korakuen shows, but it's when it's consistently the junior titles before every big show, and they're always on Korakuen. It's like
I get you. They should mix it up.
It's like I don't know if the Never Six Mans would sell out Korakuen, but they could have done that, or it just
not with this matchup.
No, not but it feels like there's somewhat of a good idea here, but the fact that it's constantly the junior titles, it just disconnects them from everything. And then
they should mix in the World TV or the Never, or like I don't know, maybe the heavyweight tag titles feel a little too big now, and especially they got away with it for New Year's Dash, which I thought it was great at New Year's Dash, because giving it the main event slot there made more sense than giving it like deep in the undercard of Wrestle Kingdom. But for most non-Wrestle Kingdom shows, they're going to be like semi-main or at worst like third from the top now, so it makes way more sense to have them on those shows. But yeah, I thought this was really great down the stretch, and I went 4 stars on it, so enjoyed it a lot.
Yeah, I'd say this was up there for one of my favorite matches of Road 2 and then Sakura Genesis itself. Definitely preferred it than the main event. To be honest.
Here's where we're going to disagree, because now I feel like here on Easter Sundays when we're recording this part, I feel like Bugs Bunny posing with the gun, saying Lord forgive me, it's time to go back to the old me, because I've been hating on the house most of this year so far without Evil, including almost all the Doki junior title matches, and I fucking love this match. I can't really pretend I didn't. I thought this was awesome. Doki defeated Yo in 2101 with the suplex de la Luna to make his third defense. So it started out with Yo raking Doki's eyes from inside the ring while he was like standing on the apron doing his pose. And he tried to go for the Evil right away, but Doki took a powder. And again, Yo was so fucking over here that it makes, first of all, it blows my mind how over he is in Japan still, and they desperately wanted to see this man win his first junior title. And, it's one of these things where it feels like, obviously some of the Western versus Japanese fan stuff can be a little overblown, but the Yo stuff isn't. I mean, a lot of Western fans have no time for Yo, and he's very over in Japan on pretty much all the time. So that is definitely a big disconnect there. Yo is benefited by the fact that he's a attractive man, and a lot of the Japanese crowds, are very, very female heavy, and the women love their twinks, and that's totally fine. That's I respect it. I'm definitely not saying that's totally it's a very, very valid reason to like a wrestler, but yeah, I mean, I just think his goofy charm plays more with some of the Japanese fans than it does with a lot of the Western Puro types too, which makes sense.
I think obviously he's been going on a journey emulating people, so the Ultimate Chaos or whatever that he did for Best of Super Junior Final, the Evil thing is so incredibly over. I'll give him that. That's so fun as well.
So he tried to do the old Evil baseball swing with the chairs. Fucking Red Shoe stopped him. I'm like, motherfucker, how many years was Evil doing this shit? And I don't think I ever saw you stop him once. So it's like, oh, what? Is Evil's your special boy? He could do it, but Yo can't? I was just like, okay. And that let Doki, hit him in the back of the legs with his iron pipe. Doki was just targeting Yo's leg for a bit after that. I popped so big for Yo bringing back the evil, running his opponent in the timekeeper's table. He didn't give a fuck. He didn't give a fuck that the Sacho was there. He is like, Tanahashi, you're going down. And it was so funny. Crowd was so into Yo here. I thought Yo was selling the leg well. He even remembered to do the lift one leg up because you can't hold the bridge thing on a dragon suplex hold, which is a spot I love when almost anybody does it. Doki, he pulled his glass board out, and then he just turned and nailed Master Wato with it on commentary. I was fucking crying watching that. It was like so perfect because he just takes the board out and you're like, he's going to use it now. And he just turns and waffles poor Wato. And he's like, I'm not even going to let you come and try to make the save, asshole. And I was just fucking cracking up so hard just watching Doki just plaster the poor master. Plaster the master.
Plaster. I will say that Yo did also do the Ashimatsu. I can't pronounce it. The Tanahashi.
Yeah.
Yes, the Tanahashi I love you immediately after crunching him, which got
that was great.
a big pop. Yeah, that got a big pop for me. And then the Wato thing I kind of somewhat conflicted on because it is very funny, but it's also kind of a sign of how much Wato's fallen since his Best of Super Juniors win, where he's kind of just a joke now.
Yeah, no, it's true.
A little bit of a shame, but we have Kosei Fujita now, I guess.
Yeah, the world needs plumbers too, so. Yo took the black sheet of metal, whatever the fuck, away from him, nailed him in the head with it. Then he hit the Darkness Falls on Doki for a near fall. Then he went with the Darkness Scorpion. The only part of the house thing that I cannot stand still is when Sho ran out and rang the bell. Oh, the part that I can't stand in this match, I should say, was when Sho ran out and rang the bell. For some friggin' reason, everyone still acknowledged it. I'm like, we all know it's fucking house ringing the bell, guys. Like, come on now. Kanemaru ran out. The ref got bumped again. Yo super kicked Kanemaru away. He drank the whiskey, and then he fucking made out with Sho when he blocked the whiskey spit at first. And the girls in the crowd were squealing so hard. And then Yo gave him the evil. Now, again, a non-consensual kiss. Not a great thing, but I think if you can remove that aspect of it, it was a very funny spot. So,
yeah. How many times have they done that now? I swear this is like the third time they've done that spot. It gets over every time, so I'm not blaming them, but it's very funny where now Yo in sort of kayfabe does just want to kiss Sho all the time.
Well, there's a lot of sexual tension there, so.
I mean,
Doki, the greatest face turn of all time for Sho would be if like he actually kisses him back or something, or like he initiates the kiss.
He initiates it. I think that's how they need to do it.
Doki tries to hit Yo with the iron pipe again. Yo stops him and hits a pair of really awesome lariats. Marty Asami runs down. Doki immediately shoves Yo into him, which was very fucking funny. Kenta Sato ran out next, but also got shoved in the exposed buckle. Doki finally low blowed him on like the fourth try. And then Dick Togo ran out, helped Doki give him the magic killer, which I thought Dick like helping Doki in the end was like kind of I don't know, like an appropriate way for Doki to win this match given all the evil stuff. And then they did the evil chair assault before they threw another ref in the ring. Doki then delivered the evil, but Yo kicked out, and Doki hit the suplex de la Luna, and that was finally the pin. I can't really apologize for this one. I thought it fucking ruled. I went 4 1/4 on it. I enjoyed the hell out of it. And the crowd, again, when the crowd is going absolutely insane the entire time, it always helps these house matches. They very rarely do that for Red Narita, which is a big fucking problem. And obviously when they do it for Evil, so they used to do it for Evil, which made those Evil matches a lot better. And sometimes those Evil matches would click, and the spirit of Evil was in the building here, and this one clicked. I love the hell of this match.
Yeah, I'd say I wouldn't say I love this. I did really enjoy it. I do think that House does benefit from Korakuen a lot. It feels like every great House match I can think of has happened in Korakuen, which I don't know if it's the atmosphere or the hardcore fans or whatever it is, but it does feel like they get their best in that venue specifically.
Yeah, they've had some in Ryogoku too that are really good too, like that. At least really funny ones, like the evil Shingo match at Sakura Genesis last year.
Yeah.
So the Tokyo fans go with it more than a lot of other fans. So, and Tokyo Dome too has had some really great ones, like the evil Sonata one. So
Yeah.
it's a lot of Tokyo is probably definitely the best house building. Tiger Mask came out to be the next challenger. So he will challenge, presumably on the Dontaku Tour. As we're recording, they don't have Dontaku cards yet. I'm hoping they might. Maybe if we get lucky, but it'll probably be later tonight, later tomorrow, Japan time. But I'll keep checking in case they have it by the end time we're done with the review. But yeah, presumably that'll be somewhere on the Dontaku Tour. And yeah, Tiger Mask said he wants to retire as champion. He's retiring in July, so I don't like his chances, I will say, but it's cool they're giving him a chance. So that's I don't dislike that or anything.
I feel like it's a thing where if he's wanting to have the title match before he's retiring, it's fair enough, but it's also a thing where, yeah, he's got no chance of winning, to be quite honest. Nor do I think it's going to be a great match or anything, but that's not really the point, I guess.
Yeah, it's just a nice little moment for him, I guess. But yeah, he's just gonna take the glass to the face and lose. So what are you gonna do?
Yeah.
That brings us to the Sakura Genesis show itself, which was yesterday, as I'm recording this, Saturday, April 4th, from Ryogoku. The attendance was 6,009, so it's definitely down. This is the first big New Japan number that actually was down from last year. Last year was 6,640. The Goto Finley one that I was at, and then 2 years ago was 6632 for Naito Tsuji. So down about 600 fans from both those years. Not a huge surprise, I guess. Last year was like I would call it the peak of Goto Mania after he won the title. The fans were like, this might be a little lost to time, but the fans were like really into Finley when he won the New Japan Cup. Like I remember being at that show and seeing a ton of War Dogs merch. They were like, very into like seeing, I think because Finley had been there for so long, I think there were a lot of like longer time fans that were into seeing Finley, get the title shot and win the New Japan Cup and get the title shot at Ryogoku, because it did feel like a surprising number of fans they were into him, were like behind him in that match when I was there. It's not like they're not into Callum, which we're going to talk about, but and obviously you had the Tanahashi retirement tour, but not that was a huge draw throughout the entire year. But yeah, down a little bit, not down a ton. Also got outdrawn by Dream Queendom in December, which was 65-63. So, obviously I don't think this number is any kind of disaster, but it definitely, it's notable that it's down at least a little bit. So we'll see what Dontaku and Dominion end up looking like. And see if this becomes more of a trend. Obviously, New Beginning in Osaka was still a sellout. New Japan Cup Final was down only a teensy bit, I think like 200 or 300. So we'll see, I guess, as the year goes on. But obviously, it's also a bit of a rebuilding year, so I think you can live with like small drops. Yeah,
having those small drops isn't really anything to write home about, especially when you're trying to make new stars. I don't think.
Yeah,
it's an issue at all.
The kickoff match, the dark match here, was Masutara Yasuda and Kushida defeating Taisei Nakahara and Tatsuya Matsumoto. It was Yasuda submitting Nakahara in 8:05 with a Boston Crab. Fun little match here. Some really good mat-based action from Kushida and Matsumoto, I thought in particular. So good to see Kushida back. Obviously, he's going to be in Best of Super Junior, as they announced earlier in the week. And we'll get to all the blocks because they announced that during this show. But yeah, 3 stars. Fun little match.
Yeah, I thought this was relatively fun. Matsumoto does have a great sort of rolling knee bar that I did notice I went for that a couple times, and that looks pretty great. Yeah, not much to talk about here, just pretty standard.
Yeah, a lot of these, a lot of undercard ones are going to be like that. But the opening tag on the main show was Hartley Jackson and Kosei Fujita beating Togi Makabe and Master Wato. It was Hartley pinning Makabe in 702 with the Jagged Edge. So they had originally going to be Tiger Masking with Makabe here and Wato later in the show, but they switched them when they had when Tiger Mask gave his junior title challenge. So Wato got bumped down to the opener and also lost. So yeah, it continues. Although he didn't take the pin, but yeah, not a great week for Wato really.
No.
But yeah, not a lot to this one, really. I mean, Hartley and Makabe really worked most of it, which you wouldn't really expect. And it was quite slow, which I'm sure you would expect if they were going to work most of it. So yeah, like 2.5, just very average match.
Yeah. Was kind of surprised with Makabe actually taking a couple bumps and taking the Death Valley driver as well. But not really much going on here either.
Then we had a 6-man tag, which was Shingo Takagi, Taiji Ishimori, Robbie X defeating Jake Lee, Francisco Akira, and Jacob Austin Young. Poor JAY takes the pin again. Shingo pinning him at 8-11 with the Last of the Dragon. Jake Lee came out here in a full plastic clown mask. So very funny. I love Jake. I can't even pretend I don't. I don't give a shit how bad his matches are, or whatever people say. I don't even think they're as bad as.
He's genuinely amazing. I want to sit down and see how his mind works. Did you see the post-match promo that Callum did backstage?
I haven't gotten a chance. Didn't get a chance to watch it, no.
Jake Lee came out with like a confetti gun. He just randomly pulls it out from like off screen and just comes in with a confetti gun. It's amazing.
That is awesome. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna watch that. That sounds incredible. Big chant for Robbie. The crowd was just wowed by this man's flippy doos. Shingo gets to clean house on the two United Empire Juniors for a while, which is also fun. He's getting the next title shot, as we would find out later, so it makes sense. Yeah, he put away Jay with the pumping bomber and the Last of the Dragon after some nice dives from his partners. And this was one of those New Japan undercard 6-mans that really over-delivered, which can happen sometimes on the bigger shows when everyone's trying hard. So yeah, like 3.5. Quite a good match.
Yeah. Sorry.
Then we had the 8-man tag, which was Aaron Wolf, Tiger Mask, Yo, and Toriano, defeating Don Fale, Doki, Sho, and Yoshinobu Kanemaru. It was Wolf submitting Kanemaru in 7-12 with the reverse triangle choke. This was the opposite of the last one. This was not a New Japan undercard multi-man tag that over-delivered. It was quite bad, in fact. So Wolf, the one cool spot was Wolf deadlifting Kanemaru up onto his shoulders for a sort of like sit-out Death Valley driver. That looked cool. They submitted him right after. But the rest of this match was boring as shit, so it gets a 2 stars from me. Pretty bad.
I think the coolest thing in this match didn't happen in the match. It was a post-match when Wolf got Farley up into the angle slam and then pinned him for the 3 as well with, I think it was Yano counting.
Yeah, Yano count. Yeah, Yano count. That was cool. It's like, this is the strongest they've made Wolf look in a while, so maybe they're trying to start the rebuild process for him before people think he's probably going to win the Never back from Narita at Dominion.
Yeah, I think it's definitely the plan to have him win the Never back, but for now he's got to deal with Donald.
Yeah, I got to deal with the Don. After that, we got the Best of Super Junior announcements. So there were 2 wrestlers left they had not announced before this. They'd announced everybody else throughout the week, and there were Nick Wayne and Ju Kasai. So Nick Wayne, your AEW representative for the 2nd straight year. That's fine. I mean, I thought he was pretty good last year. A little boring, I guess, to have the same guy back 2 years in a row, but there's definitely way worse options on the AEW roster. That's for fucking sure. We don't have Hook. We don't have Hook in this fucking thing, or Wheeler Utah stinking it up again like he did that one year. Jun Kasai, obviously a very cool name. It got an enormous reaction, as you probably expect. People, he outside of a death match situation, he's going to be interesting. I mean, he's not a spring chicken, that is for sure. So I'm going to be interested to see how he holds up doing a Best of Super Junior tour. But it's interesting. I mean, it's definitely an interesting name. I'm very surprised he's not in the same block as Despy. I'll give the blocks in a second. But I don't know if that means they're going to meet in the semifinals or something, because last year they didn't do a semifinals, but this year the tour is 14 shows versus 13 last year, so that would suggest a semifinal again. Although the semifinal show would really be in Gunma, which is like okay. But yeah, I'll give the blocks real quick and then we can give thoughts. A block is Doki, Master Wato, Ryusuke Taguchi, Francesco Akira, Robbie X, Nick Wayne, Titan Valiente Jr. from CMLL, Kosei Fujita, and Jun Kasai. B block is Yo, Desfi, Daisuke Sasaki from DDT, Kushida, Robbie Eagles, Jacob Austin Young, Taiji Ishimori, Hyo from Dragon Gate, which is very interesting that he's doing this show, even with the rumors flying around that Dragon Dai is about to jump. But he's still doing the Best Super Junior. That might have been a deal they came to a while ago, because he was also in that Concerta thing, the bodybuilding contest back in December, and won it actually. So that might have been a deal they cut a long time ago and just didn't want to cancel. So and you can tell he's excited for it because he was tweeting about it even before he was announced as being in. So but yeah, he always in it, and then Sho and Yoshinobu Kanemaru. The outsiders are cool. I mean, Sasaki again is old, but he does a lot of stick in DDT these days. But I wouldn't say I'm unexcited to see him. I mean, I think he has some interesting matchups in the B block. Hyo is, I don't know, Hyo is not one of my favorite Dragon Gate guys. I mean, he's much better in multi-man tags than he is in singles matches, at least for me. There's quite a few guys on the Dragon Gate roster I would have rather seen in this. I would have rather seen Mochizuki Jr. I would have rather seen Tanaka. I'm trying to think who else. There's other guys for sure. KZ would have been cool. Obviously they have no shortage of junior sized wrestlers, and there's quite a few that would have made for a more exciting announcement. Even fucking like having Dragon Kid in after all this time would be cool. But yeah, I mean, he's not bad or anything. I just don't think he's gonna blow people away. Especially not people who aren't already or people aren't already fans or Dragon Gate fans, especially. But it's an interesting name, and we'll see. And I get why he's in. I mean, he's, again, speaking of very attractive man, he's a very attractive man. So, I'm sure the female fans are going to love him. But yeah, of the two blocks, A definitely looks much deeper. A has a lot of cool matchups there. I wouldn't say B looks bad, but A looks a little deeper to me.
I'd say B looks very, I don't want to use the word stale, but kind of stale. It's a lot of the older names that we've seen in the competition for years now. So Ishimori, Eagles, Yo, Desperado, Sho, Kanemaru still in there. He's getting quite old. But compare that to the top block where you have a lot of the younger wrestlers in there with both of the CMLL guys. Robbie X has only been in Best Juniors, Super Juniors once, I think. So I think that might be what's making me prefer A block, to be quite honest. It's a lot of the old guard in B block.
He was also an injury replacement last year, which I remember that was interesting. But yeah, we'll see. I mean, last year's tournament, for people who don't remember, was pretty not good. I mean, it was also booked very boringly. It just wasn't. There were some great matches, like there were a few, like Kushida. God, who the fuck?
Kushida, remember that? Kosei Fujita.
Kushida Fujita. Yeah,
where they went bare feet.
Yeah. And that's not happening this year. I mean, Mao had a lot of really great ones. He's not in this year, obviously. I mean, Mao is a tough act to follow for the outsiders here. I mean, he was really good last year and definitely one of the highlights. I wouldn't quite expect the same output out of Sasaki at this stage of his career.
From the outsiders, I think the best, from what I know at least, is probably going to be the CMLL guys. So Titan, obviously, going to the finals a couple of years ago and having that amazing tournament. He is in the same block as Wato again, so
Yeah.
we'll see if they can live up to that at all, I guess.
I wouldn't expect another 5-star match, but
no. We'll see, I guess.
Valiente seems to get a lot of hype from CMLL fans. Like they've told me he's one of the better wrestlers over there now, so that'll be interesting. And yeah, Nick Wayne, he had a pretty good tournament last year. I didn't dislike him.
Yeah, Nick Wayne was perfectly solid, I think, last year. We'll see if he gets any better, I guess. But
yeah,
being in AEW, I don't know how often he's wrestling or anything, so
actually,
probably not often.
Let's look this up because it's always fucking hilarious when we look these up, and it's like, okay, so last year, Nick Wayne wrestled 36 matches, which is hilarious because he was in Best of Super Junior last year, so he only wrestled 15 matches in AEW. And in New Japan, he wrestled 13 matches. So he almost wrestled as many matches in New Japan on one tour as he wrestled in the entire year in AEW. Now, he did wrestle another 6 Ring of Honor matches. Oh, man. So, it's just very fucking funny. I mean, these guys just never fucking wrestle in over there. It's no wonder nobody ever fucking improves. He hasn't wrestled all in AEW this year. So he's wrestled 3 matches in Ring of Honor. In February and March. I don't think he's hurt or anything. Maybe he was hurt at the start of the year or something. I mean, I'm sure one of the AW viewers can tell us. But yeah, he wrestled February 21st, March 1st, and March 22nd in Ring of Honor, and that's his entire. And he's still the Ring of Honor World TV Champion. God, how long has he had that belt? Since April 2025. It's going on a full year now. So, yeah, I mean, so many people in the Tony Converse just barely ever wrestle. So, I mean, it's a great schedule. Now, the other side of that, obviously, if you're, Kenny Omega or somebody like that who's like, wrestled a very full career, it's a great schedule to save your body and, try to get as much mileage out of as you can. But like, yeah, there's no wonder they suck at developing young wrestlers because these people just never fucking wrestle. Like, you cannot get better working 15 matches a year.
That's the thing. Nick Wayne's probably going to make as much improvement as he can through this tour and then just have like 10 matches for the rest of the year. And it's like...
Yeah. It's just such a stupid way to book a wrestling promotion. And like, especially when it comes to like developing talent. Like, I don't know how they still... Like, they have all that money. Like, the stuff they spend a shitload of money on talent, obviously. And the stuff they don't spend money on always boggles my mind. It's like, they don't have real developmental still after all this fucking time because Ring of Honor clearly isn't it. And they don't have, their production to me is frequently very underwhelming, especially like set design and stuff, which I talked about, like thinking the Wrestle Kingdom set this year looked way cooler than pretty much any AEW set I can ever remember. And it's like, just, I don't know, they just like spend some of your fucking money elsewhere. Like, sign one less person and just spend some of that fucking money on something else. It's like, I don't know. Whatever. That's just what they choose to spend their money on. Then we get into that. There's your obligatory AW barrel, everybody. 6-man tag. Speaking of AW, Will Ospreay, Hanare, and Great Okan defeating Yu Uemura, Taichi, and El Desperado. Ospreay pinning Taichi in 14:54 with the Stormbreaker. The crowd was very hot for Ospreay's return here, and he looked extremely happy to be there. He spent hours on Twitter afterwards, like retweeting every fucking photo that a single Japanese fan took of him. So, which you sure don't see him doing for the average Dynamite or whatever. So, you could tell he was really, really thrilled to be there. This match was a fucking blast. I mean, it was carried by all the Ospreay Taichi stuff that they had set up beforehand in a backstage promo. Taichi basically calling the company out for just letting Ospreay walk back in the door, basically. And, their stuff was extra heated as a result. Ospreay, pinned him at the end of a very electric exchange. This may as well have been a singles match between the two for especially the entire final stretch. Friend of the show, Jay Michael from Voice Wrestling DM'd me and said that Taichi's his favorite Ospreay opponent ever. And I'm not even sure I disagree. I mean, I'm sure to some people that will be like blasphemy, but these two, they had such incredible matches together towards the end of Ospreay's New Japan run, and they had all the same magic here. I mean, they were fucking great in there together. I went 4 stars on this. I thought it fucking ruled. So just a great match.
So for context, as I was growing up and as I was watching New Japan, Will Ospreay is probably in my favorite match ever, and that was the 2019 Best of the Super Junior final.
I can drop the I was there bomb again.
Hey, you're literally all my favorite matches. But yeah, I am quite a big Ospreay fan, even though at times he really irritates me with some of the bad habits he can get into. So it was just really cool seeing him back in New Japan. It might be a thing where I think it was Taichi in the backstage promo did say we don't need you anymore, which it is funny that he's came back now that we do have guys like Callum and Suji and all these people going towards the top. But yeah, just cool to see him. And yeah, Taichi, I think I agree with you on the Taichi take on him being Ospreay's best opponent. Just a little stuff like Ospreay went for the quad kicks. Taichi just fucking no-sold him and started hitting the quad kicks on Ospreay, which I think was great. But yeah.
Now, Ospreay is making very clear this is not a one-time return. He is going to be in New Japan regularly. I mean, he was... let me see what the exact way he worded it. He said he came back to Japan after 2 years, and the 10th anniversary of his first arrival was so special to him. He wants to be the bridge that bonds AEW and New Japan, and one of his decisions behind signing with Tony Khan was because he was cool enough to let his talent work there. And then some fan, asked him, a Japanese fan, which, the translating being whatever else you think of X or AI or anything, the translation is much better now. And a Japanese fan asked him, is it because of contractual obligations that you haven't been able to come to Japan until now? Have the contract terms changed recently? Anyway, I'm glad you're back. And Ospreay quote tweeted and said, not at all. I wanted to give my body a little break because I didn't know how it was going to feel doing long haul flights weekly. I still live in the UK, and between balancing being a dad full time with New Japan and AEW would have been too much for my body and mind. So he's acting like he's going to be around. I mean, that's pretty much what he's saying. Obviously, no one expects him to be on Road 2 shows or whatever, but he did say he's going to miss Dominion, which sucks for me again since I'm going to that. But because he's marrying his wife a day later, which I didn't know they weren't married, honestly. I just kind of thought they were already. But the rumor going around, I don't think this is confirmed or anything yet, but there's a rumor going around he's going to be on Dontaku instead now. So we'll see for that. And I don't think it conflicts with any AEW pay-per-view. Because, the May AEW pay-per-view is the end of May. I think it's Double or Nothing. So I don't think Dontaku would conflict with anything for AEW. So yeah, it sounds like he's going to be around. Obviously as we're going to get to with the storyline at the end of the main event, the long-term storyline is going to be him and Callum, which I would suspect, I guess it could be Forbidden Door, but I would suspect it's probably going to be Wrestle Kingdom next year. That would be my expectation. So, he'll be around. The Taichi point that we don't need you as much anymore is, an interesting point, and there's going to be that tension, I feel like, with the, the New Japan people who never left, and there's another angle involving an AEW person that we're going to get to too. But, I think it's cool to have him around. I'm not going to say I don't appreciate having him around. And, it adds to a feeling, the quote unquote, we're so back type feeling, but it feels like people want to be there again. And it feels like, things are a little hotter. There's more people on, social media who were down on it in recent years seem to be much higher on it. And it makes sense because they're finally doing the kind of stuff that people wanted them to do for the last few years, but just pushing the young talent that they have that are obviously very talented, as we've seen, in the New Japan Cup, when having outstanding matches, pretty much everything that didn't involve the fucking House of Torture was outstanding in the Cup. So, there's a buzz again. It's New Japan under the current Gedo regime. The buzz can dissipate very fast, as we've seen in recent years, but they do feel like they're on solid ground at the moment with the young talent they have. I saw Ibu, backup Hangman, who made the point, he's been very high on them lately, and he's a guy who has not been that high on them in recent years. And his whole point was like, this is currently, like, if you have I think, we'll try to think the exact way he worded it. It was something like, a young generation with Yota Tsuji, Shota Umino, Yuya Uemura, and Ryohei Oiwa and Callum Newman. Like, a lot of promotions would feel lucky to have like two wrestlers that great, as part of their young generation. So it is a deep young generation, and to that point too, it got to a point where like, this is why everybody was screaming, like, why would you just fucking push these people? And now they're just doing it. So it's not a surprise that like, things are better and things feel better. And maybe a guy like Will Ospreay, maybe that's part of why he wants to be around right now. Who knows? So
yeah, again, the vibes are incredibly good right now. I don't think they're going to do this, but so long as Ospreay doesn't win the main title, which I don't think he will at all, I'm perfectly happy having him around, and he's a great wrestler to have around. So, no, not many complaints there, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, as long that to me is when we're going to get to in a second with Takeshi.
Yeah.
So I don't have any problem with the AEW people being around and being involved in angles and being, showing up regularly. It's the shit with Moxley and then Takeshita being the fucking heavyweight champion and never being around that fucking annoyed the shit out of me. And I think annoyed the shit out of a lot of people, Western and Japanese fans. If they're just going to be around and be involved in storylines and do stuff, I mean, I really don't have any problem with that. So
yeah, Ospreay's clearly there to help get Callum over, which is sure. Let's do that thing, I guess.
The next match was the never open weight. Actually, no. First, there's an angle at the end of this, which plays in the main event angle. So afterwards, Okan and Hanare were beat up Desperado. Ospreay looked on like he's not a big fan of all of this. He might as well have just been like, I'm a babyface, bruv. You could do that better than me. But yes, they basically told him, this is how it is now. But he's just like, we didn't need to do that, did we? That kind of thing. But, that just kind of left it awkwardly, basically. But yeah, he's not down with the new mean United Empire. Now, there is an element to this where it's like, first of all, do you not watch the product, dude? Because they do this stuff all the time now. And second of all, they were heels when you started the group. So It's not like they've never been heels before. So from that point, I get the criticism that's a little illogical. But like, on the other hand, this to me does feel like a kind of thing where I can leave it. I can like let it slide a little bit with like, it's wrestling. It's okay to do an angle where a baby face isn't happy with his boys now being heelish. It's like, that's not a thing that bothers me really.
Yeah. To be fair, by the point that Ospreay did leave, United Empire were clearly more babyface than anything else. So it was a little cringe with the dramatic acting, but not too big a deal. They're clearly setting stuff up.
Yeah, at the point Ospreay left, they were like pretty much fully babyface. So yeah, they definitely. So from that standpoint, you can say it makes sense. Never, but the other hand, again, you should just watch the shows. You can see their heels now. But anyway, never open weight 6-man titles. It was Bishamon and Bolton Oleg defeating the House of Torture, Narita, Yujiro, and Chase Owens. Yoshihashi pinning Yujiro in 12:08 with the Shoto. Chase and Yujiro caught Yoshihashi with trying a baseball slide right away. They sort of like swung him into the railing together. It was kind of a neat little spot, I guess. But yeah, this match wasn't that good. It wasn't very good at all. Pretty much anything involving Ren Narita these days. I do have to point out, too, it makes no fucking sense that Narita lost to Bolton Oleg and in the New Japan Cup, but refused to give him a never title shot at his belt, unless they got a never 6-man title shot first. Like, why the fuck would he get to decide that? Like, the company should clearly just tell him, like, no, bitch, you lost to him. You're putting your title on the line. We don't give a shit if you defend your never six man. You get a never six man title shot first. Like, why does the house have that kind of stroke? It makes no sense. But yeah, I don't know. 2.25. This is below average.
Yeah. I'd say the only notable thing here was the finish to the match with Bolton having ran in the Argentine backbreaker and then basically making watch Bishamon hit the Shoto, which was pretty cool. But other than that, not great.
Then we had the New Japan World TV title match. Konosuke Takeshita defeating Konosuke Takeshita versus Shota Umino, going to a time limit draw in 15 minutes. It's Takeshita's second defense. So weirdly, when I watched this show, I watched it on the Saturday, like in the afternoon Eastern time. And weirdly, there was no English for this match. I don't know what was going on with that. Not sure if it was just a corrupted file, or did you watch it live or anything?
I watched it after the fact. I watched it Sunday morning, my time.
So are you normally English or Japanese? If you're like
normally English. I did find the English, so
the English was on there for this, yeah. So I don't when you watched it. So yeah, I don't know why it wasn't on Saturday. They didn't say. I mean, unless there's some moment where they had to cut something Chris Charlton said about AEW again. I don't know, but probably just a technical error. But yeah, this had a little bit of a slower, more methodical pace than I would have expected early on, given the 15-minute time limit. It's not like it was bad. I think some people went a little overboard on how bad it supposedly was, just because it was a more methodical pace early on. But there were still some decent spots mixed in here or there, like Umino catching him, trying the running knee with this big power palm. That looked really good. He managed to block the running knee a second time and level him with an elbow shot. Takeshita reversed a front suplex and deadlifted him into a brainbuster instead. That looked very cool. That got a 2 count just for the 3-minute remaining call. The crowd started loudly chanting for Shota. Probably the most over I can recall Shota being on a Tokyo show in a while, honestly. So they were really into him here, which is good to see because he's made a lot of improvements lately. The crowd started. I just already said that. I'm sorry. He tried for the running knee himself, but Takeshita drop kicked him to counter, and they hit this big, really big running lariat with 2 minutes left. Just a really outstanding closing stretch, I thought. The crowd's going crazy. They're trading the strikes. Umino hit an enormous reverse Rana after they both escaped each other's finishers, but time is really running out at that point. They traded lariats at the same time before Umino got one more huge one, but he couldn't cover before the time limit expired. I went 4 stars flat on it. Thought it was pretty awesome by the end. It's the rare disappointing 4-star match, I think, because Shota had been so good in the New Japan Cup. And Takeshita, obviously, everybody knows he can go at a high level, in ring. So I was expecting a little more, and I guess part of that is just the first half was more slowly paced than I expected for a 15-minute match. But yeah, I still thought it was great. I still thought it was a great match by the end. But yeah, just expected a little more.
Yeah, I'd say the last sort of 3-4 minutes with them trading the huge bombs were great. It's just, again, the start was a bit sore. Shota still using the SCF for some reason. Still never looks great whenever he does it. I did like the DDTs Shota's doing here. I think 3 of them in a row, which was quite nice. But it feels like with the TV title, no one ever wrestles like it's a 15-minute match until the last 5 minutes.
Yeah, I noticed that too. They have they have a killing time disease in the early part.
Yeah,
especially with the draws.
I think I remember early on when Zach had it. It felt like he was essentially just chasing the submission the whole time. But I don't think anybody else has really done anything with that or tried to do a sprint or anything really. They all act. They treat it like it's a standard match until they get to the 10-11 minute mark, and then they just say, "Let's sprint now." Which kind of kills the whole point of the title.
Umino afterwards seemed to tell Takeshi that he had him, so things aren't over between these two, it looks like. And then Marty Sabi was raising Takeshi's hand. I was like, Marty, he did not win a match. Like, yes, he's still champion. You're not supposed to raise his hand for a time limit draw. It's like, we get he's still the champion, but you don't raise his hand here, Marty. Like, what are you doing? Afterward, we had a mystery man in a white mask and a suit distracting Takeshi so Chase Owens could attack him. Shota came back in to save. The mystery guy fucking vanished, which I thought was really weird. I was like, it felt like he was an optical illusion or something, like how fast he vanished. But yeah, the way the mystery man was grabbing the top rope reminded me of a certain somebody. So I think I might know who this man is. I think he might be a very handsome man who likes skulls a lot, but we'll see. I was also a snake, or I guess now he's a snake. Whatever. Cold needs to tell us that snakes are cold-blooded. I get Sonata, everybody. I don't know why I'm beating around the bush. But yeah, it's probably Sonata. Which I mean, I'd be happy to have Sonata back. Honestly, I'm not going to complain. He's very wacky, and I like my wacky wrestlers, so.
Yeah.
But God, a fucking Chase Owens TV title shot. Fuck off.
I just hope that. I mean, Yujiro got one, but it's Yujiro. There's at least like a likable, sort of funny irony to Yujiro coming out to an open challenge, having a plan in his hometown as well, having a planned, like, advertised Chase Owens title match against Takeshi just seems like hell.
So the stuff I was alluding to earlier, there was a lot of talk on Twitter in the aftermath of this match and in general, because again, I think some people found it even more underwhelming than I did. Again, I liked it a lot still, even though I was expecting a little better, but a lot of people seem to be lower on it than me. I forget, what is it on Cage Match? I'm just curious. But so there was
7.07.
Yeah, so that's like 3.5 level. So they definitely lower than I am, and that was kind of what I saw in the discourse or whatever. So it started a round of like people talking about how Takeshita might have spread himself too thin with his three, being a triple contracted wrestler in New Japan, AEW, and DDT. What I will say to this, I feel like the people who are lowest on this, and lowest on the triple contracted stuff, and most upset about it in general, all seem to be people who are bigger AEW fans than anything else. And, they seem to think it's a reason why he's not getting pushed enough over there. But like, they bring it up though as a reason why the Okada storyline is taking forever. I'm like, I don't see what these two fucking things have to do with each other. Like, the Okada storyline is taking forever because Tony Khan fucking drags out a lot of his angles forever. I mean, they just do a fucking 6-month feud with like Anthony Bowens and Max Caster that like won worst feud of the year last year in the Observer Awards? Like, those two guys aren't triple contracted. Like, he just runs really, really, really long storylines that always feel like they're going to an obvious place and never seem to get there very, very quickly at all. And it's one of the reasons why I thought he was an absurd pick for Booker of the Year last year. And yeah, it's just like, that's just Tony Khan being a bad booker. That's not anything to do with him being triple contracted. But despite being triple contracted, Takeshita works in AEW far more than he works in New Japan, especially DDT. So like, I don't really see how you can blame that, how slow that program has gone and how little they've used him, especially so far this year, like, compared to like his potential or whatever, on him being triple contracted. Now, you could argue maybe it makes them more hesitant to give him big spots or something, but like, I don't know, it just feels like a cop-out to me. He's still there plenty. So, I don't know, it feels like just letting them off the hook. The New Japan side of it, it's like, yes, he's only here for big shows. Again, as I said with Ospreay, I don't mind him showing up, doing a match like this. I don't mind him as TV champion. I don't mind him showing up and doing big matches. I don't mind any of it. The stuff I hated was when he won the G1 and when he won the IWGP title. That shit sucked. And Japanese fans hated it too. But like, if you listen to this match, they don't boo Takeshita anymore, really. They don't seem to dislike having him there. They just did not want to see him as world champion. And especially, I think, as I've talked about before, it seemed to go over with them the worst because he got this title and he got the G1 win before Yota Tsuji, before any of the other young guys of their own, of New Japan's own young generation. And people didn't like it, which I think had as much to do with him being a DDT wrestler as it did with anything AEW. But, but with outside that context, if he's just going to do like mid-card to upper mid-card level stuff, I don't think anybody really dislikes it. I don't dislike it as a New Japan fan. So I kind of feel like this is your shit, AEW fans. Like, this is your thing you got to work out with Tony Khan and ask him why he's taking 10 years to pull the trigger on his stupid storyline. I don't think it really has anything to do with him being triple contracted. And the DDT fans love when he shows up. I mean, the DDT fans don't complain at having him around at all. He's usually extremely over when he shows up and he's as a guest star. So yeah, from a DDT perspective, there's no issue. So the issue here is AEW, I think.
Yeah. I'm happy with Take being around and being an upper mid-card, as you said. Anything more than that just feels like you're giving a guy who's not part of the company too much. I think, like, a couple of years ago when he came in, people were saying give him the IWGP and stuff like that. I don't think there's any point to doing that anymore. We have our own guys now. We have 4, maybe 5 great wrestlers that are young and hungry and like ready to go. We don't need him at the top of the card.
Yeah, totally. So it's just not a thing. So I mean, he could be a challenger for sure, but I don't want to see him get the belt back as long as he's going to be so part time. I mean, really, and by the way, we didn't even mention how the fuck did we say that, or at least I said that shit because I think Ibu put it in his tweet too, and I should have said them, but like, yeah, the Knockout Brothers too are fucking fantastic and part of this young generation. Yeah. So, but yeah, speaking of fantastic, IWGP tag team titles. The Knockout Brothers, Oscar and Yuto Ice, defeating Zack Sabre Jr. and Ryohei Oiwa. Yuto Ice pinning Oiwa in 22-33 with the Cruella to make, or is it not Cruella? Cruella, excuse me, not the villain from the 101 Dalmatians, to make their 5th defense. So this match starts out, the result surprised me a little bit. I kind of thought their second challenge, I thought Zack and Oiwa had a decent shot to win here, even if it was just to drop the belts back to the Knockout Brothers in a month or two. But I don't know, did you think there might have been title change here? Were you surprised at all?
It's one of those things where I did think that Oiwa and Zack were going to win this, but Knockout Brothers have been on such a run that I do totally get just sticking by them and giving the tag titles to them for as long as you can.
Like, make it a generational run. I have no problem with that either. So, and they got their U.S. visas, so one would think they're probably going to be part of Forbidden Door, maybe a big part of it or something. So I guess we'll see. So maybe that could be another reason to keep the titles on them. Not that it should be like a primary reason, but they might want to like spotlight them on that show. Although I don't know if that's a great idea, but
that's also why I was thinking. I'm not sure if AEW fans will see you twice and just instantly like cringe.
Oh, I meant like from a standpoint of like they might get over too much and might want to be signed, because we heard WWE was interested in them like earlier this year already.
Oh yeah, that's true.
But yeah, Oscar just tossed Zack around like a rag doll pretty early in this match. That was very cool. We got a big submission tease a little while later with Zack having Oscar all tied up for a while, but he was like finally able to power his way out of it and make it to the bottom rope. Oiwa like snapped Yuto Ice's arm, which was sick as hell, but Yuto Ice pulled the tape off his own arm and repeatedly nailed the turnbuckle pad in like this big act of defiance. That was awesome. Just the dumbest dumb wrestler sometimes, but that's what we love him. Oiwa just kept going after it again. Yuto fired back with a big forearm while still selling it really well. The crowd was going fucking insane for him at this point. Zack assisted Oiwa in hitting the rolling Chaos Theory German on him by just like hitting this running kick to the back of Yuto in the corner. That was such a neat little spot. He had Zack all tied up in a guillotine on the floor. He's yelling for Oiwa to go, to do it and get it done here. But Yuto kept countering the grip, first with a knee to the gut and then a simple punch to the face. and then he hit the running knee on Oiwa, the Corella, on Oiwa to retain the titles. Fucking awesome match. Incredible psychology, I thought, too. I went 4.5 stars on this. I think the 1-5 match was just barely above it, but that's also possibly live bias talking for me. So it's super close. I mean, they're two outstanding matches. So
I do agree. I do think the New Year Dash one was slightly bad, but this was great. Knockout Brothers are just amazing. I do have to say, both of them, the way they sell is, again, just great. Oscar, I think people always talk about Yuto Ice. Oscar might have an even higher ceiling just because of his height and his size and how good he is at selling and bumping as he is now, let alone in a couple of years.
I mean, that is a great point because, like, for a guy who's like what he's like a legit 6'6" or 6'7", right? Is what we think. What do they bill him as?
I think he's a legit 6'7".
Yeah, they bill him as 6'7", 201 centimeters. Wouldn't surprise me if they're exaggerating up a little bit and he's like 6'6" or maybe even 6'5". But either way, I mean, he's a big fucking dude. And like, you know, obviously for the big dudes, one of the hardest things a lot of the time is bumping and selling. Like a lot of them just don't look good doing it at all. And he's fucking great at it. So, you know, the offense is coming. I mean, like I said, the way he was throwing Zach around like a fucking rag doll in this match was great. But the fact that he, you know, is like, he feels like underrated to me in this team where obviously most people focus on Yuto Ice because it's understandable because Yuto Ice is outstanding. But I think Oscar's a lot better than people give him credit for already. And he's like a fucking, you know, he's not that far into his career. I mean, you know, he's been at this longer than I think people think, because I think he's debuted in New Zealand back in 2019, so it's been like 7 years now. But he was
doing work in WXW as well, I think, before he came over.
Yeah, but I mean, you're only talking about like for Cage Match has him with 8 matches in 19, 4 in 2021, nothing in 2020 for whatever reason, and then like 31 in 2022. You know, before it really ramps up as a young New Japan Young Lion. But so he does, you know, they might be missing some stuff too, but like that's not a lot, obviously. And yeah, he's only 27. He's still, you know, under 30. And, you know, he's already pretty damn good. And the fact, I think he has a higher ceiling than people realize too. I totally agree.
Yeah. Yuto Ice, I do need to say, Yuto Ice is absolutely my boy. Both of these guys are my boys. From the Young Lion stage, I decided these two were my guys, and very happy about that.
Afterwards, the Knockout Brothers called out Bishamon, who they have not yet faced. So they called them out here. Or not like I don't think they faced them yet, right? Because I'm looking at their title defenses. I don't see them in the list of defenses. So. Did they face them in the World Tag League? Let's see. They might have faced them in World Tag League. Obviously, they did. They're in the same block. No, it doesn't look like it. Okay, so I guess they haven't faced them yet. So they called him out, but then Okan Hanare came out first before the Beachman that did come out. I was really worried for a second you're setting up a stupid 3-way, but instead it seems like they're just doing a number one contenders match to decide the next challengers instead. So thank God. Much happier with that. So
I do like that they're doing more of these number one contenders matches again. It helps fill up the road twos and stuff like that.
Yeah,
then,
I mean the Taco tour is especially a long tour, so yeah, I mean it's a lot of like random stops, and even besides Dentaku, there's a bunch of other besides the Korakens, there's like that the one titled show. There's Wrestling Hizen no Kuni in Saga, which is a road 2 that's also got a little special title.
The Red Zone
in Hiroshima, April 25th. So yeah, there's more. This tour needs more like big matches than most tours. So, the main event, IWGP Heavyweight Title, Callum Newman did indeed defeat Yota Tsuji in 24-17 with the make way. So Tsuji fails in his V2. I'm going to save my takes on the result until the end. I want to go through the match first, and then I'll get to like what I thought of the decision to do the title change, because a lot of people crashing out about it. So we'll talk about that. First of all, though, I fucking love that they brought back the montage of all the former champions, world champions included. That's fucking awesome. Please do this forever. It's so great. I was so mad when Noah got rid of it because they got rid of it at some point recently too.
I'm wondering if that was a Tanahashi decision. Now that he's president, it feels like in kayfabe they're trying to put on, say, bring back the V4 as in like a Yota Tsuji decision, but that did happen at the start of the year once. I think literally in New Year Dash the day after Tana retired. So.
Yeah. And like, you know, I get the idea that they don't love how it looks that so many of the recent former champions are in AEW now. But you have, I mean, first of all, at least you have like Ospreay appearing and stuff. And second of all, like, I think enough Japanese fans know the deal with that. It's like, yes, Japan's where people have to go to make money now, especially in the current environment. It's where all the baseball players are going to make money too. So, you know, it's a, you know, it is just kind of a thing. And people kind of understand it. But yeah, especially with foreigners too, you're going to lose a lot of foreigners. You know, Okada not being a foreigner was a much bigger blow. But, you know, they haven't lost another like top level Japanese star to that. I mean, they lost Evil now in WWE, so I guess it's two recent Japanese champions in the montage. But yeah, I think people understand the deal though. And I think it still is a great, you know, just it really gets across the history when you do these montages. It really makes the matches feel much more epic. And I do think it's something that worth having, even despite the downside of, you know, highlighting like, look at all these people who are gone now. But
they had Tana do the ceremonial, like, I don't know what the words are, go through the rule book, for lack of better term.
The proclamation is what they call it.
Yes, they had him do that as well, which is nice to see. I don't remember the last time they did that.
Yeah, I think the idea is to give him a reason to just get in the ring, you know? So it's just cool.
Yeah.
And give people a chance to see him. The whole United Empire came out with Callum in suits here, including Ospreay. It was made for a very cool entrance. Jake Lee in the fucking face paint with the suit on with the rest of them was so fucking funny. Oh my God. I loved it. I'm sure a lot of people were like fucking shaking with rage or whatever, but I was so into it. I mean, it led to a great, this one Japanese fan who like draws these little comics on Twitter had this great little comic of like Ospreay's face and looking at Callum, like looking at like looking at a smiling Jake Lee, in the face paint, you know, holding the fucking stuffed monkey with like a confusion on his face. And like the text is like, did we have a person in the Empire like this before? Like it was just very, very, very funny. But yeah, I mean, it was a cool entrance. The entire rest of the group went and sat down at ringside, except Ospreay, who, you know, stayed in his corner. You know, the first 10 minutes here definitely paced to go long, but I definitely wouldn't call it boring either. And the 10 minutes ended with a really fast-paced, great strike exchange that Callum just leveled Tsuji with a flying lariat at the end of it. Tsuji came back with 2 straight running stomps. The first one on the apron in the corner, and the second one off the apron to the floor. That second one looked like he fucking killed him. That was brutal. Poor Red Shoes gets crushed by a Tsuji stomp and is fucking dead for a while. And for once, again, it felt like the ref being dead for a while made sense. So, with the ref bumped, Newman told Zane J to get a chair. Ospreay stopped them. He told Newman he's better than this, and Newman finally let go of the chair, only to take a running back elbow. Tsuji then hit the Gene Blast, but Red Shoes was still out. And by the time Marty Asami ran out and checked on fucking Red Shoes first for God knows what reason, Newman was able to kick out. Now, did I love this spot? I did not. Did this spot annoy me? It did. But I can live with it, and I didn't ruin the match for anything like that when it's not the fucking finish of the match. Like, you know, again, would I rather not have this at all? I would. They're going to tell their stories. They do the overacting was a little cringe, obviously. I didn't think it was the worst overacting I've ever seen. It didn't make me fucking, I wouldn't say they went full NXT, but it did definitely feel cringe. But again, the fact that they were smart enough not to end with this, and it didn't play into the finish at all. And the actual thing that did play in the finish was far more low-key. So it did not even come close to winning the match for me. Now, reasonable minds can disagree on this. I totally get it for people who just hated this so much. It overshadowed everything else great in the match they did for me. For me, it didn't. For them, I mean. For me, it didn't. For me, this match was so outstanding throughout the rest of it. Maybe I would have gone even higher if not for this, this spot. But it didn't really take it down that badly for me. Now, do you feel differently? Did it really, really bother you?
No. It's a thing where, again, I love Ospreay, but I know that since he's there, we're going to get a little bit of this. I don't mind it too much because, again, it wasn't in the finish and it didn't really affect things too much. But, yeah, it's a thing where you need to know that Ospreay's involved in this. We're probably going to get a little bit of this stuff.
Then Newman countered another Gene Blast with basically a hidden blade to the face, which it was a cool spot, especially with Ospreay there at ringside. It led to a round of the dumbest fucking takes from people who clearly don't fucking watch the fucking product, because there were a lot of people going, look, he's the Ospreay clone. The Ospreay clone is here. Like, look, yes, he did the fucking, the one hidden blade, but there's a spot in the match later where the entire fucking point of the spot, which actually is coming up right after. So he makes the Oscutter pose, but then just turns around and fucking levels Tsuji with the short arm lariat instead, the kiss the crown that he's been doing. Well, the entire point of the fucking spot is that he's his own man. He's not an Ospreay clone anymore. He's not trying to be Will Ospreay. Again, how the fuck you could watch this? It speaks to people who only fucking get their wrestling, who only get their New Japan Pro Wrestling at least, through fucking GIFs, have no idea what the fuck they're talking about, because Callum Newman could not be less of an Ospreay clone. The only thing he has in common with Will Ospreay at this point is they're both British and they're both wrestlers. Like, I don't know what the fuck else he has in common with Will Ospreay. He doesn't really have a Will Ospreay style. He's a way better character heel than Will Ospreay ever fucking was. One of the weakest periods of Will Ospreay's career is his early United Empire work, where I don't think he was a good heel at all. And once he dialed it down and especially stopped doing annoying fucking... He's a zillion times better heel promo than Will Ospreay. And I bet you Will Ospreay himself would probably fucking tell you that. So, yeah. Because Will Ospreay's a pretty good babyface promo, but he was always a pretty cringe heel promo. Callum Newman's already a billion times better heel promo than Will Ospreay ever was. So again... But people saw him, he did the hidden blade, so, he's a Will Ospreay clone. Like, just, you might as well be getting on the internet and saying, hello, I have no idea what the fuck I'm talking about, and I feel the need to give my take anyway. So it's like, because either you didn't watch the match, or you're a fucking idiot. Like, pretty much those are the two options, if you're still saying Colin Newman's a Will Ospreay clone. Anyway.
That's the thing.
There's my rate for the day.
He also went for Oscar on the apron, and he immediately ate shit on that. Which is like, and then he faked the Oscar in the ring and then hit him with the lariat. It's quite clear what they're doing there, but I guess some people don't have the media literacy for that.
Yeah, I guess if you're a moron, I guess I see why he attempted the Oscutter once and didn't work. He did the hidden blade, and then the second time he acted like he was going to go for the Oscutter. He just hit him with a fucking lariat instead. Is Ospreay clone. So... But yeah, if you just can't figure out what story they're telling.
He stopped doing the Oscar literally like 2 years ago in the G1, I think. That was the last time he did the Oscar that I remember. And then
you want to hear because Will Ospreay was at ringside. It's like, are you fucking this stupid? Are you really this dumb?
That's the thing. Tsuji hit hidden blade as well, if I remember.
Another fucking Will Ospreay clone, Yoda Sushi.
Yeah.
He probably wrestles a more Ospreay like style at this point than Callum Newman does, to be honest.
He does. He did the big dive to the outside. And he does generally have like the big explosive moments.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just people are fun. Speaking of big explosive moments, he did a perfectly executed leaping Canadian destroyer, which again, way more Ospreay like than pretty much anything Callum did this match. Great fucking move though. Just looked awesome. They did the short range Gene Blast, but Newman kicked out of it. Then he countered the full Gene Blast with the leaping double stomp, the Excalibur, I think he calls it.
Yep.
Some of the crowd was chanting "Let's go, Callum!" now. So Callum is the latest in a long line of white boys to be cheered by New Japan fans. I mean, I'll never get over I'll never get over the Naito Kenny final where, like, you'd think Naito, the crowd would have been completely behind Naito given how over he was. And obviously most of the crowd was, but like 30 to 40% was completely behind Kenny in that final. I mean, there's a lot of Japanese fans who love their white boys in New Japan. So Callum hit the Kiss the Crown, and he went for the make way, but Tsuji countered it right into a DDT in midair. He then hit the Marlowe Crash, which Newman took this gross looking bump on the side of his neck for. It's like, buddy, like that looked, excuse that little burp, or not burp, like a hiccup there. That looked really, really gross. Newman kicked out again. Tsuji hit this like kind of weird looking wrist clutch slam. I didn't love that move, honestly. That got a 2 count. Then he went for the full Gene Blast again. Callum rolled through it and hit a really cool lariat, followed by the Princess Curse for a 2 count. He went for the make way again. Tsuji escaped but ate another short arm lariat. He rolled out again, hit the inverted powerbomb, which always looks fucking awesome and did look awesome here. Callum tossed Red Shoes into him, though, to block the Gene Blast, punched him in the nuts, and hit the make way for the pen, which I don't really get why people dislike that finish. Because I saw some complaints about that too. I love a good fucking low blow finish. I don't know, but like, that's just cheating. Like, I don't know. Like, I think it's fine for a heel. Like, it was executed perfectly too. Like, very natural. Like, he just tossed Red Shoes half a second. It was not unrealistic at all. Red Shoes was out of position for maybe half a second, which was just the perfect amount of time for him to hit the low blow and then immediately hit his move. I like that finish. I don't know. I'm not anti low blows. I think it's a perfectly valid way for a heel to win a match. So
it was also very smooth, whereas he had like the slight second to hit the low blow, then it went immediately from the low blow into the make way. So I don't mind it at all. What those people prefer, would they prefer the Osprey chair?
No. I guess some people just don't want anything. Like, they just want nothing but clean finishes. But it's never really been New Japan. So
yeah,
I mean, I always talk about this. There were heel finishes when I first started watching in like 2002 with the Makai Club. So like, you can't pretend you're ever like it's really never been UWF. I mean, it's just not what if that is what you're looking for, you're better off looking elsewhere. But it's obviously where I get it is where it, we have the entire 10-hour long clown car circus with the House of Torture. I get why people hate that. Sometimes I hate that too, depending on how it's executed. I did like it with the Doki match from this show, as we talked about, or the Korakuen. But I get it. When it's bad, it's really bad. So I get it.
I do also want to say about Tsuji, the Gene Blast. The speed is a move that's used so much in American wrestling. In New Japan, each wrestler has their own unique counter to it, which I think is quite cool. Like, I remember Finley with the roll through into like a power bomb or something. Callum with the stomps. I remember Jake Lee with the knee.
Yeah, that was the depth of spot of the match for that one.
Yeah, just a cool little thing that they can do with it, because it does make the Gene Blast feel high risk now, because where it's like half the time he might just get countered here, which does make sense. If you're running full speed into someone, you might just hit the wall.
Yeah, I feel like from K-Vape's standpoint, it almost feels like he needs to get a new finisher at some point, which I think he probably will, but we'll see. Maybe as soon as this year to win the G1 or win the title back or something. But again, you could still do the Gene Blast, obviously, and I'm sure he still will. But I thought this was 4.5 stars. I thought this was an outstanding match. Again, I might have gone even higher without the Will Ospreay chair stuff. It might have been like a 4 3/4 without that. I mean, I just thought it was two great young wrestlers, the top of their game, working really well together, having a great fucking match. And, the crowd was red hot the entire fucking time. And, this did feel like this felt like we're back. Like, I know people hate hearing it sometimes. And it is very much like it's always asking for the fucking sort of, what is the sword, Damascus or Damocles or something? I don't know. I'm saying it wrong, but the
Sword
sword
of
of what
Damocles.
Damocles, as whatever the fuck, is asking for it to come down on you, and because especially with Gato at the helm, but like he's kind of cooking here. Like, I'm sorry, like he's kind of cooking. I kind of like what they're doing. I kind of like Newman winning. Now again, people crashed out about it. I get it if you're just an enormous Yota Tsuji fan. I love Yota Tsuji too. I think I think I'm higher on him than some people, even from an in-ring standpoint. But I don't think Yoda's buried. I think he's going to win I think he's either going to win the belt back at Dominion or he's going to win the G1.
Yeah,
One of those two things is going to happen. I don't think it has anything to do with the fucking card game remarks. I've already seen people say who are in the know that like this was always the plan. So that's just probably bullshit. But yeah, so we'll get into the post-match stuff. But I guess just on Tsuji losing, I'm fine with it. I think Callum looks great here. Some people are scared Callum's going to immediately leave. I think this has been reported enough places by now. I can just say it. Like, he's apparently under a 3-year deal. So apparently he signed a 3.
I think he himself has said that he's on a 3-year deal as well.
Yeah, he signed a 3-year deal at the start of the year. Now, does that mean we won't get some nonsense where he's showing up in AEW sometimes? I'm sure we probably will. But I do not think he's clearly not an immediate flight risk. Like, there's no risk of him going on a run this year and then signing with AEW full-time in January. That's just not going to happen. He's on a 3-year deal, so it makes total sense to invest in him right away in year one. And again, it makes total sense to invest in him when he looks this fucking good. And again, I guess if you just don't like him, then you're not going to like this result. But I've had my mea culpa on him already. I've said that he has he's done the 180. He's been gone from a guy who I couldn't stand in his first G1 to being a top level wrestler in the company, if not the world. He's going to be very high on my 30 under 30 ballot that I have to turn in the next month or so. He's a great fucking wrestler. He's a great personality, and there's nothing wrong with giving him the title. Whether it's a 2-month reign, whether it's a reign because I don't think he's making it to Wrestle Kingdom, because I think the Wrestle Kingdom match, he's going to be him and Ospreay, and I don't think that's going to be for the title. So, I mean, it might be for the AEW title, but I don't think it'll be for the IWGP title. But he easily could lose it like September, October, or whatever. But yeah, I mean, but I think this could just be the classic Gato short reign to establish a new heel type move. So,
Yeah, that's the thing. People should know this by now. This is a trope. We do see the heel champ come out of New Japan Cup into a short title reign. It's happened multiple times. But yeah, that's the thing.
Not everybody's gonna get a 2-year title reign. Like, I feel like this is overblown how important that supposedly is, because people came in during Okada's super long title reign. Those are the exception.
Yeah, that's the thing. It gives Yota Tsuji something to do now. It's like, you can't give somebody everything in their first title reign either. You need to,
even Okada didn't do it in his first title reign. Okada's first title reign was 3. Let me think. He won the belt. It was 5 months, I guess, or not that much longer, because he won the belt in February. No, it was 4 months, because February to June. Because he won it from Tanahashi in February. He lost it in Dominion in June. I mean, your first title reign is usually not that long in this company. I mean, Naito's first reign was 2 months. Let me think. Who else? I don't know how long Tanahashi's first reign was. That's a good question. He might be one of the exceptions, if I remember correctly, but also the company was in fucking dire straits at that point.
Yeah, I was going to say that's.
And I don't even think Gato was the booker. That still would have been Ricky Choshu, I think. Yeah, his first reign was 9 months. It was July 2006 to April 2007. But again, that's so far back. Gato wasn't even the booker yet. Ibushi's first reign was 2 or 3 months. Let me think. Who else? He lost it to Ospreay coming out of the Ospreay, winning the cup, just like Newman did here. Shinsuke's first reign doesn't matter because it's all the way back in 2003. Who else?
AJ had a short reign, right?
Yeah, AJ had a short first reign. I think think it was like May to October, maybe, if I remember correctly. Both of his reigns were not that long though, so they kind of blend together for me. But I think it might have been the May to October one, where he wins it from Okada at that back to Yokohama Arena show and then loses it to Tanahashi in October at the King of Pro Wrestling, and then Tana goes in as champion against Okada, and then AJ wins it back from him in February. So, but yeah, anything else to add about the result before we get into the post match?
Not really. Callum's a great wrestler, and again, it's not going to be a long reign. And Tsuji losing isn't that big a deal. It's not like they've completely buried him. Like, he's going to get the title back at some point. He's already got. He's not won the main event of Wrestle Kingdom, but he's won the title on a Wrestle Kingdom show. He's going to be back here soon. Don't worry, guys.
Yeah, totally. So yeah, the post match. There's a lot going on in this post match. So Ospreay straps up Callum afterwards. So Callum. Oh, the other complaint I saw. So okay, this I was trying to talk about. So Callum. A lot of people said it made no sense that Callum grabbed the chair Ospreay grabbed the chair out of Callum or away from Zane Jay and wouldn't let them use it, but then quote unquote had no problem with Callum winning with the low blow. Again, that's not quite true. First of all, they made sure to zoom in on his face after Callum won, and they showed him giving this facial expression reaction where he pauses for a moment, like like he has a look of conflict on his face. He decided, basically, the conflict is supposed to be, like Callum Newman's not just some guy to him. People know the whole backstory. He told himself on Twitter, this is a guy he's known since his parents brought him to Ospreay when he was like 15. It's his fucking protege. He's known him for almost a decade now. It's not just some guy. It's the same reason why, people are like, oh, it makes no sense that he let Callum off the hook for grabbing the chair and acting like he was going to turn on back at the New Year's Dash. Sometimes people you like and are close to, and especially the younger people who can be foolish or whatever, do bad things or whatever, and you want to forgive them and you want to make excuses for them. And that's not a character trait that makes no sense, quote unquote. It's not illogical for Will Ospreay to not want to fucking turn on this guy for using a low blow and not still act happy that his 23-year-old protege won the IWGP Heavyweight title. If you want to say you don't like the story, if you want to say, it's not how you would tell it, whatever. But the term illogical or the term makes no sense gets way overused these days, and it doesn't make no sense. It makes sense. Ospreay's character motivations in this storyline make sense and they're understandable. You can still dislike it, but the criticism that it makes no sense is just not true to me. Like, that's more of a factual thing than an opinion. Like, you can not like something and it can still make sense. I think it makes perfect sense why Ospreay was willing to overlook the low blow, especially again when they specifically showed us he was conflicted about it for a moment and decided to be happy that his protege became the new youngest IWGP Heavyweight Champion of all time. So, people cheat in wrestling too. It's not like Callum Newman just fucking killed the man. I mean, he chose to overlook him using a low blow. It's not like he chose to overlook him stabbing him in the gut or something. So it's not that it's again that makes no sense. It's that you don't like it. They're two different things.
Yeah, it's like earlier on in the night again with Okan and Hanare attacking Taichi and Yuya after the bell. It's not like he immediately turned on them either. It's more like, oh, what are you doing? Then he just quickly moved on. It's not.
Yeah, it's like, come on, bros, we don't need to do that. But it doesn't mean that, like, again, they didn't kill him.
Yeah, it's the thing. Again, he did have like conflicted look on his face, where it's like his protege just won the title. He's got some celebrating to do, at least for now. Maybe he doesn't like it, but it's like so often in general in life we are able to overlook things people do.
Yeah,
it's not that big a deal.
Exactly. Ospreay strapped up Callum afterwards, and then Gabe Kidd showed up under a mask and pile drive Tsuji before revealing an AW shirt. He took the global belt and Tsuji and went to the back. Oh boy. Yeah. Where does one start with this? I am of two minds on this. do I think Gabe was a little cringe here? He pretty much always is. But, when he revealed the AW shirt, it got great heat. Like, the crowd did boo him. I mean, they were happy to see him at first when he took the mask off, but they did boo him when he revealed the AW shirt. So it got the reaction he was looking for. Now, Gabe, even when he was great, he always walked a fine line between cringe and great. I think a lot of people would say that. Where he completely went off the rails in New Japan last year was after he went to AEW and his character was supposed to be, rah New Japan, I hate AEW, but now I'm going to appear in AEW all the time and be in the Death Riders. He could never square it. He could never make it work. It never made any sense. He could try to say, "Oh, I'm doing this because I hate AEW," all he wants, but it's like, if you hate AEW so much, just don't go there. What are you doing? So, he never made sense. He was never the same in New Japan after that. Now he's doing the gimmick where he signed an AEW contract, and again, people who are in the know said he was going to be back in New Japan this year, and it was more of a dual contract situation. So like this is months old stuff now, so I feel like it's fine to say, but like he, the whole thing was like, I think basically was like even like a similar number of dates as last year, but like, they ordered it differently this time. They didn't have him in the New Japan Cup and then disappear. It's like now he's going to do a bunch of stuff on the Dontaku tour, I guess. I don't know. We don't know if he's going to be on the Road 2 shows or anything yet. We haven't seen any cards. But either way, he's definitely going to be in New Japan this year. It sounds like. I wouldn't even be surprised if he was in the G1 again. But like, instead of trying to square the circle of being a rah New Japan guy spending a lot of time in AEW who hates AEW, now he's just leaning into, I'm an AEW guy. I betrayed this company. Fuck you guys. Fuck you people. Fuck Tsuji. And that's obviously much more coherent. That's more, it's not a role he's going to have a hard time playing. It's much easier to understand for the performer and the audience. So would it surprise me if he does much better stuff in this role than he did, after like May of last year? It wouldn't surprise me. I'm not going to dismiss it out of hand and say I definitely think he's going to be awful. Was it a great start? Not really. I didn't really think he was that great here. I think he was definitely a little, he's still a little too over the top. Maybe he can turn down the Ameriresu, because I feel like he turned it up maybe for even more for the clapping seals, as Joel from the Super J cast would put it, of Ameriresu. So maybe he can turn it down a little more back in Japan. But yeah, not the best start, not the best angle. And it did feel a little chaotic. Like, okay, well, here's Tsuji's next opponent for the global title now for Dontaku, and it felt a little too chaotic. It didn't really, that part, maybe one of the only things on the show that didn't really work for me was this angle. So, but it wouldn't surprise me if they save it and they have a great match or something to Dontaku. It really wouldn't.
Yeah, I still think Gabe can do good work in the ring. It's just, it feels like we've seen too much of him. Maybe it would have been better if he just took more time before he arrived again, but I guess we're here. The other thing I'm kind of worried about is if they just have Gabe take the global title as well. It would make sense.
I sort of think they will. will. So I guess people better get ready for that now.
Yeah, it makes sense in terms of like bringing Tsuji down lower to have him either win the G1 or get the title back Dominion, but it's also a thing of, why are we giving one of our top belts to a guy who's never going to be around?
Yeah, I don't think the global. I don't think the global bothers me as much as the heavyweight, but
that's true. But still,
yeah, I get it. It's just not a huge deal to me, honestly, if that's where they go. Then Shingo came out. He had been making noise about wanting to challenge Tsuji after this show, which should have been a bigger giveaway now that in hindsight that Tsuji was losing. But Newman, he's now going to challenge Newman instead. So, because at first he came out and tried to save Tsuji from Gabe, but then he got in the ring and challenged Newman. So that's going to happen on Dontaku, which, if Newman's getting one defense for losing at Dominion, he's a perfectly good person to have probably have a great match with and get his V1. So he's that Goto Ishii type role now. So
yeah, I'm glad that they've at least downcycling these older guys. I do hope that eventually we get to the point where Take and Goto and Zack are jobbing to the new generation, but we'll get there eventually. For now, it's going to have to be Shingo.
Yeah. But yeah, overall, as I said at the top, thought this was an outstanding show. I mean, I'm trying to think if I would call it I think it would be a best major show of the year contender so far. I'm trying to think what would be better. Wrestle Kingdom was really great. Grand Princess was really great. What else was really great though? DDT Judgment was really great. The undercard depth is not quite there because it has a lot of had a few undercard tags type stuff, but the top level stuff in this show is really good. Yeah, I would put it I think I would make my top 3 or 5 right now for sure for best major show so far this year. I don't know if it'd be number 1. I probably for New Japan, I think I would have Wrestle Kingdom above it, but this was still a really great show. And the only complaint I had really was I fucking wish the one I went to last year was as good as this one. But again, there's everybody getting out their world's tiniest violins for me again. But again, yeah, just this show was so much better than the one I went to last year, though.
Yeah, it was a great show, I think. I'm trying to think if there's... I think the only complaints I really had was maybe... I don't even know if it's a complaint, but it's more mixed feelings on Gabe Kidd.
Yeah.
And obviously the Ospreay chair thing, but that was kind of expected. Other than that, I don't really have anything to complain about for this show.
All right. Unfortunately, we don't have future matches yet, but I can record on that later since, I will have them before I release this episode. So maybe I'll just go through them really quickly for the listeners once we have them. They're in there working right now because I can see the fight card pages have come online on the Japanese website. So we should have them shortly as I'm recording this on Sunday night. But yeah, I'll get in here and do something real quick. Either I'll do it with Arametha or I'll do it myself. We'll see. But Hal, this is where you get off the ride that is Omakase 290. So is there anything you would like to plug?
No, I'm not. I am a very online person. I'm not an online person who posts a lot. So not really, but nice speaking to you. And yeah,
it was great. I mean, maybe I'll drop you a line this summer, maybe when we do the G1 stuff, because I know those episodes tend to be just G1 and 5-star. Maybe that would make a lot of sense for you to come on for. But yeah, so that'd be cool.
But yeah, cool. It was fun talking to you.
Yes, thank you for coming on. And everybody listening. So we're not going nowhere for the listeners because in just a second, Arametha and I'll be back to break down some more shows. So give me 1 sec and I'll be back with you all in a second. All right, folks, we're back here. I think I said at the end of the first part that Arametha was next, but it turns out, much like Eddie Guerrero used to do a lot back in the day, I lied. Because instead, you still got just me here, because I want to do a little bit extra on New Japan. I know, we already talked long enough about New Japan, right? But the Dontaku tour lineups came out since I recorded that segment with Hal, and I wanted to go over them real quick. There is some interesting stuff here. I mean, it's one of these tours that, you could either sit there and dunk on New Japan and be like, oh, look how far they've fallen with Chase Owens in a TV title match and blah, 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 blah. Or you could, focus on all the really cool stuff on this tour, and there is quite a lot of it. Which both, I guess, are equally valid depending on how you look at it. I mean, I feel like people kind of forget that the Dontaku tour is not very good every year, even, in years where New Japan has a lot more going on. Nicole opened the door very loudly just now in the middle of my solo recording segment. So she just gave a look like, uh-oh. But yeah, it's Nicole who put up with me completely restructuring my entire Japan trip just to go to a New Japan Korakuen, which she has the patience of a saint. But anyway, so the Dontaku tour, like I said, it's not very good anyway. Even when the even when the promotion's deeper than it is now, because they have to spread so many shows, so only so many matches out on so many shows, because you have obviously the 2 Korakuens at the start, you have Wrestling Red Zone in Hiroshima, you have Wrestling Hizen no Kuni in Saga, and then you have the 2 Dontaku shows they insist on doing now. Now you could also say, well, they should just do less shows or do less, have less big matches, and I don't even really disagree, but the problem is that you're talking about a promotion that still makes almost all of their money from ticket sales, and they just have to sell tickets, right? I mean, they don't have a TV deal to fall back on. So you can view that as excuse making if you want, but it's really just an explanation for why they have to do the things they have to do. So, they did some cool stuff on this tour. They got unique, especially by Gedo standards, on the 2 Korakuens especially. So the first Korakuen, which is coming up not like 12 days from now, April 19th, on a Sunday, they're doing 2 tag matches on top, but they're like mixed heavyweight junior. This is the stuff that honestly has the least to do with anything else on the tour. The first one is Robbie X and Oscar. I don't know why I said Oscar. Robbie X and Oscar teaming up to face Kosei Fujita and Hartley Jackson. And the other one is Yuto Ice and Taiji Ishimori against Ryohei Oiwa and Robbie Eagles. So you get like one half of the heavyweight tag champions team up with one half of the junior tag champions in both matches. That's pretty cool, right? That's a unique little setup that they're doing here. Pretty much I guess I should have said this before. I like almost everything on this tour that doesn't involve the House of Torture. There's a lot of house crap on this tour, which is unfortunate, but there's a lot of good stuff too, and that's the first of it. The next night, Monday, April 20th at Korakuen, your big things here is, first of all, since obviously the final main event of all this is the Dontaku Night 2 Shingo Callum Newman IWGP heavyweight title match. They do two kind of interesting singles matches, I guess. You have Shingo versus Zane J, and Callum Newman versus Daiki Nagai. That obviously is non-title. So a different way to build up that title match. But the main event is your IWGP Tag Team Title #1 contenders match. Hiroki Goto and Yoshihashi facing Hinare and Great Okan. Again, as I talked about in the Sakura Genesis review that you just listened to, I'm very happy they did the #1 contender route and not the fucking 3-way route. Like they always used to do that a lot, actually, during the battle days of the 2010s tag team division. Remember that one time they did who the fuck was it? Was it Killer Elite Squad, War Machine, or War Raiders, whatever the fuck they're called? I think War Machine was the New Japan team. And then the Anderson Gallows, the Good Brothers, I think they did 3 or 4 straight 3-way tag matches or something. Maybe I have one of those teams wrong. Oh, no, I think it was Guerrillas of Destiny. I think the Good Brothers were gone by then. But yeah, I think they did that same exact 3-way tag on 4 straight shows or something. It was embarrassing. Because it's people who have been watching this stuff for a while now, it's crazy that the heavyweight tag division is actually a highlight of these shows. Red Zone in Hiroshima on Saturday the 25th. We don't have a full card yet. We just know that will be where the tag title match takes place. So Oscar and Yuto Ice making their 6th defense against whoever wins on the April 20th one. I would expect Okan and Hinare, the retained Seaman team, the Seaman Warriors, whatever you want to call them, are they just seem like the more likely defense here for me. But either team is not going to beat them, I don't think. So they do in both tag title matches here, because you also get the IWGP Junior Tag Title match where Robbie X and Taiji Ishimori go for their 2nd defense against Robbie Eagles and Kosei Fujita. I expect the other tag champs to retain as well. Fujita looks very likely to win Best of Super Junior again and be the one to finally end Dogi's reign. So I expect the tag titles to stay where they are. But yeah, really nothing else of note on this show. So that moves us over to the Hizen no Kuni. I wonder what Hizen means. Kuni's country. The fuck is Hizen? I want to know. Okay, Zen is before. So let's see. What is Hizen? Hizen refers to a former province of Japan, present-day Saga and Nagasaki prefectures, and is widely recognized for producing high-quality Japanese porcelain and pottery during the Edo period. Of course, from the 1600s to the mid-1800s. There you go. That's why, well, obviously, this is where the show is in Saga, so that is why it's Hizen no Kuni, I guess. Wrestling Hizen no Kuni. See, this program, very educational. Your main event of that show is the IWGP Junior Heavyweight title. Tiger Mask challenges Doki, who's making his 4th defense. I do not like Tiger Mask chances, everybody. But the other cool thing on this show is you get to see Toru Yano and Tomoaki Hama against the Naga brothers. No, that's not what I was thinking of. Mystico is coming over from Mexico for this show. Unfortunately, he's facing the House of Torture, so it's Boltin Oleg, Aaron Wolf, and Mystico against Red Narita, Don Fale, and Dick Togo. Before you start screaming at your iPhone or whatever, what a big waste of Mystico that is, thankfully it's not the only thing he's doing on this tour. But yes, this is, I believe, his first appearance of the tour, unless he's on one of these random Road 2s. But who knows. Dontaku ends the tour May 3rd and May 4th. The May 3rd Sunday show features Mystico in an 8-man tag. This is Yuya Uemura, Taichi, El Desperado, and Mystico against the TMDK team of Ryohei Oiwa, Hartley Jackson, Robbie Eagles, and Kosei Fujita. This show also has Will Ospreay on it. He, Hanari, and Okan face Godo, Yoshihashi, and Tatsuya Matsumoto. And we also get Konosuke Takeshita teaming with Shota Umino. After, of course, they were last opponents at Sakura Genesis as they faced Chase Owens and Yujo Takahashi. The top 3 singles matches here. Aaron Wolf versus Don Fale in a special singles match. I know everybody can't wait for that one, I'm sure. Ren Narita finally makes his first defense of the Never Openweight title. Jesus Christ, he hasn't defended this title yet. I guess it's because he was in New Japan Cup right after Osaka and then obviously didn't defend it on Sakura Genesis either. But yeah, he's defending against Boltin Oleg here. I do not like Bolton's chances. And it seems obvious they're going to set up Narita versus Wolf rematch for Dominion here. The main event is Yota Tsuji making his 4th defense of the IWGP Global Heavyweight title against Gabe Kidd. I don't know what to make of this. I mean, the rumors going around with Gabe is that he signed a dual contract, which would make you think he would be on New Japan, about, if not quite the same as last year, maybe a similar amount. But he's not on this entire tour until these last 2 nights. So it sure seems like he's another, AEW part-timer, full-time AEW guy who's going to show up on big shows for New Japan, Ospreay apparently is going forward, although he's not working Dominion, as we found out. But because he's getting married the next day, I guess we can get him off the hook let him off the hook for that one. But yes, Ospreay, Takeshita, but I don't really I don't know. I don't really give a shit about Gabe Kidd at this point. Neither do the AEW fans, really. So as much as I said I was willing to give him a chance, when I was talking in the Sakura Genesis review that again I recorded 2 days ago, but you guys just heard. I don't really want him to be here if he's just going to be here once a month. That seems kind of silly to me. Just go do your fucking AEW career. Go try to get over there, because I heard you're not very over there, honestly. And leave us alone for a while then. If you want to come back later when you're already established over there, like Ospreay and to a degree Takeshita is, although, as we talked about, Takeshita and AEW is not going great lately either, that'd be one thing. But, I don't know, let us miss you or something. Or do something of note over there besides have a casket match that almost everyone hated. Just very, very weird. I don't know. I mean, I think he's probably going to win, too, which is annoying. It's the last thing we need is another. I don't care as much as I would with the heavyweight, but it's still putting a IWGP title on an AEW guy who's never around. And because Tsuji, it doesn't really make any sense to keep this belt on him, right? When he's gonna fucking probably win back the heavyweight at Dominion or win the G1. I guess if he's winning the G1 and going all the way to the Dome, he could retain here. But if he's winning the IWGP heavyweight back at Dominion, then he's almost definitely losing here. So. I don't know. I get it's darkest before dawn shit with Tsuji before they build him back up, but I don't want to see this. I don't want to see Gabe Kidd win this title. Then we go to the final night, May 4th. This has the really cool thing that Mystico is doing here, which is El Desperado and Mystico facing Kosei Fujita and Robbie Eagles. Actually, maybe they are winning the junior tag titles because they could then change this to a junior tag title match. So that maybe I might have to rethink that prediction. You also have Taichi and Yu Uemura versus Ryohei Oiwa and Hartley Jackson. That sounds really cool for an undercard tag. Then you have I guess Gabe Kidd's not on this show at all because I don't see him in any kind of tag or anything. Oh, Takeshita's defending the World TV title against NJPW World TV title against Chase Owens. Who gives a fuck, right? I mean, third defense for Takeshita. This is the one a lot of people make him fun of, and again, rightfully so. But like, they don't have enough of a roster, I guess, right? I mean, they got to do something with Takeshita on this show, and I don't know. It's just like this is who's left. Chase Owens is left. WWE and WWE and AEW signed a lot of people, and they haven't really started restocking the coffers yet, and as they're rumored to be doing. So Chase Owens in a title match. What are you going to do? He's obviously going to lose, but yeah, it's the opener of the show. Who gives a shit, really? Semi-main event, you get the never openweight six-man titles. Hiroki Goto, Yoshihashi, and Boltin Oleg go for their second defense against Will Ospreay, Hanari, and Great Khan. I think that's a really cool idea. I mean, do something different with Ospreay while you have him, and they could definitely win these titles. They're not like super important anyway, and I mean, Ospreay's obviously gonna. They're obviously extending out this Ospreay Callum breakup angle. So, that why not put the titles on them? That's a cool idea. Main event, IWGP Heavyweight Title. Callum Newman makes his first defense against Shingo Takagi. Very likely to be a Callum Newman title retention here, of course. But the only thing I will say is it will probably be a lot better than their famously awful 2024 G1 match, I'm guessing, because Callum himself is a lot better than he was at the time. And, I'm confident they'll have a great match here. There's your Wrestling Dontaku tour, folks. Again, there is some cool stuff here. There's a lot of undercards with a lot of tags and stuff, as there is every year. And the house stuff does not look good. It's pretty much your Dontaku tour. The non-house stuff, though, again, I think mostly looks pretty good. So, pretty good to really good. So, plenty of stuff I'm excited for here, and we'll see how things go. All right, so in just a second, I promise the Shin Nihon talk is finally over. I'll be back on with Arametha, although Arametha might have New Japan takes too, for all I know, so maybe I shouldn't promise that, but I'm actually about to record with him in like 5 minutes. So, you guys are going to hear a pause, and then it'll be me and Arametha talking about Stardom and Universe Magic and all sorts of shit. So, and Dragon Gate 2, finally a good Dragon Gate show. All right, give us 1 sec. All right, folks, I'm back here with Arametha, joining us for the next part of this strange broken up episode, but 2 weeks in a row for Arametha. I think that's the first time that's happened for anybody in a long time, at least.
Hey, I'm back. How you doing,
Although
John?
It's not good. Although it's not the first time you've done 2 episodes in a row, because remember, you and I did the last episode like Christmas Eve before I went to Japan, and then we also did
right.
And then we also did the first episode back. So
yeah.
But yeah,
Man, remember Japan? Remember being in Japan?
I do.
Good times.
I just like redid my entire June trip because New Japan booked a Korakuen. So Nicole was really thrilled with that. Let me tell you. She
so
loves
like
it.
rebooking all the hotels and everything.
Yeah, it's really just 2 hotels. Because originally I was going to be in, and look, we're doing the Japan travel talk in the middle of the episode for a change. People are going to love that. No, but originally I was going to be in Osaka the 3rd. So I land on the 11th. I'm in Yokohama 11th to 13th still. I was going to be in Osaka 13th to 15th. Go back. I might have these dates wrong, actually. Let me say. Yeah, 13th to 15th, the Monday to 15th. Go back to Tokyo for a week, and then go back to Osaka for 2 days, and which kind of makes no sense anyway. And then New Japan announced their entire Korakuen schedule for the rest of the year, including this Road to G1 Climax show on Tuesday, June 23rd. And I was like, well, that's probably going to be qualifiers. I really want to go to that. So I basically redid the trip. So I canceled the original Tokyo hotel. I had the 15th to 22nd, which is the Aki Harbor one that I kind of liked. So that kind of sucks. But, and I moved the Conrad back a week from the 22nd to the 15th, the Conrad Osaka. So now I'm just staying in Osaka 4 days, which makes more sense anyway, and saves me money on, the Shinkansen back and forth. And then I'm going to be in Tokyo Wednesday the 17th to Wednesday the 24th. And the new hotel I booked.
All right. And
The new
in exchange, you get to see Taichi lose in person.
Exactly. So, but yeah, I mean, the new hotel I booked looks kind of nice. It's like in Kabuki-cho, and apparently just opened like 2023. So it's a very new hotel. It's also not expensive at all. Like it's $600 cheaper than the one I had booked in Akihabara. But yeah, it's a Hotel Amanek Shinjuku Kabuki-cho. I haven't tried it yet. The rooms look very tiny, but it still has that like bathroom I like with the separate shower and bath like washroom thing you get in Japan. And the location's still great. I mean, it's not Akiba location, but it's like I love staying at Kabuki-cho because it's like all the bars and everything are right there. I'm super close to Golden Guy too, which hopefully will motivate me to actually go to it this time. So yeah, that's pretty cool. But yeah, so 17th to 24th, I'm in Tokyo now, and then I'm still leaving Tokyo on the 24th. It's just I would have originally come to Nagoya and then the onsen and Shizuoka on the way back from the second Osaka trip. Now I'm just going from Tokyo to there. So, and I go back to Tokyo for 2 more nights and I go home. But yeah, it's a cool trip, I guess. I don't know. It's like 2 months away, which is kind of crazy.
I mean, you get to be in Tokyo 3 times this year, right? Because you're also going back in December.
That's true. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah,
nice.
Pretty cool.
Nice.
It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
And I'm leaving for Vegas in like a little over a week. So.
All right. So like the next episode is probably going to be WrestleMania weekend centric, isn't it?
No, the next episode is just a regular episode. I'm recording like Monday or Tuesday before I leave.
Oh, it's not next week is when WrestleMania
No,
is?
a week from Wednesday. A week from Wednesday is when I leave. So there'll be another episode I record before that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and I
don't pay attention to when WrestleMania is.
Yeah, no, I get it. I don't really think I'm doing any WrestleMania weekend audio. I don't know. We'll see.
Okay.
Because there's so many Japanese shows I still need to cover. So it's like I don't know how the fuck I would fit it in, even with how long my podcasts are. So, but yeah, the other thing that happened since we last talked is my baseball team is horrible. So.
Oh, that's funny. That kind of happened to my baseball team too.
Well, they lost 5 games in a row since we last talked. So.
Oh, you're a lot worse off than I am. I haven't been paying attention to how the Blue Jays have been doing. Okay, well, all right. You win the sympathy fight this time.
Thank you. Yeah, they're 4-6. I do not have the game on the TV like I did last week when we were recording because I just can't bear to watch this anymore. So, they're already losing the Dodgers now, 1-0. Okay, they got swept by the White Sox. To give an example how bad this is. Yeah.
Ooh, brother.
Yeah.
Oh.
So
you can't let that happen if you want to be a playoff team.
Yeah, they're not. They're apparently there's like a flu going through the team or some shit. I don't know, but
really,
it's really bad. And like everyone keeps getting injured. They lost their star catcher Alejandro Kirk for like probably 3 to 6 months. So things are going great in Blue Jay land. Let me tell you.
Well, I guess I can't complain about the Royals having like close to an even record, but like I was telling you last time, the thing that haunts the Royals right now is the bats are cold, and the bats are still cold, brother. So it's real rough to have a game where it is nail biting because it is a 1-0 game, and you just know that your team doesn't have that dog in them to overcome even by 2 runs.
Mm-hmm.
It's rough viewing. Don't recommend it. And on top of that, this is something I didn't know. I wasn't really aware of was going to happen until the season started. They changed the broadcast booth for the Royals with the switch to MLB TV. Did you hear about this?
No.
Okay, so the Royals broadcast team is normally Rex Hudler, who everyone affectionately knows.
Rex Hudler?
Right? It's a perfect baseball name. Everybody calls him Uncle Hud, though, because he just has incredible uncle energy. There is a YouTube clip I should send you sometime where he is bantering with the play-by-play announcer. And they are looking at a beautiful moon during a night game. And Uncle Hud says, "Oh, the moon, what a beautiful planet." And it has to be explained to him that the moon is not a planet. It's a moon. So,
Wow.
kind of
That's like,
that's not to say he's dumb. I'm saying he's baseball player smart.
yeah, there you go.
Oh,
Wow.
he's delightful, but unfortunately, they have decided to go with a rotating broadcast booth where they have, I think, a total of 6 people. So 3 play-by-play announcers and 3 color announcers who could be at the desk in pairs, and they just kind of rotate the pairs. That means I get a third of Uncle Hud over the season, and that's a real bummer because like he's kind of a key reason why I still tune into games, just because he's even got that jolly avuncular uncle energy, even when things are kind of bad, and I don't know, it helps my spirits to listen to him. I finally got to hear Uncle Hud call some games over the weekend, but it's going to be maybe a couple weeks before I get to hear him again, and it may not necessarily be with this traditional play-by-play announcer either. And they just have this great rapport over time that I really miss when one or the other of them is missing their traditional partner. So that's kind of made Royals baseball a little less enjoyable for me.
Well, as you were talking about that, I just saw the news, and obviously this will probably go up tomorrow, and people will know about this already. But there's a ceasefire in Iran, everybody. So,
did Trump and Iran say there was a ceasefire, or did just Trump say there was?
I think Iran has agreed to the ceasefire, because they're even saying they're going to let, for a period of 2 weeks, safe passage to the Strait of Hormuz will be possible if coordinated with Iran's military.
So that means they're setting up a toll booth. That's so funny. Yeah. That's so. The ultimate outcome of this war is Iran becomes immensely more powerful and richer because they control the Strait of Hormuz now, when that didn't used to be the case.
Way to go! Another fucking strategic mastery move by Mr. fucking Trump. Which people will tell you, the fucking libs are making such a big deal out of him threatening to nuke them in the Stone Age, and it's all genius plan. Like, the genius plan is to make his enemies stronger, I guess? That was the genius plan? It's like, okay, way to fucking...
He'll spend it. Well, this is how they can raise funds for reconstruction or something. I don't know.
I can't even describe how much I hate this country, but
yeah, I'm mostly just at this point worried about Cuba because I feel like if Trump feels humiliated coming out of Iran, he's going to want an easy foreign policy win, so he'll just bomb Cuba next.
Fucking stupid.
They're already. Yeah. Well, this is not a foreign policy or politics podcast, so
we put this man in charge. We fucking put this man in charge of the free world a second time. It's like just. Like, it makes you want to just say, like, Americans should be fucking... I don't know. If I said what I want to happen to most Americans on the air, I'd be immediately arrested by the CIA. So.
John, what you need to do is get, like, a little button where you can say exactly what you want, but you hold the button down and it just goes, beep!
Yeah, exactly. So that's what... The beep is what I want to happen to Trump voters. Anyway... let's go back into wrestling since we are in the middle of an episode here. Stardom, Naito, and Korakuen 2026, March 2nd.
10 minutes of faffing around. It's a record, folks.
March 2, the second March one. Yes, that's true. This probably has the least off-topic talk of any podcast because Hal and I didn't have that much either at the start. So, Stardom, Naito, and Korakuen 2026, March 2, which is March 31st, 2026. A little bit old news now. It's like 8 days old. I'm recording this, but we hadn't covered it yet, so now we're covering it. I don't have a ton of thoughts on some of these matches though, so I think we can get through this pretty quick. This show did their lowest attendance of the year so far, which is 1,014. It's good that their low is still in 4 digits, and there just wasn't a lot on this show to draw anybody, I guess. But they're running a lot in the Tokyo area the next month, so we'll see. They're running like 2 Korakuens 4 days apart coming up. One tomorrow, April 8th, which I guess will have happened already by the time a lot of you heard this, and then another one on the 11th. And there's nothing even announced for the one on the 11th, but that one's a Saturday, so you think that one will be fine. But yeah, it's a lot of shows, so we'll see. Do they finally dip back into triple digits for the first time in years? I guess we'll find out. The show opened with the drawing for the pairings of the rookie tournament. So they all drew sticks. 4 wrestlers got matched up on April 4th and 5th, which have already happened, obviously. And then the winners got the ultimate winners of the drawing got buys to the April 8th Korakuen. And then the finals are on that April 11th show. So the first round, which I won't spoil anything, I don't even know who won one of them, actually. April 4th was Yuria Hime versus Ane Kanaya. April 5th was Motoi Hamabe versus Akira Kuragane, who those two were really going at each other on the show on the 4th when I was watching that one. So they're both they're making some funny fucking faces even on this show too, when they were like grabbing each other by the hair and stuff. And Motoi is like very expressive, and she was like grabbing Akira by the hair and like made this like really funny like deranged like Joker grin. Maybe she's been hanging out with Jake Lee, I don't know, but it was very, very funny. But yeah, those two faced off on the 5th. Emma Maishima and Kiko Furusawa got the buys. So it was Emma versus the Yuria Ane winner coming up tomorrow on the 8th, and Kiko versus the Motoi Akira winner coming up on the 8th tomorrow as well.
Okay.
So, yeah.
And then the finals are the 11th.
Finals are the 11th, yeah.
Cool.
But yeah, this is, kind of fun little segment here. I enjoyed all the girls all the young girls getting mad at each other, basically.
So, do you think the draw was actually a shoot draw?
That's a good question, right? I don't know.
Because I have to imagine it's kind of difficult to try and rig it if you wanted to do that. So,
yeah, I don't know really.
Like, I think TJPW would do this a lot too, where they would have like live streams of the draws for like the Princess Cup and so on. And I'd like to imagine that those are just for shoot, even if they know who's going to win.
Right. Yeah. I'm not really sure, honestly. It didn't look like there was easy way to fix it. Why are you sticking your tongue out at me? Cole comes in the room and immediately starts sticking her tongue out at me. I don't know what's going on there.
Is it because you're recording with me again? Is this a me issue?
I know what I did, she said. I don't know what is it, the Tokyo moving on thing around again? Is that what you're mad about? No, okay. She's just sticking her tongue out at me for no reason.
Oh, you need to start guessing. Otherwise, you might be sleeping on the couch tonight.
I just guessed, and she said that she just gave you a little head shake.
Wrong? So. Oh no! How many strikes do you get?
I don't know. I think she's just sticking her tongue out. The 8-woman tag opener: Maika, Hanako, Tomoka Inaba, and Kyoko Kitatsu defeating Mivita Loka, Suzuki, Rita Yamashita, It's Karaoke, and Akira Kuragane. It was, Hanako pinning Akira in 10-19 with the JP coaster. I thought this was a really fun opener. Maika really showed off her power here. Hanako and Akira had a fire exchange. And then we got to the part where like bodies were just flying everywhere. Akira just went nuts at the end. She just like no-sold this enormous big boot from Hanako. Hit her with the half-hatch suplex for a 2 count while just screaming her head off. But Hanako put her down with a big standing lariat and the JP coaster for the pin. 3.5 for this. Thought it was good. Hanako annoys me way fucking less when she's not in singles matches. Like maybe that's the key with her, is to never put a singles title on her again, because she was so annoying as future champion. And now she's back to just working tags. I just like, Hanako, I'm kind of enjoying her again. So
maybe she just needs a long run with the tag belts with someone like Maika. Maybe not necessarily Maika, considering what has happened with EXV, though. I guess you'll go into it. There was kind of an angle after this.
Yeah.
And I don't understand what's going on, John. Can you explain it?
Rina Yamashita challenged Maika and Hanako to a tag match at Yokohama Arena against her and Suzu. So I don't know why the fuck we can just never escape this E-Nexus V versus Mivita Loca feud, but it just, even after there is technically no E-Nexus V, it's still continuing. And this kind of goes into a point I'm going to make in general, which is the All-Star Grand Kingdom build is a little lackluster this year. I mean, especially compared to last year. There's just not a ton that excites me. I mean, Natsupoi and Maki Ito is like probably the feud I'm most into right now, and they like just started out of nowhere a month for the show. So it feels like things are not peaking like they did last year, unfortunately. Like you do, as much as I love Stardom and as much as I've generally enjoyed them under Taro, I don't think he's did a particularly great job with the All-Star Green Kingdom card this year. Especially, again, you're comparing to the high standard of last year, where it was the best major show by a mile. and the card looked awesome. And the build was awesome. And this year, the card is fine, and the build is fine, but it's not anywhere near last year.
Yeah. Well, last year was kind of an all-timer, so I'm not going to hold it against them for not being as exciting as last year. That is once in a lifetime kind of angle with Tam and Saya Kamatani.
Right, but even the undercard was way better, is what I'm saying.
I would agree with that. Yeah,
like you had Chihiro and Micah had a cool little feud for the Sendai Girls World Title that had been built up for months, dating back to the when Hanako and Micah went into Sendai Girls to challenge the tag titles. You obviously had the feud with Mei Sierra and Suzu Suzuki. They built up for months and had an amazing blow off. Azumi and Starlight Kid felt like a big deal. I'm trying to think what else. But Mayu Watani and Shuri felt like an enormous deal for the IWGP. It's just like Shuri doesn't have anything so far, unless there's something that's come up that I mixed, which is crazy to me. Like there's just no IWGP women's title match.
I think Iroha might be challenging.
What'd you say? Sorry?
Takumi Iroha might be challenging.
Takumi Iroha is challenging Shuri?
I think so. I don't know if that was explicitly said or if I was just picking up that vibe from the Surrealism show.
Oh, okay. You're right. That does seem... I know that's just somebody's tweet, so I don't know if that's actually
that. And yeah, it could be the thing where they haven't confirmed it yet. So
yeah. I mean, that would obviously be a big match if that's what they're doing. But I don't think it's been announced yet, as far as I could tell. I mean, I just Googled it. It's not for the Marvelous Budokan, is it?
Maybe that's where they announce it. Like they. Well, okay. No, because
that's after All-Star Grand Kingdom.
Yeah. On top of that too, you're right.
Yeah.
And also, like I'm sure Takumi Iroha is in the main event of that show, which
she's already. Oh yes, it's already booked. She's facing Sari. That's right. Takumi Iroha versus Sari is the main event of the Yokohama Arena. Cool. And Sari's another one doesn't have anything for All-Star Grand Kingdom yet, I don't think.
But I don't take for granted that she's going to be there.
Yeah, I don't know. Because everything is kind of like, it's the point is like there's the stuff I'm most excited for. I mean, I can't say I'm excited for Saya versus Sayaka. I don't like the goofiness they've injected into that, given that that angle they did with like her stalking her around. I know like the goofiness is always part of it with them.
Wait, is that really all that different though from some of the snippets
and
vignettes they were doing with Tam?
It's not really, but like with the Cosmic Angels thing feels so huge to me, and it's also like that might just be an add to it where like I don't want to see Cosmic Angels break up and break up, so it's not something where I'm excited basically.
Gotcha. I mean, have you resigned yourself to the fact that Cosmic Angels is already dead? Is that part of it too?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
And so that doesn't feel exciting to me. I mean, Shiori and Fuwa-chan is entertaining. The two of them are entertaining together, but that doesn't feel like a heated feud or anything to me. So I don't know. It's just like there's a lot of underwhelming. The thing I'm probably most excited for is like Azumi and Miyu winning the tag titles. Presume Konami Hanan too, I guess, to a degree, but not as much as Azumi and Miyu winning the tag titles. So it just feels a little underwhelming. It's nothing where like I'm running out to say STARDOM dead or anything, but like it just feels it all feels a little underwhelming compared to last year, especially. So,
I think this feels about right for the build to the big arena show. Personally, I think what is missing is a really heated feud at the moment. So they don't have not just Tam versus Saya, but like Tam versus Julia as an extremely hot feud. Or what were some of the other big ones like Suri versus Utami, but that was Ryogoku.
I mean, I think Ryogoku had a better build than this. And I know people didn't like the Shiori and Saya build, but I wasn't one of them. I thought that build was good. I thought the Konami Saya Ida build was good. Because people didn't like that build either, I guess. Like other people complained, and I thought that build was good. So I thought the Thai title match had a really good build. Sari and Natsupoi, I like that build a lot. I don't know. The Dream Queen feels bigger to me.
So I'll put it this way: my feeling at the moment about the arena show is less like frothing excitement, which I had for Ryogoku, partly because I was going to be there. But also just in general, it was a very well built show. We've discussed this to death. The other thing is what I feel about this at the moment is mostly intrigue at the top of the card. I'm kind of taking for granted that because Hate have held all the belts for so long, that the tag belts are guaranteed to change hands, and the Wonder title is guaranteed to change hands. I am suspending my disbelief for the World of Stardom changing hands, though. I don't think it's obvious that Sai is going to win here. And it could be time for Stardom to just strap a rocket to Kurara. I could see them try it. They are kind of at a point where, as much as we talk about this roster being extremely stacked, a lot of the generation that carried them to this point is getting older and definitely a lot more injured, and are taking off a lot of time. Maybe taking a risk on someone who you might have jump a generation or two in terms of how quickly she would normally slot into the top of the card might make sense.
Yeah. I mean, I
see what I'm saying.
Yeah. I mean, then I would also my response would almost be, I don't know if I'm ready for Saya's title reign to be over, but I don't know.
That's fair. I think something similar has happened with New Japan. This is how I slide in my Sakura Genesis opinions. I think something similar happened in New Japan with Callum Newman. And it turns out Callum Newman, by the way, was also absolutely ready. And I think anyone who followed the promotion knew that going in. To me, though, it was still kind of a surprise they pulled the trigger like this. Maybe I don't know if I'll feel the same way because I'm already anticipating that this is a possibility in a way I absolutely did not for Callum. But maybe the sentiment right now is so predominantly, this is clearly set up for a big Saya Kamatani win, and she continues to dominate as champion, that they'll pull perhaps a meaningful surprise. So.
Yeah, I mean, I can't remember what I was going to say now. I'm sorry. Oh, okay. So honestly, it would just be, like I said, conflicted feelings over that, but I wouldn't say like, I wouldn't say I'd be mad if Sayaka wins. I mean, ultimately, I'm still rooting for Sayaka to win because I don't want Cosmic Angels to break up, but I do feel resigned to Saya winning, but I guess we'll see. I just, losing Cosmic Angels just would feel pretty bad to me. And they were like so entertaining too in this like little mini feud with the Maki Ito Respect Gundan too. Especially when they're all getting mad at her for putting her fucking t-shirt up next to the banners, which was like, I was like, Natsupoi tweeted out something like, who would dare put laundry in such a sacred place? And I was like, she is the fucking hater of the century, Natsupoi. Like, she's so fucking funny. 6-woman tag, Xena, Wakasukiyama, and Matoy Hamami.
Sorry to stop you there, but we didn't talk about the angle that came out of the first match, though.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
Did we?
I did. I mentioned it. I mentioned it. The tag.
Oh yeah, the tag. What is it? Hanako and Maika versus Rina and Suzuki.
Well, that's what started my whole I'm underwhelmed by All-Star Grand Queendom speech this year.
Oh man, look, it's been a long work month for me. So I think my brain has lots of Swiss cheese holes in it right now. Anyway, that one I specifically wanted to complain about, though, because I feel like when EXV broke up, that should have been the end of this feud. And Mi Vita Loca gets to walk away the winner. And instead, they're still kind of stuck feuding with Maika and EXV in all but name. I don't get it.
Yeah, it screams we have nothing for you, sister, kind of thing to me.
Yeah. So keep doing this for a bit. Yeah, that's a real shame. Like Maika and Suzuki is already a legendary feud, and they're kind of making it a lot less special.
Yeah, I mean, what the fuck is Starlight Kid doing on this show? She still has nothing.
Still has nothing. But hasn't she been hinting that she has a big name in mind for the arena? For a
you're
match?
Right. But it's like 3 weeks away.
It is sooner than you'd think. That's true.
Yeah, it's April 7th. It's like fucking like less than 3 weeks away. The 26th.
Wait, is that WrestleMania weekend?
No. It's 2 weeks later.
2 weeks.
Brother, WrestleMania weekend is a week and a half away. I am
tell me
getting
this and I'm just gonna forget.
I am getting on a plane for Las Vegas in 8 days. Like, that is a thing that's happening. I was just telling
witch cursed me to never be able to remember any details about WWE, and I told that witch, thank you. I didn't want to anyway.
I was just telling the booker of because the very first show I'm going to when I land is Pandemonium Pro Wrestling on Wednesday at 3:00, which is because he booked Natsupoi against Johnny Robbie, which that sounds awesome.
Yeah.
And Saya Ida in a 3-way match with these 2 other American indie wrestlers I'm not that familiar with, but I do know Johnny Robbie, so I'm excited for Johnny Robbie with Natsupoi for sure. And he basically told me because my plane lands at like 2 something, and the show is at 3, and I was like, well, this guy, the promoter's on the Voice Wrestling Discord, and I told him, I'm like, well, I was thinking of just buying it at the door because I don't, if Delta fucking fucks me over and the plane is late and I can't make it there anytime soon, that would be a waste. But he's like, oh no, if you buy a ticket and for some reason, your plane gets delayed or canceled or whatever, then I'll just refund you. I was like, oh, that's very nice.
Oh, that's very nice of him.
Yeah. So I was just telling him that his promotion is on the Stardom website, because I was looking at the schedule just now for this podcast, obviously, and they very thoroughly highlight, any outside bookings for their talent. And, it says participating in the promotion, Pandemonium Pro Wrestling Las Vegas, and it has the match graphics for Poi and Ida. And I took some screenshots and sent it to him in the WrestleMania channel. I was like, do you know you're on the Stardom website? And he's like, no, that's insane. I had no idea. So, but yeah, so his promotion's on the Stardom website.
It's one of those things where I think it's hard for us to appreciate how important it is, especially to smaller Japanese promotions, that they have like people from the rest of the world involved in their promotions, because it gives them a little extra legitimacy, right?
Yeah.
Like, as much as we complain about New Japan or Marigold, like constantly bringing in new white boys or new white girls, like they do that for a good reason. It helps build legitimacy in their audience's eyes, that when you say you're the best in the world, well, there's other people in the world here you clearly beat, so there's something to that claim.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, totally. Okay, so
we thought this was going to be quick, and we just immediately went down several rabbit holes.
Xena Wakasukiyama, I'll try again for this match. Xena Wakasukiyama and Motoi Hamabe, which I'm so happy Motoi's back. She's my favorite of this rookie class, and just so great to have her back. They defeated another one of my favorites from this rookie class, my second favorite probably, Ane Kariya, Emma Maishima, and Tabata. It was Xena pinning Ane in 7 minutes and 7 seconds. Fine little match here. The highlight was anytime Ane or Motoi were in there. Ane did this, like Ane, she's like, a little like firebrand, like little charisma magnet, but she's like getting really good in ring too. At one point, she did this really cool arm drag from a wheelbarrow position, and then somehow she slams Xena. I'm like, Ane is tiny. I'm like, how the fuck did she I mean, I know the answer is because Xena jumped for her, but still, it looked really cool when she slammed Xena. But yeah, she kept trying to cradle Xena, only to get caught by her in the wheelbarrow position again, and then suplexed to her death for the pin. But yeah, the last minute or so really ruled. The rest of this match was kind of just there, but 3 stars. Perfectly fine little undercard tag here.
Mm-hmm.
Then we had the Stars Trio, Saya Ida, Momo Kogo, and Yuria Hime, defeating Godzai, Ami Sore, Lady C, and Hida. Ida pinned Hina in 12:28 with a vertical drop brainbuster. This was a lot of fun for an undercard tag again, like much like the opener. So Ami looked good in this, just dominating Momo. She at one point just like clubbed her down when she ran in with both fists. Very simple, but very cool looking. Hina and Ida had a great exchange after that. Some very hard chops before Hina got her an STF for a long submission tease. But Saya Ida was able to make the ropes just as we got the 10-minute call. And the two of them just kept working together, really tore the house down the stretch. Almost had a mini singles match before Ida finally put away Hina with the brainbuster. So 3.5 stars. Damn good match.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I have very little to say about most of the matches on this card, but everything showed how high the Stardom floor is right now. Where even on what I'd say is a lesser show, they're still doing some pretty entertaining stuff.
Totally. Afterward, we had the official challenge where Saya Ida challenged Alex Windsor for the Dumbass Strong Women's title in Vegas, which, have you seen the Vegas card? It's pretty bad.
So not only have I seen the Vegas card, my friend, you discovered what the Vegas card was going to be.
Oh, yeah!
on the last episode, and ranted for 20 minutes about how much you hated it, and I spent most of it thinking, man, Rina versus Athena sounds like a really cool match. I would like to see that.
Well, it's not like I'm upset that I'm going or anything like that. Like, that's too strong. It's really just it's really the one match that really pisses me off, which is the one I buried the most on the audio with Rich. I did too after that episode. It's really the fucking 6-woman tag. Like, I hate the idea that we have Azumi, Starlight Kid, and May Sierra, and they're working with the fucking Babes of Wrath and Chris Statlander. It's like what a fucking waste of 3 of my favorite wrestlers in the world.
Yeah, I'm not going to disagree with that. I do think, though, Ida versus Windsor also sounds like a pretty good match.
Could be pretty good. It could be pretty good. It's really that 6-woman tag that really, if you took that match, if you fucking replaced that with the 3 of them going to a fucking 10-minute draw against each other, I would be way more fucking happy with this card. Pretty much anything. You could do anything else with those 3, and I'd be fucking happy. Because it's just I don't know, because they're just such a waste of 3 amazing wrestlers. So hopefully they're all on the Spark Joshi show too, I think. I'm pretty sure they all are on Sunday. So hopefully they do something better at Spark Joshi, because that's such a waste of them. But again, it's one of those things where you could bring out the world's tiniest violin for me, because I'm going to see them all in fucking June and Yoyogi from the front row too. So who gives a shit, really? It's like John, like I just picture somebody sitting at home being like, "Could you shut the fuck up, you spoiled bitch?" And I understand. I give my listeners very mean comments for some reason. Maybe it's a pathological thing. 8-woman tag: Hazuki, Fuwa-chan, Maki Ito, and Kikyo Furusawa, defeating Natsupoi, Soriano, Aya Sakura, and Sayaka Kurara. Maki Ito pinning Natsupoi in 9:32.
Mm-hmm.
Poi somehow, so Velky pointed this out 2 weeks ago, that she's looking more swole than ever. And she somehow might even be even more muscular than he pointed that out 2 weeks ago. Shingo really has her hitting the gym with him or something, because her back is expanding at a very prodigious rate here.
I love the idea that that's how they do dates, is they just go to the gym together. Isn't that cute?
Well, he left her in the car.
That's the thing I also know. That's not how it happened.
But maybe she got tired of waiting in the car, and now she's like, you know what? I'm just gonna come in and fucking get even more muscular. I don't get, because she had a big back to begin with. She had big traps and everything, and now it's getting even bigger because I guess she's not waiting in the car anymore. She's going in there with Shingo.
I hope this quiets down the people who think that Natsupoi is retiring within the year to go start a family. That's not the sense I get from her at all. That said, Maki Ito feels like someone she absolutely must beat if she wants to stay top of the card in Stardom, right? This is kind of a must-win.
Yeah.
Ito's too mid-card.
That was the major focus, Ito versus Poi. Poi fucking almost killed Ito with a dropkick against the ropes. Ito, though, got Poi in the cloverleaf. Shiori made the save. Then Ito and Kikyo hit double stunners on both of them. Very cool spot. A bit after that, though, Sayaka accidentally hit the Togimeki Spear on Poi when Kikyo pulled Maki Ito out of the way at the last second. And Ito immediately pinned Poi with a double stomp to the face. An interesting finish, giving Poi and Sayaka seem to be having some issues over Sayaka choosing to put Kozen on the line. But pretty good. Not quite on the level of some of the other tags earlier, but 3 1/4. Pretty good little match here.
Not in my head, which I'm sure you can hear.
Afterwards, Fuwa danced around right in Shiori's face while she completely ignored her. That was very funny. And then Maki grabbed the mic and challenged Poi to face her for the Kawaii belt at All-Star Grand Queendom. But Poi is angry, I don't want this damn thing, and she grabs it fucking tears it to pieces.
That belt is from the Edo era. How dare she? Maki Ito has defended that belt hundreds of times.
She even bit it. She had it in her fucking mouth like a fucking fair little gremlin. It's like, Jesus. The crowd booed the shit out of her for this, which was understandable, honestly.
This woman is like 34. No, 30. Okay.
No, she's 30. Yeah. But Maki, not 2 okay. So Poi's got the thing in her mouth. The crowd's booing her. I'm like, Poi, you're the one who always says that Maki Ito calling Cosmic Angels a heel faction is wrong. You're sure not acting like it's wrong. These are pretty heelless actions here. But yeah, Ito stood there in disbelief at first before flipping Poi off, and the two started slapping at each other. So the match is going to happen, destroyed cardboard or not. Now she went to the back and started trying to perform surgery on it, as she said. She was like, "Oh, somebody get me a doctor," and all this other shit she was saying back there. And but she keeps bringing it back, reconstructed, and Poi keeps destroying on every house show. So it's great bet. Next match was Spark Rush, Sari and Takumi Iroha defeating Anekon, Shuri, and Saki Kashima. It was Sari beating Saki via submission at 9 minutes and 7 seconds. So Saki tried to pull Sari down off the handshake into the cradle like she always does, but couldn't move Sari. That was funny to begin with, that Sari just wouldn't go down. But then it was Sari's birthday, so Saki fucking goes, "Omedetou!" and fires off a goddamn party popper in her face, and then almost rolls her up and pins her. I was fucking crying. This was so fucking funny.
That was really good. Also, she had a little birthday girl banner for her, or a sash, right, that she was trying to put on her. That was also really good.
You cut out there for me for a second. I don't think for the listener, though, but you said something about...
yeah, she had a birthday sash for Sari that she also tried to put on her. That was really good.
Yeah. Then we had... I don't know why this thing just turned my audio down. That's very weird. Okay. So she immediately ran away after the party popper and tagged out to Shuri, leaving Shuri to get double teamed. That was very funny. We got a super hard Shuri Iroha leg kick war, which Shuri emphatically won. Saki actually ran out and cut Iroha off the top rope with Shima's old Venus rising slap, and then hit a top rope Rana on her. The crowd was fucking amazed. They're like, "Oh my god, Saki Kashima's doing something."
So I don't know what a Venus Rising Slap is, but I do know what a Shoryuken is. That's what she does when she's doing that spinning slap move. So, during the pandemic, she also started, doing the classic light kick into Shoryuken combo as part of her moveset. Very funny. I don't
see. I thought it was a Dragon Gate reference because so many of the Stardom people love Dragon Gate. But yeah, if it's just a Shoryuken, that makes sense too.
That's definitely what it looked like to me. But I have Street Fighter brain, so
yeah.
Feel free
either way.
know in the comments.
Street Fighter, Dragon Gate doesn't really matter. Then she got leveled by one single Iroha roaring forearm when Shuri tagged her back in. That was funny. Sari tagged in and killed her even more, pulled her up at 2 at one point, but they missed double dives off the top, and then Shuri helped Saki nearly roll Sari up twice as the crowd was going completely insane. Sari then grabs Saki for Yonage, and Saki immediately gives up before Sari can hit the move. Oh my god. After all that, after she was trying so hard, Sari just looked surprised, which is very funny. This fucking ruled, though. I went 4 stars on this. I don't care that it was 9 minutes. Insanely funny comedy match, and the action was great when there was action. I say this every week now. I'm going to miss Saki Kashima so much. Please don't leave us, Queen. Just stay forever.
She's doing a lot now that she wouldn't normally do, in part because she's retiring, right? So we get plenty of chances now to really feel the full breadth of what she's capable of. I really like her in the role of the coward who finally finds it within herself to fight, but then immediately goes, "Nope, I can't actually do this." It's very Harada-esque. She's a joy. It also perfectly contrasts with Sari, right, who is the ultimate straight woman in any comedy match.
Afterwards, we did get the brief Shuri Aroha stare down to what you said before. And yeah, I'd be fucking there if that is the All-Star Grand Queen match, but they didn't extend an actual challenge as far as I know. Again, it's one of those things where if there has been a challenge or something, someone will definitely correct me in the Omakase channel, which I should mention that more and plug it more. If you're a listener, and you're not on the Voice of Wrestling Discord, I mean, we have a channel in the Super J-Cast Discord too, but that one's way less active. The Voice of Wrestling Discord channel is active. It's filled with co-hosts. I know you're in there, and lots of other hosts are in there, and filled with people who listen every week and talk about it. So definitely check it out. So if you don't know where to find it, go to thevoiceofwrestling.com. I think it's voicesofwrestling.com/discord, right? /Discord. I think that gets you there. Yep, voicewrestling.com/Discord gets you in the Discord. So all you got to do at that point is accept the invite that pops up, and then go to where it says audio. It's like right one of the first things is VOW Podcast Network, and it's under Wrestling Omakase. You have to go through a verification thing first so you can see the channels. But yeah, definitely, I should remember to plug this more because I love hearing from listeners. Some people leave comments on the YouTube channel too, which is fine. I mean, I check those too. But the Discord is cool because you can go in there and talk to me, and I'm always happy to talk to you guys, and we always have some regular listeners in there talking about the episodes and whatever other nonsense. So definitely come check it out.
Yeah, I'm not any less funny if I do my jokes in text. I'm also not any more funny, but take it or leave it.
We have one of the more active channels actually for the podcast network. It's like obviously the flagship has the most active one, but I think after that, we're probably right up there. So
we're just doing a podcast that I think nobody else can really do. So it appeals to hardcore dedicated freaks, and it's hard to find a cool community online that is about the whole broad breadth of Japanese pro wrestling. And
it's very siloed.
Exactly. It's very siloed by promotion, or maybe you just watch Joshi, or you just watch a couple of the men's promotions. So that leads to also a lot of people that I promise if you're listening to this, you're probably going to vibe with them. I met a lot of these people in person too, and they're all cool. So come join us.
The Jays are going great now, down 3-0 in the top of the fifth, and our manager got ejected for arguing a balk. So everything is going wonderful in Blue Jay land. That is for sure. Future Stardom title and the is it Princess of Princess title? I think, right?
No,
not Princess of Princess. Right? No, that's the fucking Tokyo Joshi one.
Right.
What the fuck is the name of this title?
It's the one for Wave. I thought it was.
I'm going to tell you right now, Princess of Wave. No. This is a different title than Regina DeWave. This is the Princess of Pro Wrestling Championship. So it has the same initials, POP. So it goes all the way back to JD Star. So that's
okay. Hey, would you like to guess how long Hanukkah has been Princess of Pro Wrestling Champion?
I just saw it, so I can't guess. But it's a long fucking time. 626 days she has held this title. She won it in a Pure J show, July 21st, 2024, from someone named Chie Ozora. I'm not familiar with her. That she's been defending it almost exclusively in Wave. So she beat Chi-Chi. It took her 5 months to defend it. She beat Chi-Chi December 18th at a Wave show at Shinjuku first ring. She beat Saran March 2nd at a Wave show in Korakuen. She beat Mizuki Kato Wave in Osaka on October 28th, 2025. She beat, that was, I guess, right before she retired, right? Because didn't she retire? Mizuki Kato is someone different. I'm thinking of somebody else. I'm sorry. I'm thinking of the one who retired in Oz Academy. But yeah, then she beat Mirai Koga December 1st, 2025 at something called JB Angels Produce Karaiki Carnival in Shinjuku FACE. Okay. I don't know what the fuck that is. Okay, that was
JB Jumping Bomb Angels?
Oh, Jumping Bomb Angels. Yep, that's it. That was their produce show.
Yeah.
Because it makes sense when you look at these names on the show. Dump Matsumoto and Zap are on this show, and the main event was Team 200 Kilogram against Sari and Salim Misora. So, interesting. Yeah, Jumping Bomb Angels produce. A crowd of 5'11", which I don't think is possible in Shinjuku FACE, but, whatever. But yeah, then, so March 7, 2026, she beat Miran at a Wave show, and now 2 defenses in 1 month for this belt. Wow, they usually doesn't get, usually they go months without a title defense. But yeah, so this was for the Princess of Pro Wrestling title along with the Future Stardom title. Rana Yagami and Honoka went to a 15-minute time limit draw. Impossible to overstate. We talked about this a little bit last week too. What a huge upgrade Rana Yagami's new gear is. I mean, she looks, because I'm looking at a picture of her in her old gear, that bright yellow gear on the Stardom website, which looked pretty ugly actually. And her new gear, like, makes her look like a star. Like, she now looks like an actual star with this new gear, the cape and everything when she comes out. Just great fucking gear. Like, one of the bigger gear upgrades in a while. Like, I think Rihanna's another one, had a really big gear upgrade when she went to her current gear from her last gear, but Rana's is even bigger. So
yeah, and the cape kind of leans into the kind of Prince look for her. Which
I was just thinking that too, like Prince.
Perfectly,
yeah. Because
right?
she's definitely like a tomboy type, and it's like like a Prince makes it's a great way to play.
Well, more specifically, I was thinking of what are those androgynous all-female theater troops? Right?
I don't know the name of it, but I know
do
exactly
productions
what you're talking
of I think it's like Takarazu Review
Takalazuka.
Okay, Takurazuka. Yeah. This is like a really important part of certain Japanese subcultures, like Yuri.
Well, you know, because people always joked that I don't know how much you know about this. Do you know how Sailor Moon has those like, what's it called? Like those plays they did after the TV, during and after the original anime.
Okay.
Do you know it? You know anything about it? It was really famous, the Sailor Moon plays in the night, like in the 90s,
I've heard
and 2000s.
Them. Haven't seen them.
And a lot of them would have the same deal where women would play the male roles. Not always,
right?
But some, like Mamoru, obviously, who's, you know, Tuxedo Mask, he would always be played by a woman in a lot of these. Besides being not all of them.
Were they always all female troops, or?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Some of them were, some of them weren't. But
gotcha.
But the ones that were, obviously, were because of that, the history of Takarazuka. So, which I might be saying wrong, but either way. But yes, we're very educational this week. Look at this. Like, Japanese cultural education. But yeah, this match went to a draw. You know, I thought it was fine. It just didn't really do a whole lot for me. The time limit draw felt really obvious, which never helps. They did do a good job doing near falls down the stretch, though, including a very, very close one on a cradle from Honoka. But there wasn't anything wrong with it. Just didn't throw me. So, like, 3 stars. Gentlewoman's 3 stuff here.
Rana was, like, so clearly the better wrestler than Honoka. Is that?
Yeah, Honoka's not very good.
Yeah.
Like, she's okay. She's all right. She's not horrible. But I've always thought that when I've seen her, I don't think she's that great.
So that takes away a lot of the drama. Like, it's a little harder for me to buy that Rana is struggling against her. But otherwise, this was actually, I thought, pretty well paced. And the closing stretch, I can't say I didn't see the time limit draw coming. But I thought they did a good job of hiding in the closing stretch that's where things are going. Sometimes they have to buy like a couple minutes, so somebody's going to have to sit in a hold while it counts down for the final minute or so, and you just know at that point, oh, okay. They did a good job of having a lot of continuing to strike each other and hit each other and apply moves and so on. So
yeah, V2 already for Rana, so that's cool. She's racking up the defenses. Then we had the high-speed title. Yuno Mizumori defeating Rion in 12:47. Gets her 3rd defense. I love the build-up to this where Rion, like, stomping on her foot everywhere. Like, that was so fucking funny. They did even more vignettes in the week between the New Blood show we talked about last week and this week. So so good. It was so good. The spot at the start where they both avoided each other's footstepping was amusing. But Rion did eventually get it because she is a master foot stomper. Some very nice lariats from Unimon in this match, especially as time is running down. And in fact, she just pins Rion with one of them at the end after wearing her down with them repeatedly, which I really liked as a finish. Pretty good match overall. I didn't think it was anything super special, but like 3 1/4. Pretty good.
Yep. Very little to say about it. Moving on.
The main event was a 12-woman tag match. Hanan, B. Priestley, Starlight Kid, Azumi, May Sierra, and Miyu Amasaki, which there's a wrestler I really wish was coming to Vegas. I wish Miyu was coming with the other 3 Neo Genesis members. She's been so good this year. 6 of them defeating Hate, Saya Kamatani, Konami, Natsuki Tora, Ruraka, Rina, and Fukigen. or as the website auto translates to, I'm in a bad mood. Always popular. Which is what Fukigen Death means literally. But yes, Miyu pins Raka in 12:22. Neogen was feeling like extra goofy today when they were coming out their entrance or something, like just the way they were like doing their little hand motions and shit. Very endearing. Love my Zuber goofball team. Hate is just, this is where I was like, okay, I don't think people complain enough about this. I complained about this before on this podcast. I'm going to keep complaining about it until they fucking do something about it. Can we stop with the fucking artist titles being on this fucking hate trio that never defends them? It drives me crazy. You have a promotion. You have a promotion with something like 45 fucking roster members now, or like roster members and regular fucking freelancers at least. You have enough fucking people to have and enough units to have a great Artist of Stardom title scene. Why the fuck are you never defending these titles? Get these fucking titles off of Konami, Rina, and Fukigen if they're too busy to defend them, and fucking put them on somebody else and do something with these titles. Because these titles should be one of the most exciting things of the promotion. They were parts of last year before this fucking team won them. I mean, there was some really cool shit with Cosmic Angels defending against themselves, and Cosmic Angels losing to Neogen, and Neogen had a cool match against BB DeLoca for them, if I remember correctly. There's a lot of cool stuff with these titles in the first half of the year, and then they got on the fucking Hate team, and Hate has done nothing with them. Like, get these fucking belts off of Hate already and fucking do something with these titles again. Anyway, because Stardom is great at multi-woman tags. So, like, why are we not doing anything with these artist titles? It drives you fucking crazy.
And it feels like the artist titles are also supposed to informally be who is the best unit title, you know?
Yeah, and I guess that's why you don't want them to take them off of Hate, maybe, because, like, Hate is clearly the Hate domination era, but, like, get over it and just get these belts off of them. Like, come on.
Yeah, let them losing the belts, like maybe in the Korakuen before the arena show would make sense, right?
Yeah,
and maybe it's part of a preview tag against, I don't know, Stars.
Yeah, like it could be the start of their downfall or something. Yeah. I don't know, but like it should have happened already, honestly, because it's been way too long to ice these belts. So we started out with a big wild brawl all around ringside. Konami beat the crap out of Hanam for a while. Like she like really casually avoided a crossbody out of the corner a little bit after that, where it looked like Hanam was going to finally get a comeback going. Konami's such an asshole. It's just so great how much of an asshole she is. It was kind of weird seeing Miyu in there with her presumably natural hair color, like her brown, because she usually has like some other wacky hair color. So it's like, oh, she doesn't feel like doing the hair dye today, I guess. But it was very, very fun. Very funny, I mean. But she looked really good when it came to the in-ring stuff, as she has for months now. So as I mentioned, I really wish she was coming to Vegas. After running wild for a bit, she took the plastic box to the head and get double teamed by BMI 2000. But before Tora hit her with a Fisherman's Buster, but Miyu kicked out at 2. That was just for the 10-minute call. I'm surprised it only went 12:22. It didn't feel that short to me. I don't know. It felt like they packed a lot into that time then. There's a big, huge smaz involving everyone again, ending with Hanan hitting a nice crossbody off the top of the floor. Then Azumi and Miyu isolated Raka before Miyu hit her with a hammerlock DDT for a 2 count. Tora tried to miss her, but Miyu smartly did a standing switch and used Raka as a human shield before kicking off of Tora with a spinning DDT and then using her signature cradle for the pin. Awesome fucking finish. Great work from Miyu. And obviously BMI 2002 being all in position for it. The match is a ton of fun, as these Korakuen multi-one mains almost always are. And again, just cannot put over Miyu enough. Her progression has been really great. 3 3/4 for this. Very good main event.
You enjoyed it a lot more than I did. I remember just kind of watching it in a haze, having a hard time following what was going on. I may have even taken a nap at some point. So
okay, it happens.
It happens.
Afterwards, they made the Zero Knee Line Goddess Challenge for All-Star Grand Kingdom official, which I didn't realize it wasn't actually, but yeah. And they also all posed with a little girl, even though she was in a Hate shirt, which I thought was funny. But another good start in Korakuen. Again, I feel like I might have even been too negative earlier. Talking about All-Star Grand Kingdom. It's not that I don't know. It doesn't feel as exciting or something, but like the shows are always still really fun when I watch them. It's not like I'm turning into a Stardom hater or something, but like, I don't know. It just doesn't feel like the build for the big show is quite there for me. But again, it's also just a suffering from success thing where last year, like you said, was an all-timer. Mm-hmm. So, but yeah, there's your Stardom talk for the week. which will be next week. We got 2 more Korakuens to talk about. Well, not you're finally getting a week off, so but
Thanks, boss.
You're welcome. Let's go over to Dragon Gate because they had a Korakuen a couple of days ago on the 5th. Or no, what's this? I thought it was the 6th. Did I write down the wrong date? Yeah, it was actually yesterday, April 6th at Korakuen Hall. The negative here, because I'm going to be probably as positive as I've been about a Dragon Gate show in forever, because this was the best Dragon Gate show in eons. But the negative was the announced attendance, which was 1,008. So
it was like maybe 600 people there.
That is their lowest announced Korakuen in at least 2 years. I went back all the way to the start of 2024, clicking through these Korakuens on Cage Match. I could not find a lower one. The close one was actually a show I was at, which was the January 11th, 2024 show. That didn't announce 1,010. So 2 more people than they announced for this show. But that show, it should be noted, was a double shot. So that was the day after they had just done 1,045 on January 10th with a Shingo Takagi versus Masaki Mochizuki main event, with Shingo coming back to Dragon Gate for that one-time match. So obviously, the other show outdrew it by a lot, and people just didn't go to that show. Here, this is a standalone show, so it's a totally different thing. And the card was actually pretty loaded. You had a Dream Gate match on top. Plus the 10th anniversary tag. So I don't know. There's no way they didn't think that show was disappointing. It was a Monday, which is also the hardest day to draw. So that is something that is worth mentioning.
And it wasn't a holiday or anything, was it?
Yeah, exactly. Not a holiday or anything. It's just a regular ass Monday. So and they had competition from the Universe Magic show across town. So that couldn't have helped either. That show looked like it was packed. But yeah, I mean, just and plus there's a lot going on right now, with the Dragon Dia thing. Who knows if that affected this? Who very nobly was out of the Infinity opening, which I expected. So the D Courage is just down to Yuki Yoshioka and Ryoya Tanaka. But yeah, so that is the big negative of the show. Is there was still some stuff on the show I didn't like, so it's not like it was a all around great show or anything. Which we're gonna, the Dragon Gate undercards I think just have gotten very very boring in recent years. But and some of the stuff is actually really bad. They have a lot of bad workers on their undercards, but the main stuff on the show was really good. So that it did make it one of the better Dragon Gate shows in forever. The opener. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I actually was going to say nice things about the undercard. That was part of why I thought this was a good show, was the undercard, if anything, over-delivered. I enjoyed pretty much every match. Obviously, the top 2 kind of were, well, actually, top 3, I would say, were pretty clearly the best. But there was just enough to make this interesting as someone who is still getting their arms around Dragon Gate and figuring out who I do and do not like. I'm still not quite at the point where I could call myself a Dragon Gate fan. I think for that to happen, I have to have opinions about mid-carders. But this was otherwise like just a very enjoyable, easy watch.
All right, so we're going to disagree on a few matches then, I guess. But
sure.
Starting with the opener, which was Ryoya Tanaka defeating Kenichiro Arai in 9-16 with the Cross Saber. Apparently, this was supposed to be Tanaka versus Mochizuki Jr., but Mochizuki Jr. is banged up. He has like some kind of chest injury. First of all, though, they were going to book Tanaka versus Mochi Jr. as a random opener, like I assume non-title match. Very weird, but that match would have been really awesome, I'm sure. This wasn't, though. This was an extremely boring match in front of a mostly entirely dead crowd. Mostly just Araken slowly working over Tanaka's arm. Yeah, I thought this sucked. I went 1 3/4.
Damn. Okay, I enjoyed this. I think partly it's I'm still figuring out who these guys are, and I kind of enjoyed Kenichiro as the wily veteran type who has to try and maximize whatever offense he can. While not doing a lot of cool shit per se, right? And I think that's kind of a challenging role, but obviously a good shortcut to add some drama to the match is going to be just work a limb. And the limb work was fine. I don't know. It had enough novelty that I was like, okay, this show at least is starting with good vibes.
Next match was a tag team match. It was Jason Lee and Ishin defeating Kazuma Kimura and Jiro Shimbashi. Ishin pitting Shimbashi in 7:52. This was the highlight of the undercard matches for me. This was a lot of fun.
Mhm.
So Kimura and Shimbashi had like that singles match the last Korakuen last month, where Shimbashi kind of went like berserker mode over Kimura. Apparently being a former co-worker from the same trading company. I don't think that's a shoot, but I think Kimura was like some kind of salaryman, which I think is the joke. Because I think the company I think the company name is fake, if I remember correctly. Case or Low would know for sure, but I'm pretty sure it is fake. From Open the Voice Kit, I mean. But yeah, now they're teaming up instead. So now it's basically the salaryman and the former salaryman is the gimmick here. But I thought it was a pretty amusing match. You know, so Ishin and Jason Lee were leaning, even, Jason Lee too, were leaning into their goofier sides here for a bit, which was nice seeing Gaja Dokuro do something besides be dour all the time. I greatly enjoyed the spot where Shimbashi used the hook of his umbrella to get a rope break. That was very funny.
Yes.
Lee finally dropped the wackiness though when he broke poor Jiro's umbrella, but that made Jiro go feral again. He first choked Lee with his tie and then ripped his shirt off. He went for the steel bento box. He shoves down his own partner and the ref and actually managed to nail Jason Lee with it. But Ishin ducked and he bounced off the top rope and knocked himself out with the case before Ishin then pinned him. Very amusing little match, especially amusing finish. Went 3 1/4. Interestingly enough, ever since I complained on this podcast about how I was tired of Shimbashi's act already, he added this like berserker mode to it, which is like an actual new development to the act, and it's made it entertaining again. So I don't know if Jiro Shimbashi or somebody at Dragon Gate is a Omakase listener. I doubt it, but it's just very funny how that worked out. That he's like, well, now I like Jiro again. So way to go.
Yeah, this was fun. That was a really good summary. It reminded me in a complimentary way of how the second match on the card for DDT shows does a lot to lift the rest of the show and add a little comedy that makes everything else you're watching all in 3 hours go down easy.
The other thing too, with the Jiro, where was I going to go with this? I'm sorry. Now I lost one of those times. I was going to talk about the Gacha Dokuro. So like one of the things I realized this match and talking about it made me realize is like one of the things that felt like we lost with the transition from Z-Brats to Gaja is Z-Brats were funny. Like Z-Brats are the kind of would occasionally just be funny heels, and it felt like they made a really, like strong decision or like a blatant decision or that's not the word I'm looking for. Like like they really tried hard to make Gaja Dokuro not be wacky at all and not be comedic. And it just like, it's made them feel way too dour. And Waste Ishin, who was a great comedic heel. But like, it makes them feel way too dour for Dragon Gate. And like, Dragon Gate tends to have heels that can be on the wackier side. I mean, there's so many times throughout their history that I can remember thinking the heels were the funniest people in the company. Like Naruki Doi especially was like a really, really hilarious heel at different times in Dragon Gate's history. And like, I don't know. I mean, I get it to a degree that maybe you just want to go with a more serious, just like, oh, we're looking to beat everybody up and take over kind of vibe sometimes. But it just, on top of all the other issues, it just hasn't worked. It's made watching Dragon Gate a more dour experience. So yeah, I hope this is the start of maybe going a little more lighthearted with Gacha Dokuro. Match number 3, Torawashi, Takashi, and Problem Dragon, or whatever the fuck his Japanese name is, Mondai Ryu. I don't know why they always write it in English now. To me, it was always Mondai Ryu. Now he's just Problem Dragon. Anyway, the 3 of them beat Ultimo Dragon, Luis Monte, and Punch Tominaga when Mondai Ryu beat Punch Tominaga in 6:55 with the Problem. It was nice to see him get a pin for a change, but it's otherwise one of these completely nondescript, nothing happening Dragon Gate undercard matches. Firmly below average stuff here, 2 1/4.
Yeah, probably the worst match on the card.
Match 4, this was the one that really kind of disappointed me. It was very quick anyway, but Strong Machine J, KZ, Gucci, and Aki, the team from Natural Vibes, defeated the Paradox team of Yamato, Dragon Kid, BB Hulk, and Naruki Doi. It was Gucci pinning Hulk at 8:43 with the Nagadora. I just thought there's another kind of meh undercard tag, better than the last one, but I just didn't think there was anything of note here before the sudden cradle finish on Hulk.
Yeah,
so just okay.
This was almost a more an angle than a match, right? Because Gucci getting the pin on Hulk out of nowhere was kind of the whole thing, that the whole point of the match, right? That's kind of what I got a sense of.
Yeah, but even like 2 3/4, like okay, little match. Now the one after that literally was an angle and not a match.
Yep.
Homari and El Cielo beating Kota Minoura and Yoshiki Kato in 158 by disqualification. So Sai Patra, role models to children everywhere, jumped Gajidokuro on the outside during their entrance. The never-ending heel versus heel stable feud. Although we finally are going to get an ending, thankfully, as we'll talk about when we get to the end.
Are you sure?
I'm pretty sure.
Between Shun Skywalker and other members of Sai Patra, so...
This went to an almost immediate DQ when Kota Minoura hit Homari with a piece of metal. No rating, obviously, because it's just an angle. And I was like, boy, am I not sick of this shit at all at this point. At this point of the show, I'm like, oh my God, this show sucks. Just like all these other Dragon Gate Korakuen suck. Thankfully, the last 3 matches more than saved it, as we'll get to. Mm-hmm. But yeah, this point, I was not feeling the show at all. Cielo makes the save for Homari when Kota Minoura goes to cut his hair. And Homari gets the scissors and cuts a huge piece out of his hair. Irony is such a cruel, etc., etc. GM Saito came in the ring and put Homari and Minoura in the cage match in Nagoya, making it a 6-way officially, which would not be the only change for that match, as we'll get to. I did like how he was like, you guys want to cut each other's hair? Then you're in the cage match too. It's kind of funny.
Yeah, that felt appropriate. So, a 6-way cage match? Okay. I didn't quite catch that. I thought it was more like I assumed that the cage match was going to be unit versus unit.
No, it's individual because only one person will lose their hair and or mask or mask. I should not hair or mask.
But is it still Sai Patra versus Gajidokuro?
Yes, it's still they're all Sai Patra Gajidokuro. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. So one of them has to split up, as we'll get to.
Got it.
4-way tag match. So this was interesting. It was a weird multi-way preview match. So Genki Horiguchi and Yasushi Kanda are challenging Masaki Mochizuki and Don Fuji for the All Asia tag titles on April 19th in Fukuoka. Those, of course, the All Japan belts that Fuji and Mochizuki currently have. And meanwhile, Susumu and Kagetora, who are like the Okinawan tag champions, are facing Jackie Kami and Rita, who are obviously the Twin Gate champions, in a double title match at the Nagoya show at the end of the month, the big show, or the start of. It's the end. Oh, it is the end of this month. It's the end of this month, I think. So it's a weird multi-way, 4-way preview with none of those belts from the line. Also, as Jay pointed out in commentary, why the fuck are Rita and Jackie Kami not coming to Vegas? Because apparently Rita even wanted to go. He was complaining to Jay backstage. And it's like, well, they're like 2 of the most exciting wrestlers in the company. I've always thought Jackie's a little overrated by some of the Dragon Gate boosters, but I still would have liked to see him in Vegas, especially Rita. Rita, I love Rita.
I think Jackie just also has very easy mass appeal because he's such a great high flyer. So
yeah,
real missed opportunity for him to not go to Vegas.
So I don't know. Very, very sad that my favorite short boy. Look, he could have been in the same town as Natsupoi, and we finally could have gotten the Natsupoi Rita back-to-back comparison I've been wanting for like 6 months. But yeah, I mean, I just wish they were coming. Yeah, I mean, the Dragon Gate show, as I talked about on the audio with Rich that I keep plugging, which again is on his the flagship Patreon, but it's free, so anyone can listen to it. You just have to sign up for a free account. The show kind of sucks. It's not a very good-looking show. So oh, the Blue Jays finally scored a run! Yeah, George Springer doubled to get in not gonna run. 3-1 now. It's their first run they've scored in like 8 innings or something. Anyway, but yes, I just wish they were coming. That was the point. But yes, this match blew everything else on this undercard. And I guess at this point you're up to the top 3, but this was where the show turned around. It wasn't even that long, right? It was under 8 minutes, but I fucking loved it. So Genki pinned Jackie in 750 with the backslide times. The match in general was super fast paced. It was filled with flash pin near falls, which is like catnip for me. It's one of the things I originally loved with Dragon Gate in the first place. Obviously, it's one of the big things you get in a lot of Joshi too, which I love that stuff.
I was going to say, this match was very Stardom-esque.
Which is because Stardom is very Dragon Gate-esque, really. But yes, Genki pinned Jackie at the end of a long flash pin exchange. I almost went 4 on this, honestly. I went 3 3/4. It's very good.
This was after I watched this, I texted you. Okay, I'm actually glad now that I watched this Dragon Gate show because I was kind of dreading this all week. But no, this to me kind of distilled what I would like to see a lot more of in Dragon Gate. Just fast-paced men's wrestling, constantly just highly coordinated, but not in a way that feels overly artificial, right? I want men to do Stardom style, essentially, which to me is what Dragon Gate is supposed to be.
It's what you used to get a lot more of before recently. So, the next match was the Class of 2016 10th Anniversary Special Tag Team match. So it's Hyo and Yuki Yoshioka defeating Shun Skywalker and Benkei. Yuki pinning Benkei in 1912 with the high fly flow. This match was fucking awesome. So first of all, Jay referenced the Dragon Dia departure for the first time all night during Yoshioka's entrance. He basically said the D&D Courage isn't here anymore because that was obviously D for Dragon Dia. Because originally it was a tag team. It was Dia and Yoshioka. So the D was Dragon Dia and the Courage was Yoshioka. The Courage and D Courage. But he said that Yoshioka's still here and he's still fighting. Is basically what Yoshioka told him backstage, Jay said. The start of it was a little slow with Ben and Hyo, but then I did like when Hyo acted like he might want to make out with Ben or something after pushing him into the ropes. That was very funny. But yeah, then when this got going though, this never stopped. I mean, this was exactly the kind of nonstop action anyone would have wanted. From like a Dragon Gate tag like this. This felt like, where has this been on recent Dragon Gate shows? This felt like the kind of match you watch a fucking Dragon Gate show for. Yoshioka pinned Benkei with the high fly flow. After an all action, not straight ahead wrestling, no bullshit. Shun Skywalker went in there and just fucking wrestled for once, which is, something he hasn't done in forever, it feels like. 4 1/4. Easily my favorite Dragon Gate match of the year so far. I liked it. The only other one I went 4 on was the one, the Triangle Gate match from the Udo Dos Tres show. But this was better than that, I thought. So this was an awesome fucking match.
And this was cool to watch as a new Dragon Gate viewer because I haven't followed these guys before, right? And Jay on commentary is extremely helpful as he points out, this guy hasn't done this move in quite a long time, or this is a reference to this old feud or this old tag team that he used to do. And it just adds another layer to what's already like a pretty dense match that goes 20 minutes and not a second feels wasted. Really cool, like just, hey, this is Dragon Gate, this is why we're cool. Kind of match.
Then we had the main event, which is the Open the Dream Gate title. Madoka Kikuta beating Kai in 26:05 with the Rolling Lariat. Kikuta makes his 5th defense. So the crowd started chanting for Kai right at the opening bell. But he fucking did the stupid Bullet Club G1, I'll just lay down for you shit. It's even dumber to me that Kikuta would fall for this in a fucking world title match than it was for the G1. Because it's like, no, of course he's not going to lay down for you in a fucking Dream Gate match, you idiot. So yeah, Kai tried to roll him up. Not a good start to the match. But it picked up from there. Kai did a very nice dive to the outside. Then they went right into brawling all around ringside. He hit him with a chair to the leg, and then he worked on his leg for a while back at the ring. Not super exciting, but, good psychology and stuff. Some nice hard chops from Kikuta while hobbling around on one leg. Down the stretch, it got pretty damn good. I was surprised how into it the sparse crowd sounded. I really wasn't expecting them to be so pro Kai here. I mean, they were like really, really behind Kai trying to win this title. The crazy part to me, now I didn't make a note of, I'm thinking of it now. This was heel versus heel. Kikuta and Kai are the same unit. But it had more fucking heat than pretty much every fucking Saipatra versus Gaja Dokuro heel versus heel match from the past 6 months. Yeah. That is fucking wild when you think about it. Like, these are both stablemates, and they cared way more about the two of them fucking doing this shit than they cared about anything else. Just really, really, really bizarre. So yeah, I thought that was very interesting. But yeah, so then as the match went on, there were a couple things that really really didn't like. But actually, I think there's more. I don't know. So just when I was getting into it, so this is the part that made no sense. The ref gets bumped, and then all the Gaja members at ringside slide chairs into the ring. Now the announcers even point out this makes no sense. Why would they help Kai over Kikuta? And why would Kikuta not be super mad about it afterwards? It makes no fucking sense. Later on, they tried to cover for it. They're like, oh, well, if you throw chairs in the ring, it's going to help somebody. I'm like, that's stupid, though. They should not be getting involved at all. If, really, let alone all seemingly picking Kai over Kikuta. At least the ref
chairs
gets back.
It's defensible if they just place them in a neutral position, but I don't think.
But they didn't, though. They put it under them. They put it under them when Kai was getting ready to hit Kikuta with a move after the ref got bumped.
Yep.
At least the ref gets back in super fast. We go right back into Kai dropping bombs for near falls, and the crowd does stay 100% behind him. But it was a very weird and stupid spot. Kikuta does a really good job selling his leg here, even right after he hit a pile driver. That looks super realistic. But unfortunately, they screw up the BDR impact, or whatever that move is called, from Kai. He just kind of dropped him mid-move. They didn't try to repeat the spot, though, so that's good. Kai just moved on to hitting 2 nice Shining Wizards. Then Kikuta hit an enormous counter lariat on him when he tried for, I think, a 3rd Shining Wizard. That got a 2 count. Ishin hit Kikuta with a box attack when he hit the ropes from the lariat. But then Minoura got up on the apron and spit water in Kai's face. I'm like, you just tried to help him before. It doesn't make any sense, but okay. And the interference shit was once again ruining the vibes yet again. Kikuta pinned him with a rolling lariat and what felt like a really flat finish. So yeah, there were times I was like rocking with this and ready to go 4+ on it. But the interference, again, made no sense, and it helped make the end of it super flat. So I ended up like 3.5. It was still good. I still didn't regret watching or anything. It's better than a lot of Kikuta defenses, especially recently. Were
there any hints in commentary that maybe this is presaging a split in Gajadokuro?
Not really.
It's the only way I can make sense of the cheating.
I mean, there's like a little bit of I guess, of but the issue was like Ishin and Minoura was the infighting, and they like each helped a different person, I guess. But I don't know. It was very weird. Just didn't really work.
Yeah.
The match itself was still good.
There was Dragon Gate lore. I didn't understand when I saw that happen. But if it doesn't even make sense to you and you follow this shit, then yeah.
Yeah.
Just bad.
I thought Jay was struggling to explain it himself. It was like, oh, well, I guess they just helped whoever they were in the corner of. And I'm like, no, but then before that, they were both helping Kai. So yeah, I don't know. Very weird. So after the bang, Kikuta was all cool with Kai, who tried to trick him out of his title, remember? And doesn't care that his teammates tried to help him take the title either, which again makes no sense. Saipatra interrupted at this point. Shun called out Shimizu. Big Boss Shimizu came out on crutches. Shun was thrilled about this, and it was incredibly funny when Jay said that he just climaxed, because it did sound like that's what he was doing. I mean, he asked Shimizu if he can even get in the cage in Nagoya. Shimizu admits he blew out his knee and will be out for a long time. It sounds like the rest of the year. So obviously a big blow for him when he was suspended for a whole year, and then he comes back and looks really good and has a great body and everything. Like Shun even, again, acting like a total jerk because there's no one to cheer for in this feud, told him, I think he said something like, well, you're going to lose your great body now that you can't even work out. And then he's like, told him he has to take his haircut now since you lost the match by forfeit, which again, acting like a total jerk here while this man is like, looking sad with a fucking busted up knee. Kikuta interrupts this and says he'll take Shimizu's place in the cage. Now, at first, that was very fucking funny because he has no hair to begin with, which Shun immediately pointed out. Like, his Shun's reaction again was really hilarious. He's like, you don't have any fucking hair. I put in the line in the cage. How can you take Kikuta's place? How can you take Shimizu's place, I mean? So his outrage was very funny. Kikuta will instead valiantly fight to defend Shimizu's hair, which, again, is very backwards. Like, what are we doing here? It's funny, but also what are we doing?
He could put the title on the line at least. He's not even doing that.
Yeah. Instead, I think they did that one year, but no. Instead, he's just fighting to defend Shimizu's hair, like the valiant heel he is. Kikuta, for some reason, then adds the stip out of nowhere that if any of the 3 Gaja members lose their unit, they will also have to break up. So, reverse that. No, that was not Kikuta. Kikuta doesn't suggest that. I guess he's the one who adds that stipulation. So GM Saito doesn't want to accept that step because he's like, you're finally getting popular. So that was funny. And he says they just put a banner of you up and everything else. So and then Homare grabs a mic and says, if one of them lose, then they'll break up Saipatra too. And Shun is like, what the hell are you doing? And Cielo grabs the mic and says they can destroy their enemies once and for all. But Shun still doesn't like it. And, he just starts to storm off. And Saito says he needs Shun's consent. Then says if he walks away without saying anything, that will be taken as acceptance. And he does leave. So there you go. It's a little overwrought, but at least for finally ending the stupid fucking Gaja versus Saipatra feud once and for all. So yes, the new match for Nagoya, if you've lost track of this, is Shun Skywalker versus El Cielo versus Homare versus Madoka Kikuta versus Kota Minoura versus Yoshiki Kato. It's on April 26th in Nagoya, Golden Coliseum 2025. The loser will lose their mask or their hair. Obviously, Shun or Cielo would lose their mask. Homare, Minoura, and Kato would all lose their own hair. And if Kikuta loses, then it's Shimizu who loses his hair. And on top of that, if a member of and the way this match works, by the way, is you have to climb up and grab a flag to escape. So you go up the top of the cage, grab the flag, and then escape. And the last one left is the loser. So there's 5 winners and 1 loser, basically. And whoever ultimately loses, if it's a Saipatra member, Saipatra has to disband. If it's a Gaja Dokuro member, Gaja Dokuro has to disband. It seems very obvious to me Saipatra's losing, so I'll be interested to see what they do if they're swerving us or something. But I mean, 1 year would be crazy short amount of time for a true heel unit, which Saipatra still is the real heel unit of the promotion. Not Saipatra, Gaja Dokuro. I mean, is the real heel unit of the promotion, not Saipatra. And Saipatra's pretty fucking stupid anyway. So please just break them up. Just go ahead. Don't swerve us or anything. Just break them up and let's finally get a real Shun Skywalker face turn here.
Anyway. I'm weirdly enough looking forward to that cage match, though. I'm not sure it'll be good, but it's like, I want to see how this ends.
The other match...
I love a kind of fun gimmick. Climb up a cage, grab the flags. That sounds like that has good potential for shenanigans. Before you move on, I wanted to ask you. I'm sorry. I wanted to ask you something about this Dreamgate title match. It had its ups and downs for sure. My impression of Kai, before now, is that he's the kind of guy who, for whatever reason, at this point in his career, he's not working very hard and he's not taking a lot of bumps. Is that fair?
I guess. Yeah, I mean, he's like 42 years old, so maybe that's why.
Yeah, okay. So he was working within some limitations to try and make a compelling match, I guess. I don't know. I thought he... I thought he dragged an interesting match out of Kakuta, which by itself, it felt like an accomplishment. Because this has been a rough title reign. So, anyway, that's all I had.
So overall, I feel like we got bitchy again at the end because there was some bitch, or maybe I just did. But yeah, there's still a good show though. Overall, definitely the best Dragon Gate show of the year by a mile.
Got me interested in the next big Dragon Gate show. So
yeah,
did what it needed to.
The other newly announced match for Golden Coliseum, this came backstage apparently, is KZ, Gucci, and Aki defending the Triangle Gate titles against Takashi, the former Cyber Kong, Mondai Ryu, and Koji Iwamoto. So not the most thrilling challengers there. Iwamoto is a former All Japan guy, if you want to forget that name. I actually started all the way back in 2012 with Sportiva, the very tiny Nagoya-based promotion, because he is from Nagoya, which is the one I went to the bar and saw them with Paul this past trip. But yeah, because he's from Nagoya. That's why he's getting this title shot. So basically it's 3 Nagoya local guys who are challenging for the Triangle Gate. They're not going to win, but that's interesting, I guess. But yeah, the other matches we know, I think, are just 2. The double tag title match I mentioned, the Ryukyu Dragon and Open the Twin Gate titles, Jackie Kame and Rita against Susumu Yokosuka and Kagetora, and the Brave Gate title match for Yoya Tanaka against UT. believe, are the only other 2 matches. So there you go. There's your Dragon Gate talk. And we can move over to DDT.
When is Golden Coliseum?
April 29th, I think I just said.
29th?
26th.
Okay,
it's definitely
so the
late
same
April.
week as WrestleMania then.
No, if All-Star Grand Queendom. See, you're doing this as a bit now, buddy. This is it's the exact same day as All-Star Grand Queendom, April 26th.
Okay.
So, yeah. Which Paul will be on for that episode. So Paul will get to give his Dragon Gate takes for that big show. So it's a few episodes away, though. Let's go over to DDT. Their Korakuen show from April 5th. Change Age 2026. Tobi Kiri Zenkai Power. This, of course, was mostly, I think, for most people, that they think of it as the retirement show for our boy Higuchi, which I'm definitely going to miss him a lot.
Yeah.
I forgot to go back and watch the dark match. It was Rukia beating Uni with the Proto Bomb in 612. Did you see that?
I did, but I don't remember anything about it.
Okay. So moving on then to the main show opener, which was Takeshi Masada, Yuya Koroku, and Daichi Sato defeating Kazuma Sumi, Masami Inihara, and Hinata Kasai. It was Masada pitting Kasai with a PK in 825. Basically, the 6-man champs are wrestling here, but it's not for the belts. And Kasai, who got pinned here, is getting a title shot with Brooks and Hirashima on the second DDT Korakuen that's coming up about a week from now, April 15th. Actually, when I'm in the air for Vegas. Or I guess right before that, because it was in Japan. But yeah, Inahata has very cocky energy for someone only 20 years old. That always stood out to me in JTO when I would watch it, but it stands out still now in DDT. So definitely a very, very, very confident man. But yeah, thought it was a fun little opener, 3 1/4. Pretty good match.
It was pretty good. I gotta say though, like this was kind of a 1-match card for me, and I also had a feeling of dread as the show goes along, right? Because it's gonna end on that retirement match, and then Gooch is done. So This kind of cast a pall over the whole show for me, and just kind of left me like feeling a little dour about everything. But to say something positive, I really like how Pale Youth is shaping up. I think they're kind of one. They feel completely stacked. Where like everybody on this unit all feel like terrific wrestlers, especially for their age. It also is giving Takeshi Masada some real aura by having him come out last for these unit matches, and he's wearing that big ass fur coat and just looks like $1 million. I really, really like this direction for him in particular, and just the unit overall.
Yeah, it's a really cool unit, that is for sure. The next match, the Variety King decision match. I know I can't say that word for some reason. Well, a guy who wasn't even in it won the match. It was Hisaya Imabayashi defeating Toru Owashi, Danshoku Dino, Super Sasango Machine, Kazuki Hirata, Antonio Honda, and Akito, when the GM submitted Hirata with a sleeper hold in 1341. So everyone was talking backstage with GM Imabayashi, and he just kind of like called for a bell while they were back there, basically. So, like they were all like the show was running on a tight schedule, so he wanted everyone to do their entrances at once. And Hirata suggested they start wrestling before the entrances, and then they play everyone's music as the match progresses, which that ended up being a very, very, very funny running joke, I thought.
Okay, so that's why that happened. Okay.
Yeah. So the bit was like everyone had to keep leaving in the middle of the match to go run to the back and make their entrance to the middle of it, which was a very funny bit. Eventually, during Hirata's very delayed entrance, I think it was the last one to go, the speakers lose power, and it ends up with a human chain involving all the other wrestlers and all 4 announcers, including Saki Akai, who may still be... you sneeze at the mention of Saki Akai.
No disrespect to Saki Akai. I had to cough.
Well, what I was about to say is Saki Akai, and Nicole's not in the room to hear me say this, thankfully. She may still be the most beautiful woman on earth. I mean, that is one...
Yeah.
That is one amazingly beautiful woman.
Yeah.
But yes, she comes down there, and what did this amazing, beautiful woman do? She helped make a human chain to the speakers, so the power of Dino's ass could power back up the speakers. That's what she did.
Yeah, well, we can't interrupt Harada's entrance. It must go on, no matter what.
It's one of those things why I kind of love Saki Kai. It's like, this woman was clearly gorgeous enough to do anything she wanted in life, basically. And obviously she got plenty of modeling work and everything else. And she still chose to go fucking do DDT for all these years. It's like, and she's still involved with the company today. Like, she decides to commentate. She has like a backstage role. It's like, she could have taken there were probably much easier ways for her to earn a living than what she chose to do. So God bless Saki Kai.
She's terrific in comedy matches, especially. Good in any kind of match, but she just has a special, how do I put this? Like, put upon straight man aura that they haven't quite been able to get in another wrestler since she retired.
And on top of that, she would go to Tokyo Joshi and be like the greatest heel in wrestling.
Oh, yes.
A completely different character, Saki-sama, which is always like, I was so upset when Saki retired, we had no more Saki-sama. I stopped watching Tokyo Joshi for a little while because I was like, I couldn't deal with these Saki-sama sized hole in my heart.
That's understandable.
But yeah, it's just, she's so fucking, like, we need to make sure the kids know that Saki Akai was amazing, because I feel like it might end up being lost to time, and she was so good.
One of my biggest regrets was when WrestleMania weekend was in LA. Did have the chance to just go to a meet and greet. And she was sitting there. She had nobody in line. I could have talked to her and like gotten some merch, but I was like, oh, she'll be back next year. And of course, that was the year she retired.
That is brutal. I think I met. Did I meet her in New York? I might have met her in New York. I might have done her meet and greet in New York in 2019. But
yeah. So say hi to your faves when you have the chance, everyone. You never know when they're going to retire.
That's why I sure as fuck bought that Natsupoi meet and greet for this year in Vegas, let me tell you.
Oh, how much did that cost? Like $60?
Yeah, like $55.
Jesus, I was joking.
No, Nicole bought me 2 for my birthday because she's an absolute angel. So I bought, because she got me 2 meet and greets, and I bought one myself. So nice, I did Poi, Aya Sakura, and Rina. I thought about Izumi, but like I've actually done Izumi before, like at a meet and greet. So I was like, okay, I wanted to do 3 new people. So Natsupoi, Rina, and Aya Sakura is who I decided to go with. Anyway, I kind of thought about Maki Ito too, but I don't know. So really wanted Poi, Aya, and please don't unclip this and make it into a very different vibe. But anyway, do a meet and greet with them, in other words.
I think you were just in your own head, brother. I don't think exactly it could have been interpreted.
Well, look, okay. There are people who like fucking live to misinterpret me. I don't think they're getting this deep into a fucking Omakase episode, but you never know.
Fair enough.
While he was doing his dance, Imabayashi snuck up behind Hirata after the speakers were powered back up, and tapped him out with a sleeper hold. Like, that was so fucking funny. But unfortunately, he had Vince McMahon's entrance theme, which this week of all weeks was not the week to do that. But it's always been a great song. I mean, you have to give it that. And I fucking cackled for many reasons when that came up. But unfortunately, Imayashi's canceled. So
he killed the match just as it was getting good.
Yeah,
we could have done another 5 minutes of Harada wrestling, but no.
But yeah, just typical DDT match 2 stuff here. But the entrance stuff was a very funny bit. So yeah. Match 3 was Yukio Naya and Viento Molino, whose name I cannot pronounce at all, defeating Hideki Okatani and Illusion. It was Naya pinning Illusion with the world's best backdrop at 8:27. I thought it was just okay. I didn't really have any notes on it, which is indicates I wasn't paying close attention probably. But 2 3/4, it was all right.
I forgot this match even happened. Moving on.
6-man tag team match: Yuki Ino, Jun Akiyama, and Juta Miyawaki defeating Yuki Ueno, Shinya Aoki, and Toy when Ino pinned Ueno with the spear in 10:59. Poor Toy gets made to run back and forth forever by Ueno before giving a basement dropkick, and then he missed 2 straight diving attacks off the top on Akiyama. Did not have a good night here, like on purpose. I mean, not like as part of the joke, not like he had a bad night for real. Ino's surprised face actually hitting the apex elbow on Ueno was pretty funny. And he managed to pin Ueno with a big spear. So nice win for him going into the title match next week. But yeah,
meaning he's definitely not winning the title match.
Well, he never was to begin with. So.
It's true.
3 1/4. Fun little match.
I like Ino a lot. But yeah, not only are they probably right to keep it on Ueno, who is an incredible champion right now, kind of think Ino's just not really the kind of guy you ever want to be your top champ. He's a little too goofy. Well, I say that, yet Harada had an amazing title reign, so what do I know?
Yeah, exactly. What do you know, sir? What do you know?
Yeah, why am I here, John?
Because you're my buddy.
Okay, fair enough.
So, next match, and you were like so kind enough to come on 2 weeks in a row when I couldn't get anyone else for this episode for some reason. Just was a black hole in the schedule for God knows what. Like I didn't even notice it until the last second too. I was like, wait, I don't have anyone for this week.
Well, it worked out for me because most of this I was going to watch anyway, and it turns out the ones I didn't plan to watch, I ended up enjoying. So,
special 6-man tag team match. I already did that. Special singles match. Kaisei Takeshi defeating Makoto Oishi with the Break It Down in 496. Good, solid wrestling match here. Makoto targeted Takeshi's leg for a bit. He sold it pretty well, especially for someone at his experience level. And yeah, just kind of beat him after that. But I thought it was a good 10-minute match. I went 3.5 on it. Enjoyed it quite a bit.
So a lot of the TJPW wrestlers were apparently initially trained by Makoto Oishi. And I just kind of get the sense that he's a terrific coach. Maybe he's also coached Takeshi. And
that's what it seems like, yeah.
Yeah. Like the guy's a great wrestler in his own right. Obviously not as active in DDT now, but I'm always happy to see him. You're always going to get just some really solid, entertaining wrestling.
Afterwards, we got a Takeshi versus Dino singles match signed for the May 4th Korakuen. Takeshi gave him a teasing kiss through his hand. And the fangirls were already going feral, so I can only imagine what they're going to do when Dino is fucking this man in the ass as it is.
Metaphorically.
Not really metaphorically.
Metaphorically is not the right term. You're correct.
No. Simulation.
There we go. It's like soaking for Mormons.
But yes, they are the girls. The girls love that. I mean, that is all. For people who don't know that, I mean, that's what the Dino gimmick is. It's fucking, it's fan service for women.
It's fucking. And it's
it is fucking. It's fan service for women who love watching these attractive men get like fucked in the butt for some reason.
For some reason, he says, like it's a complete mystery.
It is. It's a huge mystery. Huge mystery. After that,
by the way, I wanted to clarify one thing. Did they say here that that Dino and Takeshi were meeting in the first round of King of DDT? That's what the singles match was for.
Oh yeah, you're right. It's the King of DDT first round. Yep. That is on the May 4th Korakuen. Yep. What I was going to say is, okay, I don't know. Should I make this joke? This joke might be too. This is like the 4th hour of the podcast. I feel like I can get away with edgy material. The real question is, how many of the women in the audience, when Dino is pretending to have sexual anal intercourse with Takeshi, are imagining themselves, doing
that to Takeshi?
During the pegging. How many are? It has to be at least 15%. I'm going to say.
Huh. Yeah, I don't know. Well, that brings to mind like some of my knowledge about boys love and yaoi fandom, right? And there's always things about it as a female-centric fandom that I never understood. One of them is that for a lot of boys love, even when they're explicitly having sex, they're not fucking in the butt. They have a yaoi hole that magically opens up when two boys really, really love each other, and that's how they're making love. And I don't know, I've never been able to get that fact out of my head. I don't understand the process of that. So maybe they're imagining not butt fucking, but yaoi hole fucking.
Wow. Either way.
The rewards you get for listening to 4.5 hours of this podcast.
Look, no one else is doing this. That is for sure.
No other podcast on the Voices of Wrestling podcasting network is brave enough to talk about the Yowie hole.
Exactly. The semi-main event: Chris Brooks and Hiroshima defeating Mao and Cannon with Kimihiro. No one of the podcasts would be brave enough to ask how many girls want to pay Kaisi Takeshi either.
Yeah,
so
no,
like a lot of different things you get on this podcast. That's for sure. Chris Brooks and Hiroshima defeat Mao and Cannon with Kimihiro. When Hiroshima ping Cannon with the Swan Dive Somato in 12:26. So the Strange Love Connection fails in their V5, and Hiroshima and Brooks become the 89th KOD Tag Team Champions. Good match. Surprised it was only 12.5 minutes, and I was surprised that they did the title change here. I mean, a lot of surprises.
Oh, really?
I didn't like this. I didn't like the decision to take the belts off Mao and Cannon. I thought they had more runway. I don't know.
So I'd agree with that, but I also felt like Chris and Hiroshima are so much further up the card than Cannon and Mao, and with the new unit that Chris and Hiroshima are establishing, it felt like the obvious choice.
Okay, well, I guess I just didn't see it. I mean, look, Strange Love Connection just became a unit for the first time recently, so it's not like that's kind of.
But they've been a thing for a while, right? It's just
but as a team.
Yeah.
But 3.5 stars for the match. I thought it was good. I just was a little surprised by the result. Yeah,
good. I also thought the closing stretch came out like a little too quickly. The bit that Imabayashi was saying about how we don't have a lot of time for these matches might have actually been a shoot, that they wanted to give as much time as possible to the retirement. So this match felt a little rushed.
Illusion came out with his giant Daisuke Sasaki poster he's been carrying around with him to indicate he's the leader with Sasaki overseas right now. And he and Okatani will challenge for the new champions in Sapporo this month. So there you go.
Yeah.
The main event, the Harimau last match. It was Naomi Yoshimura, Ryota Nakatsu, and Yuki Ishida, of course, with Kasada Higuchi, defeating Shuma Katsumata, Kota Umeda, and Koke Iwasaki. It was Ishida pinning Katsumata with the Flame Palm in 1956. Very emotional opening video. Very emotional. Definitely sad to be missing out on, to be losing out on Higuchi, and it's just very, very sad. We got a live rap performance of the Harimau theme, and Higuchi came out here in his wrestling gear, which I thought he might, and I thought that was so cool. He had the robe on and everything, and the tights, even though he can't wrestle anymore. The match itself, it wasn't really about that, right? But I still thought the match itself was really fun. Mm-hmm. I'd say like 3 3/4. There was a lot of emotion mixed in there. The biggest thing, especially, was seeing Higuchi just chop virtually everyone at ringside. He still got to deliver some nice hard chops.
That includes all the members of Harimo, by the way.
Yeah,
nobody was spared.
Nobody was spared. And then Ishida won with Higuchi's fire palm. So very fun. Before anything wants to put the match by getting the retirement ceremony?
No, yeah, let's just get into it.
So all 3 Harimau members were the first to deliver flowers. They were all crying. Higuchi was really stayed composed throughout the entire thing, but he really felt like he accepted it.
Mm-hmm.
Then
he was stoic, but I wouldn't expect anything less from Gooch.
Yeah,
that's always been a characteristic for him.
Then we had Shuji Ishikawa, the Shuji Ishikawa, Yuji Hino, and Kubito, who were all apparently tied to Higuchi as tag partners, rivals, or trading buddies, to quote Dramatic DDT. Obviously, I know Ishikawa and Yuji Hino. I had no idea who Kubito was. But
I didn't recognize Kumito either. So was he the training buddy, I guess?
Maybe, yeah.
Okay. Because obviously he had extremely famous feuds with the other two.
Then Higuchi received an anonymous letter from his alleged trainer. This mystery person is apparently not in Japan at the moment, but he wanted to tell Higuchi he is proud of him for becoming a top-class wrestler and for leaving the ring with his body still intact. I wonder who that could have been.
Genuinely, who was that? I'm not picking up what you're putting down.
Daisuke Sasaki.
Oh!
It was anonymous because
put that together.
it's anonymous because he's a heel. But
Of course, yes.
because Mr. Haku made a great joke that I retweeted. Because Okatani comes out later, which that was the biggest shocker. And Okatani, let me get the exact quote instead of like misquoting him, because he used the famous damnation quote, but in a really funny way. We don't conform, we don't kiss ass, and we don't get married. But if Higuchi is retiring, we write anonymous letters from the U.S. where we are on tour because we can't be at the ceremony in person, and we certainly show up. And we certainly show up for the eruption group photo. Which
yes,
what a fucking picture that was!
Oh my god. He was still in character the whole time, but it felt like grudging respect was exactly the right tone to strike there. So, I loved that.
Then we had Endo came out here along with a lot of the normal DT names you'd expect for the next flower round. Jun Akiyama, Harashima, Dino, Honda, Yuki Ueno, and then Konosuke Takeshita came out, which I was like, okay, I didn't know he was still in the country, because, why was he on the show then? Because this is obviously the day after Sakura Genesis.
I bet it just wasn't planned and he happened to be there, so.
Yeah. Afterwards, then Yukio Sakaguchi and Saki Akai came out next, and then Hideki Okatani, which the shocked crowd gaps were really something for that, since obviously he's a heel, Yep. And he handed Takeshi Higuchi the old eruption robe, and the four of them posed together, which was so cool. And again, it's just such a great photo. I mean, if you haven't seen the photo, I retweeted it. It was the same Mr. Haku tweet actually that I just quoted, and they look so cool. They're one of the coolest stables of all time. I mean, people were watching DDT. I mean, it's like four tall people in a promotion that doesn't have very tall people at all, so that always helped them stand out. And then Saki Akai, being one of the four tall people. I mean, it was three of the only male wrestlers who actually were taller than her, in that stable, because she's like taller than a lot of the DDT, because DDT roster is very short. And they had such cool theme music. They looked really cool together with their aesthetic.
They had so many cool like tag moves they would do together when they were 6-man champions. Oh,
there was just such a cool stable.
A lot of my affection for Gooch comes from Eruption. I don't think it's an exaggeration to say that Higuchi was my favorite wrestler, particularly during the pandemic. Which, for better or worse, that was when he really shone as a wrestler, and really got to.
But Eruption predates the pandemic, I think.
Only slightly, but they were champions for a lot of it, and were putting on a lot of great matches during that time.
Because I feel like I saw them as maybe I didn't. Oh, maybe it was 2023. I could have sworn I saw them live. Maybe I'm just not remembering correctly.
I think they came together in 2019. So, but it was
Cage Match says 2020. So
oh, really? Okay. Because I remember them coming together as a thing in
it's I feel like I have a memory
just before the pandemic really hit.
Yeah, I feel like I remember. Oh, that was January 2020. Yeah, so before the pandemic really hit. But I don't know. Maybe I'm just remembering wrong. Maybe I just didn't see them as a unit after all. Anyway, Takagi at the end comes out with flowers for him too, of course. But yeah, this overall was I thought it was really, really classy. I didn't even notice this at first, but Higuchi used part of his retirement ceremony to say that everyone's waiting for, to tell Yoshio Takayama and Masahiro Takanashi, of course, two wrestlers who were paralyzed, that everyone's waiting for their return, which, very, but yeah, he just talked about how grateful he was, which that definitely came across even for me watching live. He said he'll no longer live in the ring. He'll continue to move forward step by step in the ring of life. So I'm going to miss the big man. He's just such a great wrestler. One of those guys who always felt underrated. So
absolutely. Yeah. God, that some retirements feel like the closing chapter of a book, and it's gratifying and satisfying to watch, but sometimes a retirement just feels like a tragedy. This is the latter. Yeah. This was because it felt like Higuchi never got his due. Even when he was top of the company, he was top of the company during COVID, or he was top of the company shortly after the notorious incident with Tetsuya Endo and Katsuhiko Nakajima.
Yeah.
And had to like basically unplanned recover the badass reputation of DDT and put that all on his shoulders and carry that. And he deserved better than he got, I think, even though he was former top champion in one of the best companies in Japan during probably one of their best periods, right? Just for whatever reason, maybe it's because I get the sense DDT is not really a company where whoever is the champion matters all that much for moving tickets. That's not quite where the appeal is. It felt like he just never quite got his due. Some people would say, and these people annoy me to the point where I do get slightly angry, that he never really belonged in DDT, and he would have had a better career if he was in Noah or a similar promotion. And I think these people just don't get that Higuchi as the stoic badass is as much a part of DDT as the comedy. Like, it's all one thing together, and you can't the tapestry that DDT like contains, the range of emotions and like the range of what a match in DDT can be, has to include people like Higuchi. It's part of what makes them great.
Yeah, if it was just a comedy promotion, they would be 666 or something.
Yeah, exactly. And it also helps that he was a great comic wrestler. And he didn't even need to be all that different when he was in the comedy role. It was funny to have him there as the stoic badass in the comedy role. He did so many great run-ins for a lot of the street wrestling.
There's a lot of moments with him that I'll never forget. And one of them, the recent one that's very funny, is when you mentioned when Hirata won the title last year, which is one of my favorite moments in all of wrestling last year. When he's going around backstage to the whole roster, he runs across Higuchi, who had just lost to Ueno right before Kazuki Hirata cashed in on Ueno and won the title. And he gives him this look. He gives this look like, oh no, is Higuchi gonna be mad at me? And Higuchi gives him a look like he's gonna be, like he's thinking about it, but then he's like, no, it's fine. He like makes a little hand motion, like, don't worry about it. And it speaks to and Hirata's like, oh thank God, I thought this large man was gonna kill me. And it's a great moment. It's a very understated moment, an example of why, as Rich and I talked about on the flagship audio, why Japanese comedy is so much better than American comedy, because it's so frequently understated. They don't beat you over the fucking face with every single thing that's supposed to be quote unquote funny. It's just a moment of Hirata, being like having a reaction to a large man, not who had every reason to be mad at him, deciding it wasn't mad at him. And Hirata in that moment also, you got the his character in a nutshell. His character was always a very he's so much bigger than a lot of the wrestlers in DDT, but he's a gentleman. He's a very calm individual. Mm-hmm. And he's a nice guy, to put it, which is a term that I know is loaded these days, but like on the classic the meaning of the term nice guy, he's just a pleasant kind of fellow, basically. And that's, I think, why, obviously we'll never know as fans if his character is who he is in real life, but I've heard some rumors about people in Japanese wrestling. It's not like you never hear anything. I've never heard a single fucking crossword about Kazusada Higuchi. I mean, as far as I know, he's just as nice as he appears to be on screen.
Just the picture perfect definition of the Japanese gentleman, the stoic Japanese gentleman, in the best way possible.
Yeah. And and that's what makes this very sad. On top of everything else, it's like it couldn't happen to a less deserving person, as far as I know, anyway. So yeah, definitely gonna miss him. The Korakuen itself, not a great Korakuen or anything. Honestly, it was kind of just there. Besides it was decent. It wasn't like it was bad or anything. But the emotion of like you said, the fact that we were not here for a reason we wanted to be here for, it kind of hung over everything.
Yep.
So,
yep.
What's coming up for DDT next week? April 15th, the Dream Lights How Do You Like DDT Wednesday, Korakuen Hall, about a week from tomorrow as we're recording this. We have a dramatic dark match, Illusion versus X, so we'll see who that turns out to be. A three-way tag, Kazuma Sumi and Yuni versus Danshoku Dino and Kazuki Hirata versus Naomi Yoshimura and Kumadori. So just a kind of basic three-way tag there. Jun Akiyama and Rukia will take on Akito and Masami Inahara. Definitely excited to see Inahara do all different stuff in DDT. It's been fun even right off the start here. Then we have Mao, Cannon, Viento, and Yuya Aoki facing Shuma Katsumata, Junto Miyawaki, Toy, and Yuki Ishida. The big special singles match. I cannot fucking wait for this. Yo versus Antonio Honda.
Hell yes. Let's fucking go.
Let's fucking go. Then we have...
How much kissing is there going to be in that match?
Oh, there's going to be some kissing.
A lot of kissing.
Takeshi Basada, Yuya Kuroku, and Daichi Sato defend the KOD 6-man titles against Chris Brooks, Harashima, and Hinata Kasai. Doubt they're going to win those belts, but I guess who knows? I didn't think they're going to win the regular tag titles either.
I'm kind of enjoying Hinata Kasai, though, as the young boy getting bullied everywhere. It works for me.
Semi-main event is Hideki Okatani making his V1 defense against Yukio Naya of the DDT Extreme title. I don't believe we have a SIP for that yet. If they've announced it, I didn't see it at least. It's not on the Dramatic DDT site. So we'll see what will the twisted mind of the heel Okatani come up with for this defense, for the stipulation. We'll see.
I'm sure it'll be something understated and subtle.
The main event, the KOD Openweight title, Yuki Ueno defends against Yuki Ino. As we just said, probably no shot of a title change here, but
yep.
So there you go. There's your DDT show next week.
Do you want to go over the Kina DDT entrance?
My dad just tried to drop in on me. Dad, I'm recording my podcast. I gotta call you back.
I'll call you back.
Okay. I thought I heard something in the background. As I've mentioned, every time he does this, I never remember to actually there's a way to have it so he can't drop in on me on the Alexa fucking video call device, but I never remember to do it. I never remember to do it. So because if people don't know what that is, it's like you can't. It's not a thing where I would hit pick up a call basically. Like trusted people can just drop in on you at any time. So
okay.
Yeah, so he does do that to me, which there's times when I remember to turn that off. If hint, but in my bedroom, let's say, because it's in my bedroom. But
that seems dangerous.
Yeah, there are times I definitely never forget to turn it off at other times. But yes, I should also remember to turn it off for podcasts. That is for sure. So anyway, what's the? Oh, what were you were gonna say? You were saying something before my dad.
Oh, yeah. So I was asking, did you want to go over the entrance for King of DDT? Because it's in a few weeks.
Yeah, I mean, I think we can wait because it's still a while to go, and we're doing more DDT talk before that.
Sure.
So. Yeah, because this podcast is long enough. We still got one more show to talk about. So because I think we're over.
Yeah, we do.
We're over 4 hours. So, okay. So let's go over to. We got 2 more shows. Excuse me. What the fuck am I talking about? Sendai Girls, which was March 27th. March 27th at the Sendai PIT. I'll try to go quick because the show is like very old at this point, but it was on VOD, so I couldn't review it in time the last week's or whatever. We'll go quick here. The opener was Yuna defeating Sora Ayami from Marvelous in 709 with the Go Straight. I thought this was fine, just a bit dry. I did like the finish with Yuna just taking her down to the pen, basically. Gentlewoman's 3 stuff. Now, I put a note here. I can see why people say Yuna is improving. She would make a lot bigger impression on me in the next show we're going to talk about, which we'll get to. But yeah, she's definitely nowhere near as bad as she was last year. That's for sure. Even in this match, you can see it.
I guess. I don't have strong feelings on her one way or the other at the moment, which probably is an improvement.
Then we had Ryo Mizunami defeating Yura Suzuki, excuse me, in 11:21 with a spear. Just okay here. There wasn't anything that grabbed me. 2 3/4.
Well, wasn't there a part of the match? I know you're trying to get through this quick, but I gotta ask. So Ryu chops the shit out of what's her name? I don't have the card in front of me.
Yura.
And then the announcer says something after that really long period of chopping. Did she set a record or something for chopping someone the most?
Maybe.
That was my guess, but I have no idea. My Japanese is very, very bad.
Yeah.
Anyway, it sounded like she was being congratulated for absolutely mauling this poor girl with chops. So, but hey, it shows you wrestling for you.
There's a cop car in the background. I don't know if that's coming up on the microphone.
Came through to me.
They're coming to arrest me for having the longest podcast every week. The match number 3 was Dash Chisako and Spike Nishimura defeating Hiryo Matsumoto and Senka Akatsuki. I can never remember how to pronounce her name correctly. It's Akatsuki? I don't know. I feel like that's not what they're saying, though. I mean, I feel like it's Akusi. Akusi. No. Do you know how to pronounce your name, buddy?
I have no idea. No.
Okay. I'm just going to say Senka.
Katsuki? I wonder if we have the emphasis wrong.
Katsuki.
Because it's supposed to be... Japanese is flat, right? So...
Yeah.
But we... Because we speak English, we have a natural tendency to put an emphasis somewhere, and we're probably fucking up by doing that.
Yeah. Spike pinned Senka in 10:39 with a Michinoku driver. I feel like other podcasters get away with this by just saying Senka. I mean, that's what I should do. After the match, Spike challenged Senka for the junior title, which is going to happen April 12th at Korakuen. But yeah, this was a good match. I mean, Spike and Senka started off and had a very intense but all too brief exchange before Spike tagged out to Dash. But yeah, they came back in later, and Spike pinned her with the sit-out Michinoku driver. Good match, 3.5.
Oh, so that's what that was. So when Spike did that move, I was like, that's a pretty underwhelming finisher, just having a body slam. I guess I didn't quite see that it was a Michinoku driver.
Yeah. Then we had another tag match. Yurika Oka and Hazuki losing to Red Energy, Mika Iwata and Miyuki Takase. It was Iwata pinning Hazuki in 16:30 with the Ryan. This was originally supposed to be a tag title defense for Bob Momo Banana, which of course is it wasn't Yurika Oka and Hazuki. What the hell? Okay, the site had it wrong. Suzuki and Mio Momino. So Hazuki was replacing Yurika Oka, who's Momono's normal partner. Mm-hmm. Okay. So Yurika Oka got knocked out a few days earlier before this, apparently, at the Shinkiba show. So Hazuki was placing her here, and it was non-title.
Oh, okay. So that's why she came out at the beginning of the show then. Probably to just say, hey, I'm fine.
Yeah, basically. Because he's already booked. I think she might already be back, actually.
Okay.
I did like Mio bringing the lemon in the ring as like a weapon at one point. It was like the spirit of Yurika, even though she was also at ringside.
I think that's a banana. Yeah. That's the banana toy.
Oh, banana. Thank you. Yeah. Banana. I don't know why I wrote down lemon. Obviously, they're called Bob Momo Banana. Iwata pinned Hazuki with her cross-armed Michinoku driver thing. Apparently, it's a very popular finish on the show, the Michinoku driver. Very good match, 3 3/4.
Yeah, this delivered with 4 great wrestlers in the ring. I often feel like Miyuki Takase especially is underrated. But she also just doesn't get like many bigger stages than Sendai PIT to work in nowadays. So kind of a shame.
It's weird that Red Energy don't get the next tag title shot, given they lost their shot here due to injury and then also won the match. But,
I mean, I gotta assume that like Mako's not a good booker, but she can't be so bad as to not like try and redeem that at some point.
I hope not. But yeah, afterward, Hazuki challenged them to face Fukuoka Double Crazy. So maybe that's why they're going to be too busy doing that. I think that's booked now for January 12th. Or not for January. For April 12th at Korakuen next week. I'm pretty sure that's on that show.
At a Stardom show or a Sendai
Girls? No,
show?
It's a Sendai Girls, I think.
Okay, cool. So that's going to be Kokoma's in-ring return then.
I guess so, yeah. But yeah, this show has the one I'm looking at has 3 matches and it doesn't include that one. So let me see if the Sendai Girls site has anything different. Sendai Girls.jp. And while I'm checking that, I'll just go to the next match, which is the main event, actually. It's a short 5-match card, which was Chihiro Hashimoto defeating Manami in 2016 with a powerbomb to retain the Sendai Girls World title. I loved seeing Manami like fire up and get more serious than usual here. Mm-hmm. I mean, obviously she was still doing her usual, like screaming and posing at times, but like less and less as the match kept going, I thought, which was cool. So Chihiro at one point tried to charge in just for the 15-minute call. But just like basically caught a huge counter to the face from Manami. That was an awesome fucking spot. Chihiro almost took her head off a bit later with a counter lariat from the left side. That led into a very stiff forearm exchange. Manami teased that she was out from the last shot, but Chihiro just picked her up and knocked her back down again. Manami had to use the ropes just to pull herself back up. Just really great selling from her. Hopefully selling. The crowd was super behind Manami trying to pull off the upset win. They got louder than you very rarely hear. Sendai PIT can be a very quiet crowd, and I thought they got louder than I was expecting here. So that match is official, by the way, for April 12th. I'll go through that card after this. But,
okay.
And then Chihiro damn near decapitates her with a leaping lariat, but Manami just barely bridges her way out of the pin before the 20-minute call. And Chihiro gets her up for a powerbomb, and I loved how Manami was trying desperately to punch her way out of it, but Chihiro just dropped her for the pin. This was the best match on any of the shows we're talking about you and I are talking about, because there was, I don't know. Do I like it? Did I like it more than either of the main events in Sakura Genesis? It's really close, at least, because I gave them all
more than the tag title match at Sakura Genesis.
I actually like the main event more than the tag title. So
really,
but I gave all three of these. I gave all three matches the same rating. So this and those two matches, I gave 4.5 stars. So this match I thought was outstanding, just like those two matches. I think if I had to rank them, I would put this above those two, because I really love this match. It's really, really close though. But yeah, just an awesome fucking match. Obviously, Chihiro's having a great year, as I think a lot of people have noticed. But Manami looked like a fucking beast here, which is maybe even more important for Sendai Girls long term, given how young she is still. So.
Yeah, so that's the part I struggled with, is I just didn't buy Manami as a challenger here at any point. And I think my problem with her hootin' and hollerin' isn't so much that she does it, it's that it's the most distinctive thing about her right now. There's nothing about her moveset, nothing about her wrestling is all that eye-catching or interesting. And even though she had what I thought was a very good match, I didn't really come away with it with a better impression of her. I came away with damn, Chihiro Hashimoto is still one of the best wrestlers in the world and can just wrestle a pillow and still make it one of the most compelling things you'll see. I just don't know. I don't know what I want from Manami at this point, but I feel like she needs to be a little more distinctive. Do you get what I'm saying?
I guess, but I can't see. I kind of like her style though, where it's she can. She's like an all-arounder, where she could do she could do some flying, she could do the mat wrestling, she could do chops and kicks or whatever. I don't know. I kind of like her.
Yeah, but all of it is just fine. This.
Yeah, I guess I'm just higher on her than you are. Then I think all of it
probably.
Yeah.
She's a little too much of an all-rounder for me at this point, I bet. Insert Minoru Suzuki's monologue about how wrestlers need to have weaknesses.
Well, she does have a weakness. She's fucking an idiot, first of all.
That's true.
She's a screaming moron who likes to fucking dance around and fucking waste time. I mean, that's her. She's the fucking practically the Joshi Disco Inferno.
You know what I mean, though.
I know what you mean, but that is her weakness, though. It literally is her weakness. She's I kind of like that about her, where if this woman ever got serious, she could apparently dominate the wrestling world, but instead she'd rather fucking yell and scream and pose. It's kind of funny. But yeah, so, great main event. The rest of the show, the rest of the show was good too, actually. I mean, the semi-main was really good too. So, and the third from the top. Another good Sendai Girls show. What are you going to say? It's the world's worst booked great promotion.
Also, again, another one of those shows that's only about 2 hours long. So, very easy watch.
Coming up this Sunday, April 12th from Sendai Girls is Korakuen Hall, the 20th anniversary event for Sendai Girls. So, it opens up with Miku Kanoe versus Yuna. That could be quite good, especially since I've been feeling Yuna more, as we'll get to in a second. Match 2 is Zonis against Shin Hirota Sakura. But she's listed as Shin Hirota Katsuhika Sakura. Is she going to pretend to be Katsuhiko Nakajima? Oh, no, Katsuhika, not Katsuhiko. Yeah, I don't know what that's a reference to. Katsuhika. I don't know. Guess we'll find out. His name is Katsuhiko Nakajima, right? Yes, it is. I don't know who the fuck Katsuhika is. But I don't know. Anyway,
I'm looking as puzzled as you sound, I promise.
Yeah,
so.
We'll see. Match 3 is Vani, Chi-Chi, and Rin, as Rin continues her retirement tour against...
that's a good team.
Hiroyoto Matsumoto, Stephanie Mays, and Yura Suzuki. Which is one of those teams definitely a lot better than the other one, but we'll see.
Wow. Yeah, I'd say.
Match 4 is the match we just talked about that I confirmed is happening. Fukuoka Double Crazy, Hazuki and Koguma against Red Energy, Miku Kanaway, and Miyuki Takase. Now, it's possible Koguma's return match is this Saturday instead at STARDOM, because they haven't announced a card for that yet. The April 11th Korakuen, the second of the two this week. So it could be that show, but yeah, if it's not, then it's this show. So we'll see. Match 5 is the Sendai Girls World Junior title. Spike Nishimura challenges Senka. I'm just going to say Senka again. I hate saying her last name. But yes, they had some great exchanges in that tag match, so this could be really good. We'll see. I think Spike is probably going to win since he's like Sendai Girls, on their Sendai Girls roster, and she already lost to Senka in the finals of their tournament last year, so I think she's going to get a win back here probably. Then we have a hardcore match: Kuroshio Tokyo Japan versus Dash Chizako.
Oh, that's good.
Jiro is like the master of getting booked on Joshi shows. And I had the theory last week, I think, where I was like, it's just because the women think he's cute, probably. So
think he's cute, or think he's funny, or both.
Yeah. Well, funny can often be cute. So
yeah.
Oh, okay. So
how do you think I get all my dates?
Exactly. I mean, I can't really disagree either. For like, it's pretty much how I've ever. I think every woman who's ever found me attractive has mostly found me funny. Semi-main event: Shuri versus Chihiro Hashimoto. That is going to be a fucking hell of a match. Probably only a 20-minute time limit, not for a title. So probably can guess the finish there. So just champion versus champion, but. She'll be announced.
Oh, would Chihiro versus Siri in the arena for the IWGP be a good match?
They could do it, right?
They could.
Yeah. The main event is for the Sendai Girls World Tag Team titles. Manami and Ryo Mizunami challenging Bob Momo Banana, Yurika Oka and Mio Momono. Maybe they win. I mean, they could be doing the title change here to, give Manami a big moment for her, because I don't think has she held these belts before? Let's see. I mean, I know she's held the junior title, but I don't know if she's only 21 still. Jesus Christ. Oh, she has held them.
She's so much younger than she looks. Wow.
she's held them twice already, actually. Okay. I remember the Mika Iwata right now that I see it. It was only like a month. But she held them with Ryo Mizunami in 2024. That one I don't know how I forgot, but yeah, 4 month title reign. So maybe they won't win then, actually. I guess we'll see. But yeah, there is your Sendai Girls Korakuen card. Looks pretty good. I mean, I'm not really understanding it there. I mean, the semi-main event especially looks like it could be outstanding, and there's a bunch of other good stuff on this card. So we'll cover that next week, of course. All right, wrapping up this episode that's careening towards 5 hours long. I think we're at this point like 4 hours and 20 minutes or something, or maybe 30. It's hard for me to know when I have to add up parts or whatever. With the Monday Magic Universe Magic 2026 show, this was on April 6th, so just yesterday.
John,
Shinjuku FACE.
I got to tell you something. This is my favorite show this week. That wasn't Sakura
Genesis.
Wow. This was so wacky, and it just hit the spot.
Yeah, I wouldn't go that far. My favorite was probably the Sendai Girls show, I guess.
Over Sakura Genesis, or
no. Besides, Sakura Genesis is definitely the best show.
Yeah.
That we talked about probably Sendai Girls.
Okay.
And then this maybe, or then Stardom, then this. I don't know. Dragon Gate's up there. We didn't talk about anything bad. I mean, we had a lot of good shows this week.
Yeah, but it was also, like I was complaining to you just before I watched the Dragon Gate show, that I also thought a lot of this week was very mid. So.
Yeah, well, I like Sendai Girls more than you did, I think. So.
Yes, you did.
Okay, the show opened here. Universe Cup semifinals. Naomichi Marufuji defeated Hayabusa with the perfect cradle in 14:52. For the cradle, I thought he won with the fucking. It looked like he won with a guillotine choke to me. So I don't know. Maybe
I can't remember the ending now that you're asking. Shoot.
I wrote down choke. Is the perfect cradle actually a choke? I don't know. Doesn't matter anyway. But yeah, there wasn't a lot going on for the opening bell, but Hayabusa did eventually hit a nice dive to the floor. And then Marufuji, while they're out there, gave him a brainbuster on the floor, like when they're both standing there, but then like cracked his neck on the apron. That looked pretty sick.
Mm-hmm.
A bit later back in the ring, Marufuji got his knees up to block a moonsault. Then he hit a thrust kick and went for the Shiranai. But Hayabusa did this really funky counter and just sort of like sit out facebuster in midair. It was one of those spots that looked kind of awkward, but also kind of cool, which is kind of hard to describe unless you see it. But yeah, then he hit a Falcon Arrow for a near fall, but Marufuji rolled out of the way of the Firebird Splash. Marufuji then hit the Shiranai on the second attempt, but Hayabusa kicked out. And then, like I said, what I wrote here is Marufuji got him in a guillotine choke, and Hayabusa finally had no choice but to submit. This was the best Naomichi Marufuji match I've seen in ages.
Yeah.
I went 3 3/4, and Marufuji usually is like, you're lucky if you get 3 stars out of him. So
what do you think of this Hayabusa? This was my first time seeing this iteration of Hayabusa.
Yeah, I mean, he seems pretty good. I mean,
seems all right. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, can't really complain. I mean, he definitely looked good here. That's for sure.
Yeah. And yeah, I just pulled up the video. It's a guillotine choke. I don't know who's telling you that it was a pin. So.
Yeah, it was a dramatic DDT, so I put it as perfect cradle, but maybe that's just the name for the choke. I don't know.
Oh, okay.
So, then we had the other Universe Cup semifinal. This, unfortunately, was not good at all.
Oh, bullshit. I loved this.
Okay. All right.
This was so dumb.
Kenshiro Takagi defeated the Great Sasuke with the Stunner in 1447. I will give you the floor then, sir. Go ahead. Tell me why you loved it.
I loved it because it's just 2 old, weird men doing some weird shit for about 10 minutes.
15 minutes, not 10.
15 minutes, God. It felt like 10 because it was so fun. It's just, I don't know. It was absolutely the best match that you could hope for between 2 old men who are not going to do a lot of bumps. So instead, they pretend to throw fireballs at each other. 5 out of 5 stars.
I see. I hated this match. This might be our biggest gap of all time. I thought this match was absolutely horrible, bordering on unwatchable. I gave it half a star, and that felt generous. So,
oh man, it's gimmicky as all heck.
There were so many times where I'm like, how does something this bad also look this dangerous? Because like they did like the gentlest clothesline of all time on top of the drink counter, and it still looked like
it's terrible. Sasaki, I loved it.
It looked like Sasaki fell off and killed himself.
Like, why would you do that?
I don't know.
Neither of you are clearly physically fit enough to try something like that. It's so dumb.
I don't know. I thought it was pretty bad.
Oh, yeah, it was terrible. I loved it. What do you want?
Then we had the Tokyo Joshi Pro offer match. Miyu Yamashita defeating Shino Suzuki with the skull kick in 744. So yeah, they promised Tokyo Joshi participation on this show during the last Universe Magic show. I was a little disappointed they sort of mixed up with any other Joshi. Like they were still kept completely separate from all the other Joshi in the 10-woman Magic Rumble, which was weird to me because it's not like they don't face outsiders in Tokyo Joshi, especially nowadays. So anyway, they just did their own little match here. Shion made some. Oh, good. We didn't know who was going to be in these matches, I should say. So, which I didn't look at Cage Match before, like to get the card, which I'm happy I didn't because, I got surprised throughout. I was happy to see Shion. She didn't get that much of a reaction from the crowd coming out, but then when Miyu's music hit, there were quite a few like surprised, excited, like gasps out of the crowd.
Yeah.
So
it cool. Got the mystery card pop you want, right?
But yeah, Shion made some very funny, scared, like intimidated faces during this, I thought. But yeah, Miyu, this was a perfectly fine little match. I went 3 stars on it.
Yeah, perfectly fine. TJPW offer match. Again, I've said it before, but Shino's one of my favorites in TJPW, and she put up a pretty good fight here. But also, the Pink Striker is inevitable.
6 losses in a row with the Blue Jays. Now 4-7. Okay.
Commentary was also really excited. They loved saying "leader, leader," which was heartwarming to hear.
Yeah, thank you for just blowing through that because I shouldn't even talk about them anymore. I'm so upset. Universe Mixed Magic 8-man tag team match. Again, this is the one where this and the 10-woman Rumble, obviously, was so exciting watching them come out here. So it was Kaito Kiyomiya, Kurashio Tokyo, Japan, Takeshi Masada from DDT, obviously, and Yumehito Imanari defeating Masato Tanaka, Izami Kodaka, Taru Nohashi from Michinoku Pro, and Great Mummy, when Imanari pinned Mummy with the lariat in 9:15. They actually cut Jiro's entrance theme off right away, which was funny. And one of the girls I commented was not happy about it, by the way. She was really upset. But again, women love this man. They love this man.
But it was so much fun watching what felt like, pulling a, what is it called?
Fire Pro Random.
Fire Pro Random. Yeah, that's what it was. Because you just had no idea what name is possibly going to pop up next. And it's just the most random tag match you could imagine. But it's just kind of exciting and goofy.
Yeah, a bunch of wacky fun, exactly as you'd expect. Mummy missed the powder throw of doom and instead went to his old partner Tanaka's face, and he got pinned by Imanari after a lariat. 3 1/4. Quite fun.
Yeah, delightful.
Now the best match on the show by far, the 10-woman Magic Rumble. So I'll go through all the entrants here. The first 2 entrants were Senka and Seri Yamaoka, of course, big rivals, Seri from Marigold. The third in was Yuna from the aforementioned Yuna from Sendai Girls, followed by Momoka Hanazano. Now, she is a tiny wrestler from Osaka. I know I've seen her before, but when she came out, I was like, who the fuck is that? I feel like she was actually on a show I was at. She might have been on Oz Academy, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
But either way, she's... Sorry, what were you going to say?
Oh, I was just agreeing with you because, yes, that's one of the places she would show up. I've seen her, I feel like, everywhere, all over Independent Joshi, especially.
Mm-hmm. But she's apparently considered signed with Uptown.
Yes.
Now. But yeah, she's been active since 2018. She tried to dive on all 3 of them, but they caught her in midair and almost dumped her off the top rope together before just settling for putting her down and beating her up. That was funny.
She's an annoying gremlin. She deserves it.
Yeah, just very Natsupoi coded.
She is, yeah.
The fifth entrant. I said, very Natsupoi coded. The 5th entrant was Yuri from Gambare. Not familiar with her at all. I don't watch Gambare really, but I've seen her, here and there on other Joshi shows, but not that often.
She's a former actress girls who joined Gambare to keep wrestling. So I believe
she made the mistake of posing too long against the ropes after she cleaned house and almost got dumped over the top and eliminated by everybody. That was funny. The 6th was another. I believe this is also. Oh no, is she former actress or former Ice Ribbon? I can't remember. Yuki Masahiro.
Neither. She's from 01.
Well, I know she's from 01 now, but I thought she was former something.
Oh, she's former Ice Ribbon. Yes.
Okay. But yeah, so I'm familiar with her because she made a couple Stardom appearances earlier this year, including a high-speed title challenge against Yuta Mon back in January. The 7th was Sora Ayame, also from Marvelous, and the little fucking ankle biter. She immediately started going after everyone's ankles with these very low kicks. Not even her own teammate from Marvelous, Senka, was spared. Yep. Very, very, very funny.
I didn't know that was part of Sora's moveset. I haven't seen her do that before.
Yeah. The 8th was Manami. We still had no eliminations at this point. I popped so big for Manami. I'm a big fan of Manami. And she, the moment that fucking ridiculous theme song of hers came on, the fucking Twilight Zone, I was very, very into it. And then, but Senka was mean enough to interrupt her rope walk wooing. How dare you, Senka? She tried to eliminate her, but she did not succeed.
I'm trying to figure out why you think that Woo song comes from the Twilight Zone. I always associate it with
I think
sports events.
It's called Twilight Zone, isn't it?
Really? It is? I didn't know that.
Don't they say take me back to the Twilight Zone? I'm gonna go crazy.
You're gonna have to Google that.
Song. 2 Unlimited Twilight Zones, Jock Jam's version. I think this is the song. I'm gonna play it for everybody. Ready?
Okay. All right. Here we go.
Oh no! Wait, I can't play for everybody because the computer audio is coming through my headphones. Okay, wait a second. I can play it on my phone. Twilight Zone. I'm pretty sure this is the damn song. Let's see.
You're probably right. Yeah, that's the song.
This is your song.
That's the damn song. Ah!
2 Unlimited Twilight Zone.
2 Unlimited.
Know your Jock Jams, sir. Aren't we the same fucking age? How do you not know Jock Jams?
I guess I just don't. I don't know. One of my many musical blind spots.
Yeah, it was like I had that CD as a kid. I was very into the Jock Jams. Where were we in this match? Oh, we were talking about Manami. But yes, Twilight Zone, the theme, her fucking theme song. But it's always funny because it's like there's no way they have the rights to that, but they don't care.
Got
ninth
Japanese wrestling for that too.
The ninth entrant was Great Sakuya, of course, also known as Riko Kawahara in Marvelous. A lot of people seem to really hate this gimmick. I don't really get why.
I think it's because when she initially debuted, it was a lot more awkward. I think she's settled into the gimmick a lot better recently, but they also don't really go anywhere with it. So, yeah.
But it's just a wacky gimmick for Nosawa's wacky show. Like, I don't know what. Like, who cares?
I'm with you on that. I have nothing against it. I think people keep expecting, because it's a character exclusive to Nosawa shows, that they're going to have to get through like a GHC title run with her. But nah, that doesn't seem to be what they're doing with it.
Yeah, and that belt has basically become a Marvelous belt. I mean, a Marigold belt anyway. So
yeah, exactly.
So she came in and spit the mist immediately, then started dancing, which I thought was very funny. And I just like, this gimmick is so ridiculous. I can't. It's perfect for the fucking Monday Magic shows. I don't know why people hate it so much. Like I just said. 10th and final entrant was fucking Megaton. And I was like, okay, the vibes are so good here. I was all ready to get pissed off. But everyone decided to immediately beat her up while she was doing her stupid poses. And the crowd booed it, which for some fucking reason, because every crowd loves Megaton for reasons I'll never get. And then they all eliminated her immediately. So I'm like, you know what?
I think
that was great.
She was also the first elimination. They waited until all the competitors were in before anyone got eliminated, which is really funny to me.
Yes, they eliminated Megaton. But then the next out was Manami at the hands of Sora and Senka. That was bullshit. How dare they do that to my girl Manami? Sora went out third via Yuri, although it's really her own fault when she accidentally kicked the bottom rope going for a little ankle-biting kick. Yuri got eliminated right after that when Yuka eye-poked her on the apron, and then Momoka shoved her into Yuri. Momoka wanted to have some kind of elevated like platform battle where like the other wrestlers would like hold her up with Sakuya, but Sakuya like just kicked both her would-be lifters away and then also kicked everybody else too. That was very funny. But then she got shoved off the top rope to the floor by Siri, going for the moonsault on Momoka, and that eliminated her. Momoka then eliminated Yuki by somehow knocking her off the top rope all the way to the floor just by firing off a party popper. That was fucking funny as hell. So your final four was Momoka, Senka, Yuna, and Siri. Siri and Senka had a pretty great exchange. Yuna interrupted it and like cut Siri off on the top rope, which let Senka eliminate her rival with a clothesline when she was on the apron a few seconds later. Senka, so Momoka has a spot where she fake cries. I've seen that before. I think I saw that in person, Oz Academy, actually. But then Senka did her own version of it, which was really fucking funny because you wouldn't think of Senka as wacky at all, you know? But Momoka's just like, I know that trick, and just fucking no-sold it and super kicked her right in the damn face while she was kneeling. Busted open her mouth by the looks of it, and that was like, oh my god, like gave her a bloody mouth. Like this fucking little gremlin is out of control.
I told you,
but
evil heel.
Then Momoka plants a giant kiss on Senka on the top rope, which Senka did not seem to entirely dislike, I have to say. She did not seem to be against the kiss.
I thought she was furious, or at least in the comments, she said later that was her first kiss. How dare that little gremlin do that?
Well, maybe that's why she was selling it like that, where she was like, looked confused more than anything. If that's her first kiss, that would definitely make sense, yes. Except... so did like leave her ready to be eliminated, but then Senka managed to fight back and lariat Momoka off the apron to the floor, which left Senka and Yuna as the final two. And yeah, this is where Yuna, I'm like, okay, this girl's just good now. Because Yuna and Senka just had their whole long-ass exchange on their last two, where I could make an American wrestling reference that you're not going to get, where just like that one year where Shawn Michaels and Undertaker were the last two in the Rumble and then had like their own singles match at the end of it. But except these two, unlike Shawn and Taker, could actually go for pinfalls based on the Japanese Rumble Battle Royal rules. So this is even more like a regular singles match between the two of them. But yeah, Yuna won via over-the-top rope elimination. I love this match. Between the comedy and the actual great wrestling, I went 4 stars on this. This was awesome.
Yeah, this was a ton of fun. I definitely agree with that. And
I mean, it went 27 minutes, but never dragged.
Yes. the kind of thing where it would slot in perfectly in a Joshi Big Show as the second match to get everyone on the card and just kind of carry the show for about half an hour. Really, really fun stuff.
Yeah, of course the Yankees are winning now, too. Fucking hate them so much.
Then why was your dad calling to complain if the Yankees are winning? What the hell?
He wasn't calling to complain. He's probably calling to rubbing salt in my wound. How bad the Blue Jays are. While the Yankees are about to be 7-2.
Ooh.
Piece of shit fucking team. Well, they always have a mid-season swoon anyway, so we'll see. Main event, the Universe Cup final. Now Michi Marufuji defeated Shinshiro Takagi with the perfect cradle in 1733, which again was actually a guillotine choke, but I assume that's just what that's called then. This kind of alternated between wacky and boring to me. I don't know. Like, Takagi's reactions are always funny, but there really wasn't much else going on here besides Maru chopping him and Takagi reacting. And then Takagi unfortunately suffered... Well, okay. First he suffered a fake injury to like his ankle or his calf or something when he jumped off the top rope. But that was clearly a work because he got right back up and, they kept fighting. But then he suffered an actual, like, broken orbital bone and broken nose. Yep. Being an accidental Marufuji knee to the face when Marufuji was trying to spring himself up to the top rope. So they had to, like, awkwardly go home immediately. And Marufuji won with his... Like, Marufuji tried to just pin him, and then Takagi grabbed the bottom rope. I guess he didn't want to get pinned off of that. And then I guess they kind of talked it over a little bit more. And then Marufuji put him in the guillotine, and Takagi tapped. I didn't think this was good even before the accident, though, so I went, like, 1 star.
Damn, you're so much harsher on this than I was. Like, I could kind of tell that this was a lot more awkward than the opening 2 matches. Like, I wouldn't disagree with that characterization, but I don't know. I enjoyed the gimmick of completely straight-faced Marufuji, president of Noah, or I guess one of the presidents, versus president of DDT. In his, he was overmatched, but I don't know. I kind of enjoyed it. It was, I wouldn't recommend this, but I don't know. I was vibing on the whole show as just a lot of goofiness contained within one show. I don't know. It was unexpected and weird and just fun.
I mean, there's plenty of good stuff in the show. And like I said, just 2 matches I didn't really care for that you were less hard on. But other than that, the show was good. And the show made me regret the fact that I'm now going to have to miss the Monday Magic Korakuen because I'm going to go, I rejiggered my trip around wanting to go to the New Japan Road to G1 Korakuen. But oh well, what are you going to do? I did buy tickets already. I've just eaten the tickets. But I bought cheap seats anyway. I bought like $30 tickets. So whatever.
Well, I haven't followed the Universe Magic season because the last couple seasons of Monday Magic have been kind of boring. But if this is kind of the tone they're striking currently, because there was just Monday Magic kind of reached a point where it clearly had like its own separate roster, so it was losing a lot of the novelty that was making it special with the mystery matches, especially when they had like a flood of like British wrestlers kind of come in and American indie wrestlers and were just constantly being booked in all the matches. And like
that's when I stopped watching it too every week.
Yeah, they were like fine, but it got like kind of predictable and samey, which is absolutely not what you want for a mystery card match show. You want weird and I had no possible way to expect this. And the novelty needs to kind of carry it. And this struck a much better balance of what I want from Monday Magic. So I was delighted by it.
There you go. So yeah, that'll do it. We got through everything. We were approaching 5 hours total, but for once you only had to do 2.5 hours of it. So for you, it must have felt like nothing.
Yeah, this is a brief. Yeah, Sojourn. I'm ready to go another 2. All right, time to talk about Hot Shushu.
I didn't watch it still. I gotta watch it. We also cut Noah.
Yeah, we also cut Noah. That's true.
I watched like half of it, and I was like, "This show is not very interesting. I'm not really like finishing it." So
I could not take another mid show, so I'm glad we cut it.
Yeah. All right. Anything you want to plug, buddy?
No, never.
Okay, folks, that'll do it for us. So next week, I'll be on here with John DK, another John and John episode. He'll be on with me to do the All Japan April 12th Champion Carnival Night 1. The 2 Stardom Korakuens on April 8th and 11th. The GLATE April 8th Shinjuku FACE show. If I can stomach a GLATE show again, we'll see. But I got to find out where that anniversary show is. So That's the big reveal. The Sendai Girls April 12th Korakuen, and the Tokyo Joshi April 11th and 12th shows from Vancouver. So we'll cover all of that on next week's Omakase. In the meantime, you can follow us on Twitter at Wrestle Omakase, Wrestling Without Fit. We need a sicko word because it went almost 5 hours again. What's a sicko word for this week?
WrestleMania week.
You think it should be WrestleMania week?
Yeah, just put down the dates for WrestleMania. Whatever you believe in their heart that the dates for WrestleMania are, just post that.
Okay. That's WrestleMania week or the dates or something. That's the sicko term of the week. So follow us on Twitter at Wrestle Omakase, Wrestling Would Not Fit. Come follow me on Blue Sky at Just What MB. And in the meantime, folks, we will see you next time. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hi, I'm Andrew Rich, and if you're like me, you look at the state of modern wrestling discourse and think, wow, what a cesspool. That's why I'm here to tell you about Music of the Mat Remix. That's right, your favorite wrestling music podcast is back with a new format, where I bring on a guest and we play songs related to wrestling-themed topics. It could be a wrestling reference, a wrestling concept, a wrestling pun, things of that nature. Now you might be saying, Andrew, that is a very, very tenuous connection to pro wrestling on a wrestling podcast network. Is this just an excuse to hang out with your friends and talk about music and ignore the rest of the wrestling landscape? Yes. Yes, it is. So listen to Music of the Mat Remix on the Voices of Wrestling Podcast Network, available on Apple, Spotify, or your podcast player of choice.